Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Static Boost Quirk. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Eat this. Those were the words that would change Izuku Midoriya's life forever. He had spent 10 long, grueling months clearing this beach, working his body to its limit, all for this crucial moment, only for All Might to ruin it by telling him to eat his hair. He sputtered out a quick, "Why?" and listened to his mentor's explanation, but honestly, Izuku knew his reluctance to eat All Might's hair was superficial. He wanted to be a hero. So he took the hair and swallowed it. He nearly spat it back out, along with his breakfast from earlier, but he managed to keep it down and swallow it. There had to be a better way of doing this. He groaned. Well, I mean, it was the least gross way. All Might shrugged, no longer in his buff form. Honestly, I would have rather pricked my finger and let your blood in that way, Izuku sighed. That actually would have been a viable method, now that I think of it. Toshinori Yagi rubbed the back of his head. Well, regardless, my boy, soon you shall take on one for all. Izuku looked up at that. Soon? You mean I don't have it now? Toshinori shook his head. Not exactly. See, young man, you need time to digest my strand of hair. Once that's done, then you will truly be the ninth wielder of this ancient power. Okay, Izuku rubbed his chin as he took in the information. I guess that makes sense. Toshinori nodded and patted the young man on the back. Now, let me take you home so you can relax for the next few days. You've earned the rest. He paused as they started making their way up the beach. Also, I won't be able to contact you until after the exam. I have some things I need to take care of. Okay. Izuku trailed off. He was honestly glad Toshinori had told him. He'd probably panic if he needed to contact his mentor and couldn't. The two continued until they got to All Might's truck. Now, before we head to your home, how about we grab some grub? My treat. Toshinori gave Izuku a smile and thumbs up. Though Izuku could swear the man sounded nervous. Almost worried Izuku would say no. Who was Izuku to refuse lunch with All Might? Sure. Let me just text my mom. He pulled his phone out and quickly sent the text through, letting her know that he had finished his workout for the day and was just stopping to get lunch with a friend before heading home. After getting the okay, the two were off, Toshinori's beat-up old pickup sputtering along the road at the speed limit. The other drivers behind them must have hated him, Izuku thought. The thought was confirmed when a driver sped past them, honking their horn. There were also some rude hand gestures involved. Man, drivers these days, so rude. I think they're mad that you're driving the speed limit, All Might. But it's the speed limit. Oh yeah? But you can go 5 over without getting stopped by the police. Well, excuse me for being a responsible driver. Izuku tried not to laugh, he really did. It came out as a snort. He didn't notice Toshinori's widening grin as he quickly hid behind his hands in embarrassment. Toshinori would later try and make it his mission during lunch to get Izuku to laugh again. And if one of his jokes managed to get his young apprentice to shoot milkshake out his nose laughing, well, that just made his day better. As Izuku stumbled into his house, he couldn't help but wonder why he felt so, well, bad for lack of a better word for it. He had a great time with All Might. He still couldn't believe how friendly his mentor was. But now he just felt awful. He felt warm, uncomfortably warm all over, and he felt like there was a growing pressure beneath his skin, like something was trying to get out. He groaned as he leaned against the wall of the hallway. Izuku? Is that you? He heard his mother's concerned voice down the hall. Why? Yeah, Mom, I'm home, he mumbled out as loud as he could. He felt like he had swallowed sand. Inko Midoriya hurried over to him, wiping her hands on her apron and frowning at his flushed look. She quickly put a hand on his forehead, but pulled it back almost immediately. Oh my God, Izuku, you're burning up. She put one of Izuku's arms around her shoulder, doing her best to ignore the heat radiating off him, and started leading him to bed. Get out of those clothes and lay down. I'll get you some water and a damp rag. I'm fine, just need sleep. You're not fine, you feel like a sauna. Izuku tried to say something in response, but nothing coherent came out of his mouth as he simply let his mom guide him to bed. The only thing he was capable of doing was barely standing on his 2 feet so Inko wouldn't have to carry his whole weight. Eventually, he found his back on his comforter and watched as Inko said something. He could barely hear her voice was muffled. His vision began to blur as he saw her form retreat out of his room to go get what she needed to treat her son. Izuku, try as he might, started to lose his grasp on consciousness. His body felt like it was ready to explode, the pressure beneath his skin feeling like an inferno threatening to burn its way out of him. He swore he could hear whispers. After a few moments of valiant struggle to stay awake, to show his mother that he was okay, Izuku breathed deeply and closed his eyes, as darkness eventually took him. This isn't working. 8 voices rang out as they observed 9th. We're hurting him. 7th screamed out, held in place by 8th. This has never happened before, 1st muttered as he tried desperately to lessen 9th's burden. 2nd and 3rd stayed silent, ignoring the plight of the 9th wielder, much to 7th's anger. I swear if you beastas have anything to do with this. 5th interrupted, we always knew this power would become too much, even for a quirkless successor. 5th looked from 1st to 8th before landing on 9th. You can all feel it. Our quirks, they're going haywire, and nothing we're doing to rein them in is working. 4th nodded. It's taking all of my focus to keep danger sense from breaking free and killing 9th with sensory overload. 7th paced the room like a caged tiger. Float keeps trying to slam him into the sky faster than he can handle. Smokescreen threatens to suffocate him. 6th tapped his foot nervously. 1st immediately cut in. Enough. 1st looked to the sky. The burning star of One for All was burning red, burning angry and bright. What do we do? They all felt 8th ask in concern, his voice a whisper in the void as he was not yet fully formed. No one answered for a moment, each one staring at the quirk they all shared at some point in the past. Finally, the progenitor, the 1st spoke, voice firm with authority, we start anew. This caused an uproar, especially from the 2nd and the 3rd, but the 1st would not hear it. One for All wasn't a democracy, it was a quirk that was killing its new users slowly and painfully. It was 1st's duty to prevent that from happening. We are killing him. 1st reiterated, daring anyone to question this one irrefutable truth, we need to lessen the strain or he will die and take One for All with him. But to lessen the strain we'd have to? 7th let the words echo throughout the void. They all knew what fate awaited them should they follow through with what 1st was suggesting. 1st shrugged. We ultimately don't matter in the grand scheme of things, 7th, our time is over. But our meta abilities will go with us, 3rd finally spoke. They go with us if 9th dies anyway, and All for One will win without having to even lift a finger. No one denied that, they all knew within the deepest part of their being that All for One wasn't dead. Silence filled the void for a moment before 5th let out a huff. D'med if we do, d'med if we don't. This sure does feel familiar. He chuckled but nodded his assent to 1st. All right, let's do it. One last ride. How is this going to work? 6th asked quietly. 8th and I will stay. Someone needs to be here to teach him what we can about One for All, 1st sighed. 8th ultimately is the conduit for the power One for All contains. He can't leave even if we wanted him to, but One for All's power isn't what's killing 9th. 1st cut 2nd off before he could even ask. It's the quirk factor. Something went wrong during Singularity, and we need to start the process anew, erase the failed quirks and substitute it with something else, or just leave One for All as a wellspring of power to be tapped into. 1st rubbed his eyes before continuing. I will stay only because I literally can't leave. He looked back at the dying star that was One for All. I am the ability to be passed on, it's inherent to One for All, and that aspect of the quirk, along with the stockpiling have reached Singularity, everything else however. We have to go, 7th said, her voice uncharacteristically quiet, so that he can live. Okay with this. Sounds of agreement echoed from the other vestiges, even 2nd and 3rd reluctantly agreeing it needed to be done. 1st nodded and extended an arm toward the red giant above. Hesitating for a moment before opening his hand, as if to grab the star. "I will miss you all, I will not lie." First whispered. "It was an honor, and we," he nodded to Eighth, "will make sure he understands who you were, and the sacrifice we all made so that he could have this power. Thank you for keeping me company." With that he closed his hand around the star, causing it to slowly shrink. Second disappeared first, nodding to first but ultimately not saying a word. The same could be said for third and fourth, who quietly went as well. Fifth grinned as he began to fade, giving first a thumbs up and a quick, "See ya, boss," before he also disappeared. Sixth sighed and waved to seventh and first before disappearing as well, with little fanfare, unlike his predecessor. Seventh shed a tear as she looked at the incomplete vestige of her student. "Tell yourself I said hi, yeah?" Eighth didn't say a word, not that he could. Instead, he embraced his predecessor, and she did the same as she slowly faded into his arms. "Goodbye, Tashinori. Goodbye, Nana." Eight became two at that moment, and with one for all finally stable, First was able to start planning once again. "It is far too quiet," First began as he walked over to his throne. "Far too quiet," he muttered as he looked to the now dim star that was one for all. "We need a way to regulate his power, to keep him from hurting himself." He tapped the armrest of his throne, but what? As he stared into the raging inferno of One for All, his eyes seemed to fix onto something within the flames, something only he could see, something he had hidden away long ago. Something his brother had unwillingly left when he had forced this quirk upon him. Yes, that could work. He reached into the fire to retrieve the power once buried. He didn't like what it symbolized, but he knew there were no other options. After fiddling with it a bit, it was done. One for All was changed. "There," he said as he sat back on his throne, looking up at Eighth and nodding. "Take a fraction of One for All," he tiredly pointed at the star, "and channel it into yourself, split it up into manageable portions." "I will take a portion myself." He reached into the fire and, as if commanding the flames themselves, pulled out a portion of it and absorbed it into his being. A dull green star appeared in the sky after he did that. Eighth gave him a confused look and First couldn't help but laugh. "You'll know how to do it." He motioned for Eighth to do as he was told. "I have changed One for All," he explained, "as much as I can anyway." He motioned to the green star in the sky. "He can only hold so much of its power, he will need more mediums to hold and channel the power through." His gaze shifted, and he looked at the forming shadow of a young. "The rest is up to you, Ninth." Izuku tossed and turned. Someone was whispering his name, calling to him, but he couldn't find them. "Izuku. Did someone need help?" "Ninth. Was his mom okay?" "Izuku." His eyes snapped open and he sat up with a gasp, eyes adjusting and roaming around the room looking for people that weren't there. After a moment of aimlessly searching for the source of the voices, he sighed. His mom was so worried about him. How long had he been asleep? "Izuku?" a voice asked in concern. "Oh right, speaking of his mother." "Mom." Izuku turned his head to see Inko looking at him in concern as she held a wet rag in her hand. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" "Izuku, you were burning up." She put her hand on his forehead before a look of confusion crossed her face. "That you're fine?" Izuku blinked before gently pushing her hand away. "Of course I'm fine. Why wouldn't he be? Actually..." He looked down at his hands, and his eyes widened when he thought he saw arcs of lightning course through his fingers. "I feel great." "That doesn't make any sense, honey. You were burning up and stumbling about when you got home." Inko shuffled nervously from her seat next to Izuku's bed, beginning to ramble. "I watched you all night and you were tossing and turning so much, clutching your sheets and sweating. I was worried you were going to dehydrate yourself or hurt yourself." Izuku frowned, before noticing that he did feel muggy and that his sheets were drenched. Maybe it was just his body adjusting to getting One for All? "Wait a minute." His head snapped in Inko's direction. "All night? I was asleep all night." "Yes, if you could call what you went through sleep," Inko muttered. "Are you sure you're okay? Maybe we should go to the hospital just in case." She asked hopefully, but Izuku waved her off. He got up with little to no issue and stretched, not realizing that he was shirtless and giving his mom more of a show than he normally was comfortable with. It took him a moment to realize that he was shirtless, but when he did he squeaked and dived back under his wet sheets. Inko just laughed. Honey, abs or no abs, you don't have anything I haven't seen before, and your father was built better. She teased, pulling the sheets off of him. Firstly, YW. Secondly, what happened to my shirt? Inko sighed. I had to fight with you to get it off of you. What part of you were sweating bullets, don't you understand? She grimaced as she picked up said shirt off the ground. Go take a shower if you're really feeling so good. I'm going to put these in the wash, and then I'll make you some breakfast. She paused and gave him the stink eye. And drink water. Izuku squeaked, Yes, ma'am. He then ran off to do as he was told. Inko sighed as she got to work. What was she going to do with that boy? The two spent the morning enjoying each other's company. Inko made a hearty breakfast, stating that her boy needed to eat to get over whatever bug he had caught, and Izuku made sure to enjoy every bite. Though that didn't stop him from subconsciously rushing through his morning routine. He was excited he finally had a quirk. He had All Might's quirk. He wanted to test it out as soon as possible. After he had finished his food he got dressed and told Inko he was heading out. She wasn't that concerned, since she knew for the past year Izuku had been going to Dagoba Beach to train. Initially she was worried, but after the first month when he hadn't come back with any cuts or scrapes from the garbage she learned to trust him around that place, not to mention that she'd heard around the grapevine that it had been cleaned up over the past year, so no trash. So Izuku ran as fast as he could, both out of excitement and the fact that he was feeling just so good. It was still early enough that there was minimal risk of anyone being at the beach, especially since word hadn't gotten too far out about the cleaning it had gone through. Izuku just wanted to get there as fast as possible so he had more time to test out his new quirk. He made it to Dagoba in record time, taking a moment to catch his breath before heading down the steps onto the sand. His face was beginning to hurt from how much he was smiling. This was it. After 10 years he finally had what he had always wished for, and he was about to use it for the first time. Calm down, Izuku, he said to himself. This is All Might's power. He's the strongest man on the planet, able to change the freaking weather with a single punch. You gotta be careful where you aim. He tried not to sound giddy about the prospect of changing the weather, he really did. He failed. Okay. He looked around to make sure no one was near. Nodding in satisfaction that he was alone, he thought about where to aim his first smash. His eyes landed on the ocean, reaching out to as far as the eye could see and beyond. That could work. He planted his feet and got ready to throw a punch. He brought his fist up and looked at it, and tried to activate the new power within him. It was admittedly very difficult, but hey, that's what happens when one goes their entire life without having a quirk. You didn't know how to even begin using it. Eventually, Izuku figured it out, and his smile somehow got wider as he saw the lightning encompass his arm. Yes. He turned towards the ocean and reeled his fist back. Okay, everything should be fine, and no one should get hurt. I'm just gonna launch a Texas smash and make a wave, or maybe a tsunami. Izuku paused as he thought about if this really was a good idea. Then he remembered he was using All Might's quirk and the fanboy took over all logical reasoning. Texas, he said, just before throwing his fist forward as hard as he could. Smash. Nothing happened. Huh. He frowned and tried a few more punches. The lighting and power were there, he could feel it, but nothing was happening when he threw a punch. Why isn't this working? He looked down at his hands, both now coated in the green lightning. Am I doing it wrong? Is it my stance? No, that makes no sense. Izuku tried again for a few more minutes, even adjusting his stance. Still, nothing happened. Eventually, he sighed as he came to the conclusion that he just s-siki. Of course, he grumbled as he looked down at a small stone near his foot. He picked it up in his lightning-covered hand and frowned at it. I'm not even able to use a quirk properly. He grit his teeth and threw the stone out towards the ocean. He flinched as the stone left his hand faster than he thought it probably should. It didn't even skip, it cut through the water, flying a good distance away before finally coming to a stop and sinking into the depths of the sea. Holy crap! His eyes drifted off to the side and focused on a boulder that was sitting in the middle of the sand, minding its own business. Izuku took that personally. He charged up his fists with the energy of one for all and ran at the boulder. He let a yell as he let loose a punch right into it. The surface cracked, and a spiderweb pattern began to spread all over the boulder. It didn't break apart, but that didn't matter. The force needed to even achieve such a result, and Izuku's fists didn't even hurt. He didn't feel anything. Oh yeah, he nodded with a smile as he looked down at his hands, following the arcs of lightning traveling across his skin. This'll work just fine. He spent the next 3 days alternating between working on One for All, trying to push more power out of his newly acquired quirk each day, and spending time with his mom. The two weren't nearly as close as they had been when Izuku was younger, but Izuku's sudden illness the other day had sparked something within his mom, and she made sure to take time out of her day to spend time with her son. They cooked together, talked about Izuku's dream of being a hero. She even started joining him on walks. He tried to get her to go on a run with him, but baby steps. It was honestly the closest the two had been in a long time, which was kinda sad, all things considered. Izuku chose to look on the bright side, however. Things were looking up, and they were about to get better. Today was the day, after all. He quickly double-checked everything. He had his workout clothes in his bag, along with some pens and pencils just in case UA didn't provide any for the test. He had eaten breakfast and did a light workout with Mom. Everything was in order. He quickly made his way to the apartment door, careful not to wake his mom. She was getting better about the exercise, but she still tired out easily and wasn't used to waking up so early on her days off, but they were dedicated to getting her back in shape, and she worked hard. She deserved the extra sleep. Right as he was about to open the door, he heard his mom let out a groan. He turned and saw that she had knocked off the blanket that he had put on her earlier, and he smiled. Quickly made his way over to drape it back over her when he heard her mumble, "Proud of you, Izu." He smiled. "Thanks, Mom," he whispered back, tucking her back in. "I'll be back in a bit. You can do it." She mumbled again while hugging the blanket. "You're my little hero, after all." Izuku felt himself tear up a little but held in the crying so he wouldn't wake his mother up. "Love you, Mom," he whispered. He kissed his mom's forehead and flinched back as he got shocked. He waited with bated breath, hoping his little static incident didn't wake her up, and he ended up sighing in relief as she merely turned and grumbled something incoherent in her sleep. His heart filled with love and determination to do well, for her sake as well as All Might's, he set out, leaving his apartment and making his way toward UA with a spring in his step. Speaking of, he quickly fired off a text to All Might. He knew the hero would be busy with whatever secret thing he was doing, but he still wanted to touch base with him. "You, heading to UA. Wish me luck." He was about to put his phone back in his pocket when he felt it buzz. He raised an eyebrow, not expecting All Might to respond so quickly. He quickly pulled it back up and checked the message, and he let out a snort as he read it. "Mighty Mentor, good luck young Midoriya. Give Theo razzle dazzle." "You, what does that even mean exactly?" "Mighty Mentor, punch him, my boy." "You, 07. Izuku barely even broke a sweat as he ran to UA from the station. He stopped before the gates, taking a moment to bask in the glory of the giant building on the other side. Ever since he was a small child, he dreamed of going to this school, and now he was about to set foot on its campus for the first, and hopefully not the last, time. He was so nervous. Almost a year of training led him to receiving One for All, and now he was going to use that power to chase his dreams. And he wouldn't let anyone stop. "Get the F out of my way, Deku." And things were going so well too. He felt Katsuki before he saw him, the explosive teen roughly shoulder-checking Izuku as he made his way past. The Izuku of the past would have fallen over or flinched upon contact with his childhood friend turned tormentor. Izuku of the past hadn't spent a year training with the #1 hero and building confidence. So when Katsuki shoulder-checked him, Izuku surprisingly stayed upright and firm, waving to Katsuki as he walked past. "Good luck, Kaken," he called after Katsuki, his only response being a growl and a very popular, yet offensive, hand gesture. "Guess he's in a good mood today," Izuku shrugged as he began to walk forward. As he was saying in his head, he wasn't gonna let anyone get in his. He tripped. "Are you kidding me? Well, this is it. I failed. And after all that hard work. I'm sorry, Mom." "I'm sorry, All Might." Man, I've been falling for a long time. He snapped back into consciousness only to realize that he was, indeed, not falling but instead floating. Did one for all digivolve while I blacked out? Izuku wondered before he noticed the nice-looking girl staring at him in worry. Hey, I'm sorry for using my quirk on you. Are you okay? She asked. Oh okay, that's what this is, Izuku muttered. Of course, one for all wouldn't let him float, that would be ridiculous. Yeah, I saw you absolutely about to biff it and thought, hey, falling before a big test would be a huge sign of bad luck. And decided to just say, screw you fate, and help you out. She tapped her fingers together and Izuku felt himself fall back to the ground, though thankfully he managed to regain his balance. Then he remembered that a cute girl was talking to him. Crud 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 crud. Cute girl. Just saved me. What should I say? A voice that sounded vaguely like his mom's spoke up, though it sounded distant and garbled. Thank you for starters. Thank you, imaginary mom. Thanks. You saved me from face-planting on the pavement. Izuku chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. Hey, it's no problem, the girl shrugged as she held the straps of her backpack. I mean, wasn't just gonna let you fall, that's not very heroic, right? Izuku beamed at her and hoped he wasn't blushing like crazy. Why yeah. He was about to introduce himself, or at least try to do so when a robotic voice announced over the school's PA system. Attention entrants, this is your 10-minute warning, please make your way to the audience hall immediately. Oh, gotta go. The girl waved as she ran off into the building. Nice meeting you. Good luck. Yeah. Izuku stared after her as he raised his hand to wave back, but instead, just kind of held it there in the air. Good luck. Oh my god, I just talked to a girl. Good honey. Everything went smoothly, at least in terms of the written portion of the exam. Sure, he was seated next to Katsuki and that one glasses kid was rude during the presentation, but it wasn't all bad. The test was a lot easier than he thought it would be, though still pretty challenging all things considered. He quickly changed into his workout clothes and made his way to Bus A. Soon he found himself in front of the site where they'd be taking the practical portion of the exam. Other contestants were already sizing each other up, stretching, or trying to calm their nerves. Izuku was about to start doing his own set of stretches when a flash of familiar brown hair caught his eye. Through the crowd of students, he saw the nice girl from earlier, who looked like she was doing a set of breathing exercises to calm her nerves. He brightened up a little upon seeing her, and after a moment's consideration and some encouragement from his imaginary mom, he decided to go and talk with her. Whenever Izuku was nervous, talking to All Might or his mom always helped. Maybe Izuku could do the same for her. It was worth a shot. His shot was sabotaged when he felt a heavy hand grip his shoulder, stopping. What are you doing? Izuku turned and saw the stern boy with glasses that had called him out during present mixed presentation. He looked over Izuku's shoulder at the girl Izuku was going to talk to and his frown deepened. She looks like she's trying to focus. Were you trying to distract her? Perhaps you were trying to subtly take her out by sabotage? Izuku flinched at the accusation. Him, sabotage? His mom raised him better than that. To insult his manners is to insult her parenting. Unacceptable. No, I wasn't. Izuku pulled on every ounce of confidence he had to assist him with his worst subject, social interaction. I was just gonna make sure she was okay. She helped me earlier and I just wanted to return the favor. Tell him, oh, honey. The young man tilted his glasses up and scoffed at him. Wanting to return a favor is not a valid excuse for distracting someone right before a test as important as this. Izuku felt something boil up inside him at that point. Something he hadn't truly felt for nearly a year, not since Katsuki burned his notebook and told him to kill himself. Anger. Well, you're kind of distracting me right now. He growled out, causing the young man to flinch back. Unbeknownst to Izuku, his eyes seemed to glow an eerie green for a brief moment before settling down once more. Before the two could say anything more, the sound of the massive gate opening and a foghorn playing caused them to jump. Present Mike started shouting. Go! Go! There are no countdowns in real life, little listeners. Move it or be left in the dust. Anger and frustration still burning in his chest, Izuku didn't waste any time, turning on his heel away from the blue-haired boy and rushing in with the rest of the contestants. He had a hero school to get into. He immediately noticed that people were either fighting or having trouble with the different robots in question. He noticed that a few people were like him, very obviously trained for the situation at hand and ready to make the best of their quirks and skills to try and get into the hero course. Others, however, a girl screamed as a two-pointer loomed over her. Izuku didn't know how or why she was on the floor, but that didn't really matter to him. What mattered was that she needed help. Who was he to deny her that help? Pumping one for all into his legs, he kicked off in her direction. Faster than he thought he was capable of, he appeared in front of the girl, channeling power into his arms just in time to block the two-pointer's tail attack by grabbing it with one hand before bringing his other fist back and slamming it into the robot's face, obliterating its head. The robot fell in a heap and he turned to make sure the girl was okay. He didn't say much, just quickly gave her a thumbs up and a smile before rushing off to find more robots to smash. He had 2 points. More importantly, he had saved someone. Was this what All Might felt like all the time? Toshinori had the biggest grin on his face as he watched Izuku race down the streets of the simulated city. His young successor was making short work of every robot he came across. Better yet, he was saving anyone he could, whether they wanted him to or not. It was almost enough to make the old hero cry. He was proud that Izuku was using one for all so efficiently, though he seemed to be channeling it into specific limbs more than spreading it out along his entire body, something to talk to him about in the future. Look at him go. I'm so proud of you, my boy. Staring an awful lot at sight of their All Might, Toshinori heard the tired voice of Aizawa say from the back of the room. They merely have some interesting prospects, that is all, Aizawa. Toshinori waved him off. The girl with the gravity quirk sure is putting in work, and the green kid is no slouch either. Yeah. Way to sound impartial, Toshinori, you nailed it. Toshinori thought with a mental fist pump. Aizawa let out an unimpressed grunt and went back to watching the screens, while Toshinori grudgingly started paying attention to some of the other sites. He couldn't watch his boy the whole time after all. After a while, he felt a chill run down his spine, and he was sure everyone else did as well when Nizu let out a low hum. It seems this batch of hopefuls have made quick work of our robots. He sipped his tea before grinning. Perhaps it's time to release the 0-pointers. Aizawa was surprisingly the voice of reason. Sir, there's still 8 minutes left in the test. You normally don't release them this early? And when have you ever known me to be consistent? Nizu lifted the glass case over the button and looked toward Toshinori. Yagi, would you do the honors? Toshinori held his hand over the button as he sent out a silent apology. Forgive me, young Midoriya. He brought his hand down and unleashed hell. Ooh! Izuku shouted as he jumped from a building across to the top of a parking garage. There was a group of robots he was keen on getting acquainted with. He kicked off the ground with one for all charged into his legs, leaping from robot to robot as his empowered fists obliterated each one with a single punch. Even the 3-pointers stood no chance. He had never felt more alive. He jumped over a 2-pointer and grabbed its scorpion-like tail while in the air. He pulled it along with him and flipped the robot in the air, bringing it down like a hammer on top of the last few robots on the roof. He landed and stumbled a little, staring in awe at what he just did. Truth be told, he wasn't really thinking things through when he did that. He could have easily face-planted the ground or screwed up the move entirely. But he didn't, and that's what matters. That was awesome. He laughed as he held a fist up. I feel like I can take on anything. Izuku felt more than heard a giant explosion go off behind him, followed by screaming. Lots of screaming. Izuku took a deep breath before looking up to the heavens. Whatever God is out there, if you're listening, I just gotta ask, why? Another explosion and what felt like a building falling finally got Izuku to turn around and see the absolute behemoth of a robot looming over the test site. Oh, crap baskets. Izuku's overanalytical mind would have had him say more, but the 0-pointer turned its massive head and seemed to stare at him. Nope. Izuku turned and ran. He elbowed a 1-pointer that tried to get in his way and ran to the edge of the parking garage to jump off to the floor below. Then he remembered All Might hadn't taught him proper landing strategies, and the parking garage was really high up. The stairs were always an option. No, Izuku took a deep breath. He wasn't a coward, he could do it. He saw All Might do it all the time, how hard could it be? Besides, what's the worst that could happen? He felt a flash of inspiration and bravery. Like those times All Might would yell words of encouragement during their training. He took a step back from the edge and prepared to pump one for all into his legs. As suddenly as that inspiration and bravery came though, it left with a feeling of cold, foreboding dread. Almost as if his mother was watching him and daring him to do something so reckless, and he came to a screeching halt. Izuku turned around and headed towards the civilian exit. Stairs it was. It didn't take him too long to get down to ground level and out onto the streets. The zero-pointer had ignored him and continued to trudge on its path. Right in the direction the exit was. He assumed the zero-pointer even being out meant the test was almost over. He pumped one for all into his legs and dashed past the zero-pointer, the behemoth paying him no mind as it destroyed buildings and the ground beneath it. After a while longer, the 1-minute warning chimed and Izuku grinned. He hadn't been counting his points, but he probably had a decent score, so now he just needed to help. Izuku immediately skid to a halt so fast he swore his sneakers were smoking. That was the nice girl. He scanned the area as quickly as he could, and after a moment he spotted her, legs stuck underneath some rubble. She was struggling to try and reach behind her, maybe to use her quirk, but she was at an awkward angle. Normally he'd assume the cry for help just meant, "Help, I'm stuck and can't get out." This wasn't a normal scenario though, and the zero-pointer was still trudging along, well on its way to crushing the girl that had saved him from an unfortunate fate. He didn't know when he started to move. 1 second he was staring in horror, the next he was already halfway there to try and help her. By the time he reached her, he was able to think clearly again and immediately checked to make sure she was okay. "Are you all right?" he asked as he crouched next to her, inspecting the debris that had fallen on her leg. "Is your leg crushed?" "No," she hissed. "It's just stuck. Can't move. Hurts." "Don't worry, I'll get this off," Izuku said as he placed his hands against the large pieces of concrete. He channeled power into his arms and tried pushing, but the pile was too heavy for him, or it was really stuck. He honestly didn't know, but what mattered was that it wasn't budging. "Come on. Hurry," the girl yelled as the zero-pointer closed in. "I'm trying." He pumped power into his legs as he tried to move the concrete even a little to give the girl some wiggle room to maybe get her foot out at least, but that didn't work. He felt fear as he looked up and saw the red eyes of the zero-pointer glaring down at them as if they were mere ants to be crushed. But most of all he was frustrated. Even now that he had All Might's power, his strength, he couldn't use it properly to save someone who needed his help. He felt so useless. He felt warmth radiate throughout his body as if his mom was enveloping him in one of her hugs. His brain was right, Mama didn't raise no quitter. He couldn't give up. Not now. He planted his feet on the ground, placed his hands against the concrete as he let one for all empower his limbs once more, and began to push with all his might. At first, the result was the same. The concrete pile didn't want to budge. And then it moved. All of it moved. In fact, it didn't just move, it went flying away. All the debris and concrete that had been trapping the girl, and even some that weren't, went flying away from Izuku like the stones he had thrown when he first practiced with One for All. It all went flying into the treads of the zero-pointer, getting turned to dust beneath the giant's weight. Izuku let out a whoa, then proceeded to let out a much more panicked one as he lost his balance with the sudden lack of concrete to push against. He waved his arms around, but couldn't stop himself as he landed across the nice girl's back, her letting out a startled eep. He managed to catch himself to prevent all of his weight from landing on her, but it was close. He felt his face heat up as the girl shifted her weight and turned onto her back to look up at him. He was sure his face was as red as a tomato at that moment. The girl blinked up at him but grinned. "You really like falling, don't you?" Izuku let out a nervous chuckle. "Well, I mean, if I'm falling for you, it's worth it, right?" He blinked. She blinked. Both of their faces lit up like a Christmas tree. "I meant falling for you as in falling while saving you." Izuku squeaked as he jumped up. He swore he could hear his mom laughing at him, and so was All Might. Robot. The girl was still blushing but pointed at the zero-pointer that was almost on top of them now. Right, I'm going to go do the one thing I know I'm good at, Izuku muttered to himself, not expecting anyone to hear him. The nice girl did, however, and had the audacity to ask, "What's that?" Izuku turned on his heel, picked the nice girl up bridal style, and pumped one for all. Into his legs. Run away. I like this plan. The girl cheered as she wrapped her arms around his neck, holding on for dear life. They luckily didn't need to get far, as a few moments after Izuku started his mad dash down the street, President Mick's voice rang out through the city, announcing the test was over. He told prospective students to stay where they were for medical assistance and water before cutting out. Izuku had stopped running and was taking deep breaths to try and calm down his racing heart. He succeeded for all of 5 seconds before. "So, you just gonna keep holding me or?" He opened his eyes and was met with the nice girl's face right in front of him. That's right, he was carrying her. His heart was beating even faster now. Sorry about that, he was about to set her down when he paused. "How's your foot?" The girl looked over towards her legs and tried to move her foot but immediately hissed in pain. "Ow, yeah, I ain't standing anytime soon." She grinned. "I guess I'm stuck in your arms for a while longer, hero." Her grin got bigger as his face heated up. They waited for a while for medical assistance to show up, but it took longer than expected. "Dang, what's taking so long?" the girl muttered. She then looked at Izuku. "Hey, if your arms are getting tired, you could put me down, I was just joking earlier." Izuku hummed in confusion. "Oh, it's fine, my arms aren't tired. In fact, I kinda forgot I was holding you, you feel so weightless." Already complimenting a lady on her weight, dearie? You youngins sure do move fast. An elderly woman said as she made her way over to them. "Back in my day you usually took them on a date first." Izuku squeaked as he slowly set the girl down for the nurse to inspect. "He hurt her foot under the rubble?" he muttered, choosing to ignore the insulation the nurse was throwing at him, but he quickly perked up when he realized who she was. "Wait, you're the youthful heroine. Recovery girl." The now-named recovery girl chuckled as she leaned closer on her cane to inspect the girl's leg. "Ah yes, you've twisted it, nothing I can't fix with my quirk, dearie, hold still." With that she quickly gave the girl a kiss on the cheek, causing her to let out a quiet eep before sighing in relief as the pain subsided. Recovery girl was about to offer her some gummies for energy when the girl, after flexing her foot and noticing the lack of pain, jumped up and pumped her fists. "I can stand. I can fight," she yelled. Recovery girl chuckled. "The fighting's over, dearie, have some gummies." She handed the disappointed girl some gummies before hobbling over to Izuku. "And what about you, dear? Any injuries?" He shook his head but flinched as she lifted his hands and looked at them. "You've scraped your knuckles pretty good," she turned his hands over, "and you've cut your hands on concrete as well," she glanced at him. "Not used to using your hands so much, are you?" She gave him a quick peck on the cheek and handed him some gummies. "I suggest putting in an order for padded gloves in your hero outfit if you get into the school, Sonny." She leaned in and whispered, "Don't want to go and ruin your hands like that muscle-bound fool after all." Izuku gasped, but before he could even think of questioning recovery girl, she winked and walked off. Anyone else injured? Did she know about One for All? He'd have to ask All Might. He looked at his hands and frowned. He honestly didn't even notice that he had hurt them. She did mention that the cuts and scraps were merely superficial, and he has had worse before. He sighed and looked up to get ready to leave, when he noticed the girl in his personal space, staring up at him with her wide, but cheerful eyes. He was ashamed to say he squeaked. The girl giggled and put out her hand. "Thanks for the save." Her smile grew as he hesitantly took her hand. "I'm Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet ya." "Izuku Midoriya?" He smiled at how outgoing she was, and was glad he no longer had to keep calling her nice girl in his head. "You were so cool. I saw a bit of what you could do during the exam when I wasn't smashing bots." She started chopping the air in an exaggerated fashion. "You were all like watcha and hiya." "Why you were watching me?" "Well I stopped ya from splattin'." I had to make sure my intervention in fate worked. Well, thanks again for the save. Izuku smiled. But I think we need to get moving, they probably want to start clearing this out. He pulled at his shirt. And I want to get out of these clothes. Ochako nodded, her eyes alight with determination. That's fair, how about I meet Cha by the front gate? You a what? Well duh, you saved me. She pumped a fist. That makes us battle buddies. We have to go to the tavern. Drink. Share war stories. What was she even talking about? He was way too introverted for this. But her earnest expression, bright smile, and overall energy must have been infectious because he felt a nudge on his back, like his mom was pushing him to do it. He felt a hand on his shoulder, and could almost picture All Might giving him a thumbs up. It was like one of his confidence lessons all over again, and he sighed. Yeah, that sounds nice. He smiled softly at her and she grinned back, all teeth. Let me just let my mom know and change. Awesome. I saw a nice boba place not too far from here. So we can go there and shoot the sheet. It means talk. Izuku chuckled and shook his head. The two kept talking the entire way to the buses, ignoring the whispers from other contestants who had seen Izuku's show of strength with the rubble or his mad dash to save the girl he was talking to. All that mattered was that he had made a friend. He felt that warmth from earlier return, and he swore he could almost hear his mom and All Might saying well done. A whole beach. Ochako yelled in disbelief. You spent 10 months cleaning Dagoba? Izuku scratched the back of his head nervously. Yeah, it took a lot of work, the whole place was covered in trash. But my trainer said it would be good for the community, and was a good workout if I stuck to the schedule he made for me. Almost overdid it a few times, but he reminded me to pace myself. Wow, Ochako shook her head. I don't think I'd have the patience to spend 10 whole months cleaning up every bit of trash off a beach. It must have been tedious, especially working in the sand. I mean, it's so coarse, rough, and irritating, and it gets everywhere. Izuku chuckled. Anik. He flinched when she threw a napkin at him. He sipped his tea in thought before continuing. I just have always wanted to be a hero, you know? So being given the chance to chase my dream, it kind of fired me up to do my best. I also think it was my mentor's way of testing how determined I was. Ochako nodded rapidly. I get you, it's like that old pre-Quirk movie. She snapped her fingers in thought before Izuku interrupted. Karate Kid? That's the one. She gasped. You watch vintage movies too? Izuku nodded. I didn't used to, but they made for good distractions to put on while doing my workouts at home when it was my cool-down days. My family always had a huge collection, and I'm not usually able to go see newer stuff, so I had to make do, Ochako explained, poking her fingers together nervously. Well, there's nothing wrong with enjoying a good old-fashioned movie with your family. Izuku smiled. My mom and I started bonding over some old movies recently too, though I'm trying to get her to start exercising with me. He sagged in his seat. It's slow going. That's great. Physical fitness is important. She pumped her fist. She really liked doing that, Izuku noticed. I got my pa to start running with me when I was training, though he liked to grumble a lot during it. She grinned. Liked the results though. Izuku and Ochako both laughed at that, and the two spent the rest of their time together talking and drinking teas. Ochako wanted to pay for everything, but they had apparently run up a pretty big bill, so Izuku, upon seeing her reaction to the bill, had managed to get her to agree to split the bill 50-50. Izuku walked her to the train station after that, the two talking like they had been friends for years. Izuku had never really had a friend like this before, not even Katsuki before everything fell apart. It was nice. They exchanged phone numbers right before they reached the station, and Ochako smiled at him. Well, this is where we go our separate ways. She held out her fist. Keep me posted about your exam results. And maybe we can meet up to do some exercises or just hang out sometimes. Oh, you can even show me the beach you cleaned. Izuku smiled and held his own fist up. I'd like that, Uraraka. Ochako shook her head. We're friends. The name's Ochako. He laughed. Then you have to call me Izuku, it's only fair. Deal. With that the two bumped fists. only to yelp as their fists got shocked by static. Oh. Yeah, sorry about that. The same thing happened earlier. Izuku looked at his hand. Ochako just shrugged as she shook her hand in the air. It's fine. Quirks are weird sometimes. Izuku raised his eyebrow. Quirks? He just thought it was normal static buildup? Not one for all doing anything strange. Yeah. I noticed a flash of green when we bumped fists. She pointed at him before saying, when you use your quirk you've got that same green energy around your arms, so I thought maybe it was just your quirk being weird. She held up her hands and showed off the little buds that were on her fingertips. My quirk makes things flash pink when I activate it on something, so I get it. He really wished he had his notebook right now. Ah, well I guess I've got a lot to learn about my quirk. He looked behind her. But it looks like your train's getting ready to leave, Ochako, so you might want to book it. Ochako gasped and turned around. Sheet. She waved at him. Send me a text. Let me know ya got home safe. Only if you do the same thing, he shouted back, waving to her as she got on her train. He watched it pull out of the station, smiling softly at the warm feeling he got as he watched his friend leave. Friend? He had a friend. He couldn't wait to tell his mom. I can't wait to hear it. I'm home. Izuku called out from the doorway as he took off his shoes. Mom. He looked around and immediately noticed that the apartment was still dark, which was strange as his mom was usually a lot more active than this. She had responded to his text saying that he was going out with a friend, so she should have been awake. He called out for her again, and this time got a weak response back from her bedroom, which caused him some concern. He made his way there, entering quickly, and saw his mom laying in her pajamas and waving at him weakly. Hey honey, how was the exam? She asked, trying to sound better than she actually was. Her voice was scratchy like she had been coughing. Are you okay? He asked in concern, moving to her bedside. He noticed that she had borrowed one of the gallon water bottles he had used when he was working on cleaning Dagoba Beach, and it was already half empty. Yeah, just not feeling very good, she chuckled. I guess I caught whatever you had, She grinned at him. Though lucky for me I didn't work out enough to black myself out. Izuku sighed good-naturedly. You pass out once and you never hear the end of it. He frowned in concern. I'm gonna go refill this for you. Do you need anything else? Inko waved him off. No, just some sleep. I already ate some miso soup earlier. She sighed as she relaxed a bit. Hopefully I get over this as fast as you did, Izuku laughed, fingers crossed. I'll be right back. Thanks, Izuku. Inko closed her eyes, just set it on the floor where it was. With that, she drifted back to soup. Izuku made his way to the kitchen and over to the fridge to refill the jug, and after making sure everything else was in order, delivered it back to his mom's room. She was snoring softly and seemed to be sleeping well. He quickly checked her temperature with his hand and found that she wasn't too hot, so he didn't need to get her temperature down. He sighed and started to make his way to his own bedroom, intent on writing down the info he had found out about Ochako's quirk, but not before turning his mother's light off and saying, "Good night, Mom." She must have woken up for a moment, because he heard behind him a soft good night, Izuku in response. Izuku sat down at his desk and pulled out a fresh notebook. He didn't bother writing a title on this one, he'd do that later, but he quickly jotted down a title for the first page. Ochako Uraraka, Quirk Zero Gravity. Speaking of Ochako, he had promised to text her when he got home. He quickly pulled out his phone and noticed that he had a notification on it. Ochako, I made it home. Tongue sticking out. You? That's great. I just got home too. My mom's not feeling too well though. Deku, oh no. Sad face, that's awful. Angel, I'm not feeling too hot myself, but that's probably 'cause of the exam. You, well, get some rest. I hope you feel better tomorrow. Ochako, hell yeah. You get some sleep too. Make sure your ma's okay. With that, he was about to put the phone down, when he quickly pulled up Ochako's contact and changed it. Houston Smash. It was perfect. Anyway, with that dilemma fixed, he started working on Ochako's page, filling it in with any of the information he could remember her telling him about her quirk. Outside of his mom getting sick, he'd say it was all in all a good day. Images flashed through Izuku's mind, though he didn't recognize all of them. You have to keep your dreams realistic, young man. You can be a hero. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry. Ma, Pa, why aren't you eating with me? I'll do my best. I'll make you proud. Izuku gasped as he shot up, the dream already fading to the back of his mind as he took several deep, calming breaths. What the hell was that? Izuku mentally asked himself, though he didn't have time to dwell on it as the smell of cooking food hit him, causing a new concern to well up inside him. Should his mom even be up right now? He looked at his alarm clock and saw that it was 8 in the morning. Two thoughts occurred to him. What? He missed his morning run. His mom was most definitely awake and cooking breakfast. 8 was her normal wake-up time on her days off. He quickly got up and moved out of his room, moving toward the kitchen with a concerned frown on his face. What greeted him caused his eyes to widen in surprise. His mom was happily humming at the stovetop, flipping some bacon and eggs, as if her illness yesterday was just a fluke. Mom? He asked in concern. How are you feeling? Inko turned to her son and smiled at him. Oh, good morning, Izu. I was just about to go wake you up for breakfast. She transferred the food onto a waiting hot plate and moved it to the table. And to answer your question, I'm feeling great. That cold must have just been a hay fever or something. Izuku looked at the table with wide eyes. Why was there so much food? Inko looked up from the table and giggled. I don't really know why, but I had the strangest dream last night. Something about an American casino, but I woke up with a hankering for an American-style breakfast. She gestured to the table and Izuku couldn't help but admire the food his mother had made. There were pancakes, toast, sausage links, bacon, scrambled eggs, and even oatmeal. It was the most food he had seen on that table in a while. Inko tooted, well? Come on. She was way too energetic for how early it was, but Izuku obeyed and sat at his normal spot at the table. The two dug into their food, not really making much conversation, but that was honestly normal for them. They enjoyed each other's company and the food more than anything. Though Izuku did notice some small details about his mom that caught him as odd. First, her clothes were a little baggier than usual, not by a lot but enough for him to notice it. That wasn't that strange, they had been exercising more, so maybe the fruits of his labor were starting to show for her. Second though, and more jarring, was that she wasn't using her quirk to pull things to her like she usually would. She has always used her quirk to pull little objects to her when she needed them, from knives when cooking, to the salt shaker when she was just feeling bored and not wanting to use her hands. It was strange seeing her actually reach for the salt shaker. He voiced this concern, causing his mom to chuckle nervously. Oh, well, I tried to pull my alarm clock over to me this morning like I usually do, to turn it off since I forgot to set my day off alarm, and it Inko twirled her fork around her eggs. It may have slammed into my headboard? Izuku's eyes widened. How? Don't objects, you pull, move slowly? Inko shrugged and turned toward the kitchen. She lifted her hand up and made a pulling motion like she usually did when using her quirk, only for the rag she was trying to pull to fly toward her faster than Izuku had ever seen any object she pulled move. It hit her in the face, making her let out an oof, and Izuku almost snorted. See? Inko shrugged as she removed the rag. Maybe it's all that exercise you have me doing, maybe it's making my quirk stronger, Izuku doubted it. For as long as he had been alive, his mother's quirk had been a constant in his life. She used it all the time, even when she was at a healthy weight, and exercised regularly with Auntie Mitsuki or his dad. Her quirk was always the same strength, the same speed, the same weight limit. To see it change so drastically was weird and mildly concerning. But he didn't voice that opinion. Instead he said, well, I'm just glad to see that you're doing better, Mom, but are you sure there's still nothing wrong? Inko shook her head. Other than feeling like I can eat a whole buffet, no. She brightened up. Actually, I've noticed that my clothes are looser, so maybe all that exercise is paying off. At that, he smiled and nodded. We gotta keep up on it though. She grinned at him and gave him a thumbs up. You bet. Now tell me about Yue and this new friend of yours? She smiled devilishly at him. Is she cute? Izuku blinked. Did he tell his mom about Ochako? He thought he hadn't, what with her basically passing out before he could. Though he did remember sending her a text about hanging out with a friend. Though he didn't remember mentioning said friend's gender. She's great. Really energetic. It's a lot to get used to. Inko chuckled as she cut into some pancakes. Ah, the age-old tale of an introvert being adopted by an extrovert. It's how I met Mitsuki. Izuku smiled and continued explaining the events of the previous day, from meeting Ochako to the start of the physical exam. She cut him off once he mentioned fighting robots. You didn't jump off a parking garage, did you? She asked in concern. That was oddly specific, and no, I thought about doing it, but I realized I wasn't really prepared to do so, and that you'd probably scold me if I did. Inko nodded, didn't straight I would. She ate a bit more before asking, so how do you think you did? Think you passed? Izuku paused. He didn't even think about his performance since the test was over. He was so distracted talking with Ochako and then worrying about his mom. But looking back on it, he felt like he did well enough to pass. Maybe not the best, but for someone who only had a quirk for a week his performance was not bad. Still, he couldn't help but wonder what All Might would have thought had he been watching him. Something in the back of his mind told him with utmost certainty that All Might would be proud. His thoughts were interrupted by his mom speaking once again. Once we're done with this, do you think you could show me some more of the workouts you did to prepare for UA? Izuku smiled and gave his mom a thumbs up. Sure. The two finished their breakfast quickly after that, with Inko shooing him to go shower and change into something more suited for working out. Izuku made his way to the restroom, but not before pulling out his phone to see if Ochako or All Might had texted him at all. All Might, unsurprisingly, had not. He had said he'd be busy until Izuku for a few weeks, so this was to be expected. Wishing him a good morning and saying with a smiley face that she was feeling much better, and probably just needed to relax after the exam. Izuku was happy for her and told her as much. He also updated her on his mom, saying she was much better than she was yesterday, which earned him a smiley face emote from his friend. One shower and change later and Izuku was ready for the He stepped out into the living room, dead set on helping his mom with the dishes, only to see her doing stretches and already in her tracksuit. She looked up at him from the floor and quickly got up with a smile. She then said something that Izuku thought he'd never hear from her in a million years. You know what, Izuku? I'm feeling pretty good. Let's go for a run. Izuku smiled as he enthusiastically agreed. The thought of his test results seemingly far out of his mind by now. Later that same morning, Izuku opened the door, laughing as his mother quickly passed him and immediately flopped down on the couch, still clutching her water bottle. She quickly started sipping from it, taking deep breaths in between sips. Want me to make us a snack? Inko let out a whine as she gasped for air. How are you okay? I've been doing worse things than this for almost a year now, Mom. Izuku chuckled as he started pulling out the things he'd need for the snack. Hate you so much right now. Izuku held a hand to his chest and mocked being offended. Hold on, this whole operation was your idea. Still, hate you. Izuku shrugged. Love you too, Mom. Why don't you take a nice cool shower? That should help. That would require me to get up. Izuku just laughed. Mom, it'll be worth it, come on. He walked over and helped her up. She gave an exaggerated whine but did eventually get up from off the couch. Why am I the one being babied? Is this what happens when your kids grow up? I don't like this, Inko mumbled as she shuffled toward her bedroom. Izuku chuckled and shook his head, going back to preparing lunch only to pause as a sad, yet loving stray thought seemed to enter his head. He's so much like his father. Hisashi, you'd be proud. Izuku frowned but shrugged it off. He must be tired from the run. His mom must have been talking to herself. The two enjoyed their time together and eventually ended up doing their own separate activities. Izuku was holed up in his room, writing in his notebook about the observations he made on Ochako's quirk, while Inko was, surprisingly, doing some weird video workout in front of their TV. Izuku wasn't sure where the sudden energy came from, considering she was just complaining about being tired from the run a while ago, but he wasn't gonna question it. His mom was starting to be more active, which was good. His phone buzzed and kicked him out of his head, and he quickly checked it. Houston smash. I'm bored. I already went on my run, helped around the house, and I'm still bored. You? Sounds like a skill issue. Houston smash. Gasp. My hero has spice. Izuku blushed at Ochako calling him her hero. Sure, he had saved her, so in a way it was true, but that didn't change the fact that her statement had him flustered, especially with it coming from a girl. Another buzz reminded him he was currently having a conversation. Houston smash. Hey, can I come over? You can show me that beach. Izuku's brain was currently fried. A cute girl wanted to come over. Wanted to see the beach he had cleaned up. His introverted mind couldn't handle the idea of it. It was shutting down. Say yes. Inko shouted from the living room. Izuku jumped in surprise. Thoroughly snapped out of his panic. Was she talking to him? Well, she wouldn't be saying something to the TV, so by process of elimination she was indeed talking to Izuku. He must have muttered his conversation with Ochako out loud. You? Well, my mom's okay with it, so sure. Why not? Here's the nearest train station to me. I can meet you there. He sent the info and waited, slowly getting lost back in his own mind as he waited for Ochako's reply. How did Inko hear him muttering so clearly from so far away? A buzz derailed his thoughts once again. Houston smash. Awesome. I'll be over in around 2 hours. You? Jake Peralta cool.gif. Houston smash. Aw, is the hero nervous? Me? I will fight you. Houston smash. Do it PP. You fine. You me? Dagoba. 2 hours. Houston smash. Wait, are we actually fighting? Houston smash. Nervous sweating.gif. You what? I thought you wanted to see the beach. Houston smash. Oh good. Because I still remember what you did to those robots, and I don't want to be on the receiving end of your punches. You? I mean, we could spar if you want. Houston smash. I have made an error. You? We don't have to if you don't want to. I mean, I understand being intimidated. Houston smash. Houston smash. All right, motherfucker, you're on. But I'm seeing that beach first. Gotta find a nice area to bury your body. You? I'm scared, but also intrigued. Houston smash. Scoutfact.gif. So I'll meet you at Dagoba? Houston smash. Yeah, wait now? I thought you said 2 hours. Houston smash. I live in Mia. Anyway, take this time to get your affairs in order. You? You're really committed to this joke, huh? Houston smash. Who said I was joking? You? That was also a joke, right? Houston smash. Smiley face. You, right? Houston smash. See you soon. You? Ochako, answer the question please. Houston smash. Captain America, I don't think I will. GIF. Whoa! Ochako's eyes sparkled with awe as she looked over Dagoba Beach. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction, rubbing the back of his head nervously. Yeah, it's amazing, huh? You should see it in the early morning, it's beautiful. I bet. Ochako turned to him. This place used to be covered in trash? I don't buy it. She shook her head. It's too pretty to have ever been an illegal garbage dump. It's true, Izuku insisted as he pulled his phone out. I even took a photo from when I first started my training, look. He held the phone up for her to see and Ochako's eyes bugged out at the mountains of trash she saw in the photo. What the hell? She swiped the phone from Izuku and held it up as she turned back to the clean and beautiful beach to do a side-by-side comparison. That's impossible. No way you cleaned this all on your own. I mean, I even have this photo of me right aft. Izuku paused, his mind flashing to that day, of him standing atop that last pile of rubble, screaming at the top of his lungs that his nearly year-long labor was done. He remembered All Might's before and after picture, and how proud both All Might and himself were at his achievement. And then he remembered what All Might said after it all. Eat this. Izuku shuddered and Ochako did as well. This caused Izuku to look at her strangely. Ochako's face was burning red, and the first thing out of her mouth would have been an apology, for what exactly she didn't know, but instead, her mouth decided to act without her brain's permission as her eyes looked at Izuku's stomach. Holy shit, those abs. She paused as Izuku squeaked. She slowly lifted her eyes to meet him. That I said that out loud, didn't I? Izuku nodded, his face heating up rapidly. Ochako slowly nodded her head as she pursed her lips, handing Izuku back his phone. I'm just gonna go dig my own grave now. And with that, she walked over to the stairs to make her way down to the beach. Izuku opted to stay where he was for a bit longer, mainly because he needed a moment to process, well, everything that just happened. And he wasn't even just talking about Ochako commenting on his abs. That memory. He remembered that day clearly. Yeah, it was one of the most important days of his life, but why did it feel like he was actually seeing the events? And why did it feel like it was through the eyes of someone else? That was weird. Hey! Izuku was snapped out of his thoughts as Ochako waved up at him from the sand. You coming down or what? Izuku shook his head to clear away the thoughts before going down to the beach. Now wasn't the time to get stuck in his head, his friend was waiting for him. So let me get this straight, Ochako began as they approached a more rocky area of the beach. The two had spent the past 30 minutes just talking. You thought you were quirkless? Izuku had told her how he spent most of his life without a quirk and lied about how he had just developed one recently. He didn't want to lie to Ochako, but he didn't exactly want to reveal the secret of one for all to her either. All Might had kept the quirk a secret for a reason, and Izuku wasn't about to just go tell anyone and everyone about it. Besides, he figured it was best to get a solid story down with someone anyways, that way he can use it at UA. Yeah. Turns out it's some kind of energy stockpile that's been building up my whole life. We think the reason I couldn't use any of it before is because my body wasn't ready to channel the power, so I had to be in the right condition to use it. Turns out my mentor's training the past 10 months was what I needed. Izuku explained. I'm, trying to figure out how to use more of it at once instead of just a little, but that's easier said than done. Man, I can't imagine going my whole life thinking I didn't have my quirk. Ochako hummed, I'm sure you'll figure it out. You seem like you got a big ol' wrinkly brain in that skull of yours. Izuku gave her a confused look and mumbled, Wrinkly? Well, we've only been friends for like 2 days, and even I can see that you're one smart cookie. Ochako let out a laugh. I mean, some of the stuff we talked about with regard to my quirk the other day flew over my head. Really? Izuku blinked as he thought back to that day. Yeah, I mean, you kinda started rambling at one point, but from what I did catch you said some things I didn't even really consider. My entire strategy during the exam was just float robots up, let gravity do the rest. Izuku cringed a little. Yeah, sorry, but that still just sounded like it was very inefficient. I mean, you mentioned that your quirk makes you sick if you overuse it or if you float something too heavy, so you must have been feeling awful after the exam. Was definitely getting there. Ochako poked her index fingers together nervously as she watched the waves crash to the shore. Izuku nodded as he also began watching the waves. Yeah, probably would have been better to pick up a big blunt object and use it as a weapon. Thanks for the tip, Ochako smirked at him. Next time I need a big blunt object, I'll just grab and use you next time. Please don't use me as a blunt weapon. We'll see, it depends on my options at that moment. The two stopped walking and took a seat in the sand. They sat in amicable silence for a few minutes, just enjoying their time together. Izuku glanced over and noticed that Ochako was rapidly tapping her foot up and down, her movement shifting the sand beneath her. He was about to ask if something was wrong when Ochako suddenly jumped to her feet, kicking sand up and causing Izuku to jump in fright. Arg! I'm pumped. She turned and pointed to Izuku, causing him to jump up and stand at attention. Izuku! Why yes ma'am. We're gonna fight. She pumped one of her fists in excitement, causing Izuku to frown. I mean, like I said over text, I'm not against sparring with you, but why? I don't really know. I just feel like I've got all this energy, you know? I gotta work some of it off. She punched her fist into the palm of her free hand with a grin, and Izuku sighed. Well, good thing they both seemed to have worn clothes they didn't mind getting dirty. He was immensely grateful that All Might had taught him how to properly spar with someone on the days the weather was too bad for cleaning the beach. It meant he, hopefully, wouldn't go overboard, especially since it seemed Ochako had very little practice actually fighting. All Might at least taught him the basics. You know how to fight, right? Yes, just in case. Just punch him in the face. Izuku internally sighed and shook his head. If we had some sparring gear? Sure, I'd be game for face shots. Let's stick to the torso, arms, and legs for points of contact. Nothing below the groin, no headshots, and light contact only, okay. Ochako tilted her head curiously, clearly confused. What does light contact mean? Basically not using your full force, you pull your punches and kicks to not cause serious harm to your sparring partner. He hummed. We'll use a point system. When you land a proper hit, meaning it wasn't blocked or redirected, you'll earn a point. First to 3 wins. Does that sound okay? Sounds good to me. She nodded. What about quirks? Izuku shook his head. I don't want to hurt you with mine. I can't regulate its output very well. I either go all out or I don't use it at all, he frowned. I was able to shatter the exam bots easily with it, and I really don't want to use that level of force in a friendly spar. Ochako once more nodded. Makes sense, and my quirk is kinda cheatin' anyway since all I gotta do is tap you once, like this. Ochako lunged forward the short distance between them to playfully tap Izuku with her hand to activate her quirk on him. The next thing she knew, however, she was somehow flipped through the air and on her back in the sand. She let out an oof on impact and lay there stunned, staring up at the sky. Izuku was in her peripheral stance, suggesting he had just thrown her, and he stared at her for a few seconds before a look of horror crossed his face. Oh, Ochako! He rushed over to her and helped her up, easily lifting her from under her arms onto her feet, brushing the sand off her back as best he can before backing away. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I just reacted, I swear. Ochako stared at him for a second and snorted. I tried to sneak attack you and you apologize for reactin'? You're such a good noodle, Izuku. She shook her head to get the sand out of her hair. How'd you even react that fast? That was a spur-of-the-moment thing for me. I didn't even know I was gonna do it until the second before I did it. I have no idea, Izuku said. He didn't think he could react that fast. Sure, his reaction time isn't bad, but it isn't that good either. The only reason he was on guard beforehand was because something in the back of his mind told him Ochako was about to try something, hiding her sinister intent behind her pretty smile. Pretty? Ochako stuttered out, her face turning red. Izuku had mumbled again, hadn't he? His face exploded into a crimson blush, and he waved his arms around frantically as he tried to recover. I mean you are pretty. I don't really know why I countered so fast. Ignore the pretty comment, please. He muttered that last part as he started twiddling his thumbs nervously. Ochako, still blushing, looked at him confused. You really expect a girl to ignore you calling her pretty? Izuku mumbled something under his breath, quiet enough that Ochako shouldn't have heard it, and let out an eep as he barely dodged a face full of sand. How the hell did you dodge that? Ochako grumbled before glaring at him. And what the hell do you mean other girls do? Who would ignore a cinnamon roll like you? Okay, seriously, how good is your hearing? Even my mom has trouble understanding me sometimes. Don't change the subject, mister. I'm not. But what was he supposed to say? He can't just tell Ochako that the only person who gave him the time of day only did so to make his life hell and… Izuku yelped as Ochako grabbed him by the collar and pulled him closer. Her eyes were alight with rage, and Izuku swore he could see a small flash of pink in them. Who's the beach? She growled. I promise I just want to talk to him. Wow, Izuku said. I am muttering a lot more than usual today. What? Names. Ochako hissed. Addresses, phone numbers, the whole 9 yards. Izuku sighed as he gently pried Ochako's hands from his collar. Man, she was intense. Look, you're making it seem like more of a big deal than it really is. It's fine, I promise. I'm about to go to UA, hopefully, so I'll get away from most of them. But Ochako began before Izuku firmly cut her off. Ochako, please, just drop it. Ochako sighed and kicked the sand with a whine. Fine. She crossed her arms and pouted. We're going to get machi though. What about our spar? I'm not in the mood anymore, you've killed it. She grinned at him to show that she was mainly joking. You're gonna pay for the machi to make up for judo flipping me into the sand. So we're just ignoring the fact I only did that because you tried to surprise attack me? Now come on, let's go. Machi is calling my name. I'm home. Izuku called out as he took off his shoes, a smile on his face. Welcome back, Izuku. How'd it go? Inko called from the kitchen, probably preparing dinner. Izuku's smile widened as he answered, Great. He made his way into the kitchen and continued. We went to Dagoba and then went to get some mochi and tea. Inko smiled at her son as she chopped some green onion. I'm glad you had such a good time, sweetie. She nodded over to the stove. Can you check the stove? I started some ramen and I don't want to ruin the noodles. Izuku nodded and made his way over to the stove, where a pot of boiling noodles was resting. He gave them a quick stir to confirm that they were done and quickly moved them off the heat. After doing that, he turned back to his mom. Do you still need help? Or can I get a quick shower in? She waved him off without a word and he grinned, thankful that she hadn't asked him further about his adventures with Ochako. He didn't think he could explain judo flipping his new friend into the sand. You did what? Izuku sighed through his nose as his mother started ripping into him about how she had raised him better and that he shouldn't manhandle ladies. He didn't get a chance to defend himself until much later, but even then his mom still pouted at him for being so rude. He really needed to work on his muttering. Ochako sighed as she relaxed into her seat. It would be a while before the train got to her stop, so all she could do was think. Thinking about how the day had gone, thinking about how weird it had been. Don't get her wrong, she had a blast, and Izuku was an absolute gem. She honestly hadn't expected to go to the entrance exam and make such a great friend during it. But she couldn't ignore the strange things that had happened during their time together, especially at Dagoba. Like how she had seen that weird flashback? Vision? Yeah, vision. Of Izuku standing atop a pile of trash screaming his heart out, while shirtless. That thought caused blood to rush to her cheeks as she remembered all the muscles that were apparently hidden under that loose clothing he wore. Hey, she was a teenage girl, sue her. But ignoring the fact she even had that vision in the first place, it was strange. The vision was in the third person, like she was watching him from her own two eyes or a camera. She vaguely remembered pulling out a strand of hair and saying, "Eat this." She shuddered. She sure hoped that wasn't the awakening of some weird FTSH. Moving on. She also pondered some of the things she had learned about Izuku. Some of the things he had definitely left unsaid that she had somehow heard or knew. It was all very confusing. Izuku said he must have been muttering, but Ochako knew he hadn't even been talking during most of those instances. Sure, he mumbled things every now and then, but mostly small little things, things that were barely even audible to her, but what she had heard the other times sounded almost crystal clear to her, almost as if they were said right in her ear. Maybe something with his quirk? He did say he only discovered it recently. Maybe there was some weird quirk bullshit with it not even he was aware of? It was a conundrum for later, one that Ochako would make sure to bug her friend about constantly, even if she had to do it at UA. More important than the fact that there were shenanigans afoot with regard to his muttering, was that her friend had been treated harshly his entire life, if what she had somehow learned was any indication. What girl wouldn't find the green-haired boy cute? He was absolutely adorable. And a gentleman. Judo flipping notwithstanding. Ochako felt her mood darken, as the other bit of info she had gleaned came to her mind. Who the hell would bully such a sweet guy? She hated that Izuku was so kind. He wanted to move past his bullies and go forward with his life. It was noble in a way, something his mom probably instilled in him at a young age, to turn the other cheek and all that. Ochako's mom had instilled in her at a young age the idea that friends are precious, and that revenge should be swift and painful. She came to a realization as she squeezed her armrest hard enough that it groaned under her hand. He had said most of them wouldn't be a problem once he got into UA. Not all. A Cheshire grin spread across Ochako's face, one that was horrifying enough to send the train's stewardess briskly walking down the compartment, instead of asking Ochako what she wanted to drink. If Izuku wouldn't tell her who the bullies or bully was that was daring to attend UA at the same time as her friend, well, Ochako would just have to find out on her own. Back an hour away, in a small apartment where two people were having dinner, a sudden chill filled the air. The boy shuddered in terror, while the mother hummed, thinking that she had left the air too low after their run. 2 weeks later. Are those bunny ears? Inko asked as she looked over Izuku's shoulder. What? Those? She pointed at the bunny ears on the sketch Izuku was making. No, they're supposed to be like All Might's hair. Oh, Inko nodded, narrowed her eyes at the sketch again and shrugged. They look like bunny ears, Han. Izuku looked back at the design he was drawing up for his hero costume and frowned. They do look like bunny ears. Inko patted him on the back with a chuckle. Don't worry, I think they're cute. Izuku crossed his arms and grumbled. Heroes aren't supposed to be cute, they're supposed to be fierce. And intimidating. And friendly and reassuring and… Okay, I get it, Mom. I'll keep the bunny ears. A small smile appeared on his face. If anything, Ochako will get a kick out of seeing them. Inko sighed. Why you haven't brought that girl over for dinner yet, I have no idea. Hey, I tried, Izuku said, but every time she says she can't stay, which I get, she lives over in Mie, so she'd be getting home late if she came over for dinner. All I hear are excuses not to introduce your girlfriend to your mother. She's not my girlfriend. Not yet. Mom. Izuku's face was bright red before he huffed and turned back to his notebook. Can we please just get back on track? You're the one who insisted I start making my costume design now. He sighed. I don't get why though. I mean, there's a chance I didn't even get into UA. Inko, however, shook her head. Izuku, I know you passed. You worked so hard this past year, and your quirk, which I still can't believe you have, is strong. If you somehow don't get in, then UA would be missing out on a great future hero. She smiled softly at her son, bringing him into a hug. It was at this moment Izuku realized just how much weight his mom seemed to have lost in just 2 weeks, which he honestly found odd. She wasn't doing any extreme exercises or anything, she barely even changed what she ate. Even then, she should not have lost so much weight so quickly. Izuku would have been worried about it if Inko wasn't feeling so healthy constantly. In the end, he decided to pay it no mind as long as his mom was okay. Thanks, Mom. Izuku leaned into his mother's embrace. It's like your father always said, prepare for the best, assume you succeed in all things, and even if you fail, stand up and succeed on the second try. The mood in the room grew a little melancholy at the mention of Izuku's father. It always did when Hisashi was brought up these days. Izuku glanced at the small shrine they had for his father. It sat by the entrance and was mainly just a photo of him and some incense as well as some candles, but they still made sure to keep it clean and lit every day. He'd be so proud of you, you know, Inko whispered quietly. Quirk or no quirk, hero or following his footsteps into office management, he would have supported you every step of the way. Inko squeezed Izuku tighter. And I'm going to make sure I do the same from now on. Thanks, Mom. Izuku wiped the stray tear that ran down his cheek. They sat silently for a while longer, Izuku looking at the sketch for his hero costume, while Inko played with her son's hair to calm herself down. After a minute, Izuku picked up the sketch and frowned. Mom. Yes, dear? Dad's favorite color was green, right? That's right, the same shade as our hair. Why? He was glad he hadn't bothered coloring in the sketch yet. He showed it to her with a smile. Well, I wanted to color this All Might's usual colors or something similar, but I already have an homage to him with the bunny ears. Inko giggled and Izuku continued, looking deep in thought. But I don't have an homage to my other hero, to Dad. So why not color the costume his favorite color? Izuku shrugged. Second option was a dragon symbol or something, but I don't breathe fire, so. Inko's laughter almost immediately turned into a choked sob as she hugged Izuku tighter. He would be honored. Don't cry. You're going to ruin my sketch. Izuku quickly shielded his notebook from the geyser named Inko Midoriya. It took a while to calm Inko down, but once she stopped crying and cleaned herself up, she spent a little more time with Izuku working on the sketch and finer details before stepping out of the house to grab the mail. Izuku meanwhile stayed in the living room looking over the sketch, nibbling on the end of the pencil he was using. Anything missing? He muttered around the pencil. Maybe some kind of padding like Recovery Girl suggested? Just anything to protect my knuckles and hands. Gloves, maybe gauntlets? Izuku felt his phone vibrate and checked it almost immediately. He knew that it was Ochako texting him before he even turned the screen on. She and All Might were the only people he even consistently texted. Was that sad? That was probably sad. Houston Smash. I got my results. You? No spoilers. Houston Smash. Jesus dies at the end of the Bible. You? First off, no he doesn't. Second off, I'll BRB. I think I hear my mom coming with my results. Houston Smash. He comes back though. Houston Smash. Sheet you type fast. Okay, fingers crossed. You, fingers crossed. He managed to barely put his phone back in his pocket before his mom slammed the front door open and ran into the living room. She looked excited but also nervous, and she was breathing heavily. Izuku. Your results. Izuku was on his feet in an instant. I knew it. They're here. Inko paused in slight confusion. How'd you know? Ochako got hers just now, Izuku explained with a grin as he took the envelope from Inko. She was gonna tell me if she got in, but I asked her to wait until I knew my results. I'm going to make dinner, why don't you go watch that and tell me how it goes? Izuku raised an eyebrow at her but nodded. You sure? We could watch it together. Inko shook her head. No, I'm a bundle of nerves right now, honey. I don't think I could watch it without fainting or crying or... Izuku smiled and patted his mom on the shoulder as he started walking to his room. Okay. Wish me luck. She gave him a shaky thumbs up as he entered his room and closed the door. Almost immediately Izuku's brave face crumpled and his nerves took over. Holy crap, what if I failed? He started pacing his room. What do I tell Ochako? Oh God, what do I tell Mom? What do I tell All Might? Izuku took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He tried to calm down. He tried to convince himself that he passed, but every attempt led to him somehow instead convincing himself that he failed miserably. But then a different line of thought went through his mind, multiple lines of thought, reminding him how he had worked hard to prepare for the exam. Memories flashed through his mind of him cleaning the beach, pushing himself even when his body begged him to stop. He remembered how he made short work of every robot he came across. He remembered how he had run in to save Ochako, and something told him that his deed didn't go unnoticed by Yue. He remembered his mom telling him how he was her hero. Maybe it was his ego, which was odd since he liked to think that he wasn't a very egotistical person, but something told him that it was impossible that he hadn't been accepted into Yue. Something told him he was perfect. Odd, it didn't feel like it was him thinking that. With another breath, he opened his eyes and moved to his desk. He set the letter down on it and took a seat. He stared at the letter as if it was infected with the plague, even though his heart of hearts told him not to worry. Let's just get this over with. With a burst of determination that he honestly didn't feel, Izuku quickly tore open the letter, ripping the envelope in half only for a small, round metal object to fall out onto his desk. He was about to start freaking out, worrying that he had ripped his acceptance, or denial, letter in half when the object on his desk lit up, making a projector screen that caused Izuku to jump back in his chair, almost falling out of it. Booyah! I am here as a projection. Jaya! Izuku held his fists up, prepared to fight before he realized he wasn't being attacked, immediately calming down a bit and looking up at the screen in confusion. All Might. Yes. It is I. All Might. Surprised. Well, yeah, kinda. Also, for clarification, this is obviously a recording. I'm not actually talking to you. Right. But enough about me. Let's talk about you. And your test results. You did well on your written exam, nothing to worry about there. It would firmly place you within general education if that's what you were aiming for. All Might grinned, pride showing on his face as he spoke. However, that was not your goal. You came for the hero course, and I am proud to say that you earned a whopping 40 villain points. Enough to get you into the hero course on a good day. Izuku felt tears start to well up in his eyes. Did he dare hope? Did he really do it? However, All Might continued with a chop of his hand, causing Izuku's hopes to die in a fire. That wasn't all that we measured. We have rescue points. Observe. As Izuku recovered from the emotional roller coaster he was being forced to ride against his will, the hologram began to play a montage of him helping out other examinees, ending with him rescuing Ochako from under the rubble. Your heroic spirit burns brightly, young man. Even if you hadn't gotten a single point, what kind of hero school would we be if we denied someone so undoubtedly heroic? Izuku swore he could almost feel the pride in All Might's voice as he spoke. For your efforts, we have awarded you 60 rescue points, placing you firmly within the hero course and making you the top scorer of this exam. What? Izuku's legs felt weak. When had he stood up? No, my boy, your ears do not deceive you. You have been placed first. There is no doubt about it, you have earned a seat in UA's Class 1A. All Might gestured to Izuku's first-place spot with pride and a smile etched onto his face, and though Izuku couldn't see anything different about All Might's smile than usual, he felt in his heart that it was one meant for him, not something that All Might put on when he was saving people. A smile born of pride for his student. This is your hero academia. All Might cheered before the holotape ended. Izuku managed to stand for a few more seconds before finally collapsing back into his chair. He simply stared at the empty space where the hologram once was, a look of disbelief on his face that wasn't leaving anytime soon. He was only barely broken out of his shock when his phone started to vibrate in a rhythm, meaning someone was trying to call him. He didn't stop staring at empty space as he grabbed his phone and answered without looking at the contact. Hello. His voice was distant. All right, mister. Ochako's excited voice came through. I've waited long enough for you to see that hologram. Tell me you got in. That I got in. Those words, coming out of Izuku's mouth, with his voice, he could almost believe it. I can't hear you, say it louder. Ochako cheered. I got in. Louder. I got in. Izuku's voice began leaking excitement and joy. Louder. I got in. Izuku felt a smile split his face. You got in. I got in. We got in. We got in. Let's efto. We did it. Izuku felt the tears streaming down his face. Scream it, baby. Izuku jumped from his chair and screamed, We did it. Izuku. Inko yelled from outside his room. He could hear how she was crying tears of joy. I'm so glad you got accepted, honey, but keep it down before we get a noise complaint. Sorry, Mom. Izuku blushed in embarrassment as he realized he had gotten carried away. Oops, Ochako's voice was a lot more calm, but still held her excitement. Did I get you in trouble? My bad. No, it's fine, Izuku quickly assured her as he sat back down. He paused for a moment. Did you just call me baby? Got a little too excited. Moving on. You can't just change the subject like that, Ochako. I can and I will. And with that, Ochako changed the subject. So, tell me what class you're in. Izuku furrowed his brow. Class? Alright. 1A. Izuku had to hold the phone away from his ear at the excited scream that came through the speakers. Same class. Same class. Same class. A thump could be heard followed by an oof, and Izuku's excitement quickly died as his concern for his friend replaced it. Are you okay? I'm fine. I fell off my bed. But that's not important right now. Some shuffling could be heard as Izuku heard Ochako get back up on her bed. More importantly, we have to celebrate. I have my train pass until I move down to Mizudafu. Izuku nodded, remembering that Ochako had told him that she was going to be moving closer to UA. Well, I'm down, but won't you be busy with moving? I guess, but that doesn't mean we can't try to make time. Oh, definitely. Maybe you can come over and meet my mom, then she can stop bothering me about introducing you. Izuku felt his friend's nervousness through the phone as she asked, Are you sure she wouldn't mind? He heard her shuffle on her bed a bit. I don't want to be a bother. Izuku laughed at that. If you like me, you'll love my mom. She's literally the nicest person I know. You're biased. I'm also right, she's been dying to meet you since I mentioned you, and I've had nothing but great things to say about you, so you have nothing to worry about. Well, if you say so. Izuku heard a voice in the background and Ochako replied to it before talking to him again. Gotta go. Turns out my excited yelling wasn't appreciated by some people and I gotta apologize. Oh, okay, we'll talk later? Totally. See ya. And with that, the call ended, returning Izuku to the silence of his room, except, Mom, I know you're right outside. Izuku turned in his chair to face the door right as Inko slowly opened it to poke her head inside. I wasn't listening, she tried to lie. Keyword being tried. Mom, Izuku crossed his arms, but the smile never left. Okay, I was listening, Inko admitted, but I'm so happy for you, Han. You did it. Izuku got up from his chair and soon found himself hugging his mother, tears running down his face. I did it. I actually did it. You're going to UA? You're going to be a hero, Inko cried into his shoulder. That caused the floodgates to open, and Izuku held his mother tightly as his tears flowed freely. I am, Mom, I'm going to be a hero. He let out a watery laugh and felt his mother pull back to look at him, but his eyes were closed as he rubbed them to clear away the tears. If he had been looking at her, he would have seen her teary eyes flash green for a split second, but ultimately that didn't matter at this moment. He had done it. He was going to be a hero. Katsuki Bakugo eagerly tore into his acceptance letter. The idea of it not being a letter of acceptance didn't even cross his mind. He didn't even flinch as a holo projector dropped out of it and quickly activated itself. All Might himself appeared on the screen, and Katsuki's grin turned into a terrifying smile as he gazed upon the number one hero. A position he was on his way to usurp. Booyah. I am here as a projection. Katsuki listened intently as All Might explained his score. He had aced the written exam, of course. There was never any doubt. Even All Might knew how pointless that written exam was as he quickly glossed over it to get to the good sheet. All Might congratulated him on earning the highest amount of combat points in the exam, again as if there was any doubt that he'd fail at crushing those FANG bots. All Might admonished him lightly for not getting any rescue points, whatever the F that meant, but it didn't matter to Katsuki, and it obviously didn't matter to UA because after All Might's admonishment, he congratulated Katsuki on second place in the entrance exam and for his entrance into UA proper. Second place? What? Katsuki slammed his hand on his desk and glared at the screen, his eyes catching the rankings he had previously ignored right as the disc turned off. His memory was phenomenal though. He caught the names of the top 10 easily, and the name that stood at the top immediately made Katsuki slam his fist into his desk and grind his teeth. Izuku Midoriya. Deku! He nearly screamed, causing the hag to bang on his door and tell him to quiet down. I was beaten by effing Deku? Toshinori stood in the sand, staring out at the waves as he waited for his successor to arrive. He had texted the young man the day prior after he was sure Izuku had received his acceptance letter and told him to meet Toshinori at Dagoba the next day early in the morning. As he enjoyed the scenery, admiring the hard work Izuku had put into cleaning the beach, Toshinori heard the sound of someone near sprinting down the stairs leading to the sand from the street. His smile grew just a little more as he turned around to greet the green-haired teen. Unfortunately, Izuku beat him to it and wasn't exactly subtle. All Might! Izuku yelled as he approached his mentor. A couple that was taking a walk on the nearby pier heard Izuku's shout in the silence of the early morning, which instantly got their attention when the number one hero's name was brought up. All Might's here. They started to look around. Toshinori felt himself cough up a bit of blood in panic as he quickly worked to keep his secret identity safe. All Might. Where? I'm a big fan. Izuku blinked in confusion before realization dawned on his face and he too began to panic. My bad. It wasn't him. Just a bird. Or a plane. I don't know, but there's no All Might. The couple took a moment to be dejected about not getting to meet the symbol of peace before perking up and continuing on their stroll. Toshinori and Izuku shared a sigh of relief before the former turned to his apprentice. Love the energy, kid, but you gotta rein it in a little, especially at the beach now. You gotta remember that people are gonna start showing up here now that it's been cleaned up. Toshinori chuckled before giving Izuku a proud smile. Wonder whose fault that is. Yeah. Wonder whose, Izuku chuckled while scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. He then pulled out his phone and pointed toward it. Got your message. You wanted to meet? Toshinori nodded before gesturing down the beach. Walk with me, my boy. The two began to make their way away from the pier, away towards where hopefully no one would be able to hear them as they discussed private matters. So, I understand you got first place. Oh, I wonder how you know that, Izuku grinned. It's almost as if you have insider knowledge. Izuku joked, earning a laugh from Toshinori. I have my sources, young Midoriya. But anyway, you know I did the acceptance letters, but there's something else I wanted to let you in on. Toshinori made sure to look at Izuku to see his reaction. I was there during the exam watching. Izuku nearly tripped over air as he turned to stare wide-eyed at Toshinori. Why, you were watching? In real time? Indeed, and I must say I was extremely impressed with what I saw. You took to one for all like a duck in water. Honestly, I was so proud I couldn't look away, nearly blew our cover with the other teachers, Toshinori laughed. And before you ask, no, I wasn't one of the judges who was responsible for scoring. Those were earned by you and you alone, having impressed an unbiased panel. Izuku stared for a bit longer before a wobbly smile made its way onto his face, tears threatening to once again fall from his eyes. But I still can't believe I did it. It feels so unreal. Well, believe it, young man, because it's real. Toshinori placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. I am so proud of you. You've come far from the scrawny fanboy I met almost a year ago, and you'll go even further beyond in the years to come. Izuku laughed and held up a fist. Plus ultra, right? Toshinori gave a wide smile as he too held up his fist. Plus ultra. They shared a fist bump and jolted back at the sudden shock between their hands as they connected. What the? Oh yeah, sorry. Izuku apologized as he rubbed his hand. That's been happening. I think one for all is the reason, not sure how. Maybe it's energy leaking out and causing static shocks. Toshinori stared blankly at Izuku, causing the young man to nervously shuffle in place. All might. Toshinori didn't respond. Though he heard Izuku, he couldn't see him. At that moment he was getting flashes of images that he didn't recognize. His boy on the beach with the girl he had saved. His boy and his mother, celebrating his achievement of getting into UA. What was this? He saw Izuku fighting during the exam from the boy's perspective. He saw his own invisible hands pushing him forward when he was feeling nervous. He had to talk to Izuku about this. Even if he couldn't see him at that moment. He opened his mouth to finally respond to his successor when a final image flashed into his mind. A man with white hair, whom Toshinori could have sworn he had seen before, holding a finger to his lips as if telling him to be quiet, to keep this secret for a while longer. Now isn't the time, he heard in his head, causing his eyes to widen. Was this one for all? All might. Izuku asked again, snapping Toshinori out of it. Are you all right? Huh. Toshinori shook his head. Oh, yes, I'm fine, young Midoriya. It's just early is all. He nervously chuckled as he tried to think of a way to change the subject. The perfect excuse came and he snapped his fingers. Oh yes. I forgot to mention. He put a thumb to his chest in pride. You're looking at the newest heroics teacher at UA. Wait, are you serious? Izuku's eyes bugged out. You're teaching heroics? Indeed. It was the reason I was so busy. Toshinori then had a look of horror on his face as if he was having war flashbacks. So much paperwork, but it was all worth it. I have my license, I have my training, and I'm ready to help usher in the next generation of fine heroes, yourself among them. I really can't believe it. Izuku's breath began to quicken as he got more excited. It's one thing to get into UA, but also All Might is going to be my teacher. I'm gonna pass out. Toshinori blinked. Say what? I'm gonna pass out, Izuku said again in a perfectly calm voice. Please don't. Too late, I'ma pass out. Young Midoriya, no. Bye Yagi. With that, Izuku fell face first into the sand, causing Toshinori to cough up blood before immediately jumping into action to turn his boy over. Young Midoriya. Young Midoriya. He began doing the only thing he could think of to get him to wake up. He started patting him on the cheek rapidly, like he had done nearly a year ago. While he waited for him to wake up, though, his mind immediately flashed to what Izuku had said just moments ago. I never told him my name. Is this One for All's doing? What is this? Sighing, and realizing that Izuku wasn't going to wake up anytime soon, he picked the boy up with a grunt and made his way to his truck. He might as well get the young man home. He put Izuku in the passenger seat and buckled him in, before getting into the driver's side and starting the truck. He paused for a moment, trying to remember where Izuku lived, when an address flashed through his mind. He glanced at the still sleeping boy in concern, but didn't question the shenanigans that was One for All any further. He instead decided to just drive. They arrived at the apartment complex Izuku lived in pretty quickly, the beach only being a few miles away. He parked and once more picked Izuku up, walking to where One for All was directing him, Izuku's apartment. This is such a strange experience, Toshinori thought as he walked. He was used to trusting his instincts in a fight. He even got flashes of something every so often when he was in a particularly tight spot. He swore he could even hear Nana's voice sometimes. But he never was directly told to do something or go somewhere by his quirk, not with such clarity anyway. He found himself in front of the Midoriya household pretty quickly and found himself at an impasse. He wasn't just going to leave Izuku laying outside hoping his mother would find him. That would be rude and most importantly bad for his successor's health. But he couldn't just knock on the door. What would happen if Inko came and saw some random man holding her so? Wait, how do I know that her name is Inko? Before he could wrap his head around that can of worms, the door in front of him slammed open, causing him to jump, jostle the sleeping Izuku, and spew blood all at once. Inko Midoriya glared up at him. Her eyes flashed to Izuku in concern for a moment, but they quickly returned to Toshinori, and he swore on his master's grave that he saw lightning flash through them. Not metaphorical lightning, but the energy that comprised One for All. Hello, All Might, she growled, causing him to turn white as a sheet. Come in, follow me to his room, put him in his bed, and then we'll talk about One for All. Oh, super crap. Toshinori was careful with handling Izuku as he made his way down the hallway that made up the entrance to the apartment. Easier said than done when he had Inko Midoriya staring at the back of his head, daring him to bump her son's head on the wall or stray object. Toshinori cleared his throat as he approached some doors. So which room is? He trailed off as he spotted the All Might-themed nameplate hanging from one of the doors. Well, of course. Okay, let me just dash. As he was about to shift Izuku in his arms so he could open the doorknob turned and the door popped open on its own. He blinked in surprise and turned to Inko to see her with her hand making a few movements. I've got the door, just put him on his bed and meet me in the living room, she said before taking a deep breath and walking off. Toshinori quickly did as he was told, his boy on the bed before turning to leave. He took a moment to glance around the room first, genuinely surprised by the amount of hero merch, and even the amount of All Might merch mixed in. He knew Izuku was a fan, but not to this degree. Wow, Mirai actually has some competition, he whispered to himself. He looked back to Izuku's sleeping form. Alright my boy, wish me luck and hope that your mother doesn't kill me. Steeling himself for whatever confrontation he was in for, he left the room, softly closing the door behind him, and made his way toward the living room. Upon entering, the first thing he noticed was Inko pacing the floor, wringing her hands as she took a few calming breaths. He could hear her whispering something to herself over and over, and Toshinori swore it was, All Mights in my home, All Mights in my home, All Mights in my home. Why does he look like a skeleton? Ahem. He cleared his throat to get her attention, snapping her out of it as she looked up and put her brave face back on. So, he started awkwardly. So, she continued as they stood across from each other. She gestured to the table and encouraged him to sit, which he did without complaint. The two stayed quiet for a moment while Inko worked to make some tea, most likely to calm her nerves. After a moment she placed the tea in front of him, her hands surprisingly not shaking, and she took her own teacup and silently sat across from him. The two sipped their tea awkwardly, waiting for one of them to break the silence and just say something. So you know about One for All? I know about One for All. The two started after the silence became too much to bear. Toshinori cleared his throat again. So I assume young Midoriya told you about it. He nodded his head to himself, accepting this. Though he personally would have liked to keep the truth of One for All a secret, the quirk was Izuku's now, and if the young man wanted to tell his mother the truth about his sudden quirk, then Toshinori had to respect it. Actually, he didn't, Inko replied matter-of-factly, making Toshinori's thought process grind to a halt. He didn't? No, Inko shook her head as she stared into her tea, and that's the weird part. I mean, I had a feeling his quirk didn't just randomly show up, but I didn't know exactly how he got it. Then not too long ago I had it feels weird saying this. I had a vision of some kind. Just like that, Toshinori's interest peaked. He leaned his arms on the table and gave Inko his full attention. Please, explain. What did you see? Well, she looked up as she tried to recall everything she had seen. It was like a bunch of images flashing in my mind, all so fast I'm surprised I caught all of it, much less any of it. I saw Izuku at the UA exam, I saw him with his new friend, and... She blinked before glaring at Toshinori. I saw that day on the beach. Eat this? Seriously? Toshinori at least had the decency to look embarrassed. In my defense. Inko crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. That I have no defense. Toshinori sighed. It was honestly not the best way, but it involved the least amount of injury and it was the only one that wasn't completely gross. Young Midoriya needed to ingest a bit of my DNA, that is how One for All is transferred. Least amount of injury? Inko questioned. My baby came home and felt like he was on fire. I could barely put my hand on him. Was that supposed to happen? Toshinori looked confused. I'm sorry, what? Izuku came home from the beach that morning acting like he was sick, Inko told him. He passed out in his bed the moment his head hit the pillow. He was out for a whole day. That isn't how the transfer of One for All is supposed to happen, at least that's not how it was for me or my master. It's supposed to be a painless process. Inko started to look more worried. It's not like some type of, I don't know, allergic reaction or something. Toshinori raised an eyebrow at her. Allergic reaction? Well, he was born quirkless, so it wasn't like his body was rejecting the quirk or something, was it? That would be a pretty valid theory if it wasn't for one thing. Toshinori sighed. I used to be quirkless too. You were? Her eyes widened. Toshinori hummed, rubbing his chin. Yes, so any effects Izuku went through should have manifested within me, but they never did. Then what happened to Izuku? Inko took a shuddering breath. Is it gonna happen again? I'm not sure. Toshinori figured it was best to be honest. Though he's handling the quirk well from what I've seen, a bit inefficient in the way he channels the power, but nothing a bit of training and refinement of technique can't fix. Regardless, I'll be sure to keep an eye out for any abnormalities. Clearly, there's more to One for All than even I knew about, despite having the quirk for a long time. Inko tapped her hand on the table. I don't suppose a side effect of One for All would be changing the people around the holder? I'm sorry? Toshinori blinked in confusion. What do you mean by change? My quirk has always been pretty weak, though Izuku always thought the world of it. Inko chuckled before growing serious once more. I could only pull small objects to myself, things about the size of a remote or a small toy back when Izuku was a small boy. Now though, she pointed a hand toward the couch and scrunched her face in concentration, the couch scraping across the floor as it tried to move to her command. She struggled with it for a few seconds before stopping with a sigh. That's not normal. Before my quirk wouldn't have even affected the couch, much less move it a few inches across the floor. Inko deadpanned as she turned a hand toward the kitchen counter, causing a cast iron pan to fly into her hand. A few weeks ago I wasn't even able to pull this towards me, but now I can do it with no problem. She put the pan down on the table, before reaching out back toward the living room, a handheld weight flew to her hand. And that's not even mentioning this. Watched, expecting something to happen. When nothing happened he said, what about it? Inko didn't break eye contact as she held the weight away from herself and let it drop. The next thing Toshinori knew, it was embedded into the floor as it broke through the wood. He quickly stuttered out, "I'll pay for the damage for that way you won't get in trouble with your landlord." Inko waved him off. "Don't bother, we own the building, but that's not important right now." She pointed at the dumbbell. "That thing weighs 100 pounds and I held it like it was nothing." Toshinori cleared his throat for what must have been the 100th time by now. "Well, it's nice that you take your health so seriously." "All Might, I've only been exercising with Izuku since after the entrance exam. I should not be able to hold that thing, let alone call it to myself. My Quirk's weight limit before this was barely even 5 pounds. His eyes widened. That's impossible. I'm not trying to brag, but I consider myself an expert on these kinds of things. I made Izuku's workout regimen for the past 10 months after all, and there's no way only a few weeks of working out should allow for that level of strength. Even if you were working out your Quirk, it still shouldn't have gotten so strong so quickly. Especially since I haven't been working out my Quirk." Inko rubbed her fingers along her temple. "I actually stopped using it completely for a bit because it suddenly got so strong I started breaking things when I pulled them to me so fast. I just started getting used to its new strength. That never happened to the people around me." Toshinori got up and made his way around the table. He crouched down and pulled the weight out of the floor with a grunt. He glanced at the number on the side of the weight. It read 100 and he frowned. He stood back up and carefully placed it on the table. Over 200 years and this Quirk still holds its secrets close to its chest. He turned to Inko. "Well, so far besides the odd illness, One for All hasn't had any other negative effects on Izuku. Like I said, I'll keep an eye out for anything wrong, and outside of a medical professional who knows about the Quirk, you'll be the first person to know." That seemed to mollify Inko for the moment, and the atmosphere in the apartment seemed to lift a bit. "Thank you, and I'm sorry if I came off as a little." Inko tried to think of the word. "Scary," Toshinori supplied. Inko scoffed. "I wasn't scary. Ma'am, if there's one thing I learned to fear in my life, it's the wrath of a mother." That I wasn't being scary, Inko grumbled as she looked away with her arms crossed. "I'm just worried about Izuku. As am I. He's a good kid, and he'll be an amazing hero, I just know it." That got Inko to smile at him once again, and internally Toshinori let out a sigh of relief. That was until Inko looked him up and down and frowned. "Do you eat enough?" Toshinori rubbed the back of his head with a laugh. "I don't eat much, I am missing half of my stomach after all." "That isn't an excuse," Inko stated as she stood and walked to the kitchen with a purpose. "I suppose some food couldn't hurt." Later that night after Izuku had woken up, All Might had been gone and instead his mother was waiting for him with food on the table. As they ate she told him what had happened, how a Mr. Yagi had dropped him off and explained that he had passed out. He wasn't sure what excuse All Might had given her as to why he had passed out, but Izuku was grateful nonetheless. He finished eating and had gotten a text from his mentor to meet back up on the beach for something important, which led to Izuku once more sprinting his way there. "So why are we at the beach again, Mr. Yagi?" Izuku looked up at his mentor, using his civilian name as they had discussed previously. Toshinori chuckled. "What, my boy? Don't want to spend some time with your dear old mentor?" Izuku sputtered and quickly waved his hands. No, that's not it. I just thought you'd be busy with UA and all that." Well, you'd be right, but as my successor you take priority over refining a few future lesson plans." Toshinori looked around the beach to make sure no one was around. It was rather late, so the chances of people seeing them would be small. It was perfect. "That being said, I wanted to talk about your utilization of your Quirk." Izuku frowned. "Am I doing something wrong? It didn't feel like I was during the exam." Toshinori waved a hand. "No, young man, as far as first times go your usage of the Quirk was excellent. However, I must be honest, it was rather inefficient." "Inefficient?" Izuku tilted his head, notebook already out and pencil ready to take down notes. "Was my form off? Was I hitting the robots in the wrong places? Was I punching too hard? Moving too much? Whoa. Toshinori laughed as he held his hands out in front of him. "Young Midoriya, none of that, and even then I don't expect you to be a pro combatant so soon, that'll take time. No, what I was referring to was the way you channeled the energy of your quirk. He held up a finger. Let me ask you something. When I buff up, as you put it once before, what parts of me are affected? Izuku nibbled on the end of his pencil as he thought about it. Well, your whole body, but I don't see what. His eyes widened as realization dawned on him. Oh my god. Did the realization click? Toshinori had a smirk on his face. Izuku closed his notebook and smacked himself in the face with it. Why didn't I think of that sooner? Toshinori let out a laugh that was so joyful it reminded Izuku of his signature heroic laugh. It's fine, my boy, that's why we're here. This is a basic technique that you ought to know now rather than later. He reached forward and grabbed the notebook, removing it from Izuku's face. Why don't you give it a shot? Izuku glanced around. No? Here. I see no one around, and if anyone shows up I'll take care of it. You know, quirk training is allowed when under the supervision of a counselor, and of course as long as you don't cause property damage or harm to anyone. Izuku stepped back and took a deep breath. He reached within himself and called on the energy of One for All and found it immediately, feeling as if it laid dormant just beneath his skin and waiting to be used, and by habit, he almost sent it straight to his arms. Instead, he stopped himself, took another deep breath, and coaxed the power to spread throughout his whole body. It was definitely an experience. It was warm, but not uncomfortably warm. He could feel the power coursing through his veins, power pulsing through his muscles in sync with his heartbeat. It felt really good. Whoa. His eyes widened as lightning crackled just over his skin, like when he used One for All before, but this time instead of his arms it was happening throughout his whole body, power so overwhelming it was as if it couldn't be contained within him and had to get out. His veins glowed for all of a second as the energy of the stockpile within him awakened, before settling back down. Amazing, Toshinori said in awe from where he was standing by Izuku's side. He could almost feel the energy, the shift in the air around the young man as he allowed a fraction of the power contained within him to slip to the surface. It was a breathtaking sight indeed. How are you feeling, my boy? Izuku gave a nervous, yet excited, smile. Weird but not bad. He held up his hands and watched the energy crackle along them, following the arcs of lightning as they danced all around his body, almost as if the power was coating him. Not bad at all. Toshinori had a proud smile on his face as he buffed up and said, I suppose it's time we gave it a test drive. Don't you? Ochako dreamed, though she didn't know that she was dreaming. She was currently standing in a classroom that she didn't know, looking at a group of boys she didn't recognize, who were throwing a notebook that wasn't hers. It confused her. As her body moved on instinct to try and get the notebook back, her hand reached out for it, but it wasn't her hand. She recognized that hand. It was one of a pair of soft, kind hands that she had high-fived and shook many times in the past few weeks. She glanced at the notebook, the letters foggy but just barely legible. Hero analysis for the future number property of Izuku Midoriya. Were these the BSTRDS that bullied Izuku? Why was she seeing this? Her confusion turned to anger as her brain started to process what they were saying to her friend. They were calling him useless, calling him a waste of space and a blight upon society. But he didn't react to those insults. They washed off him and by proxy her. All he cared about was the notebook, about getting it back before. A new voice entered Ochako's awareness, the notebook sailing. Away from the boys who had initiated the bullying into the arms of one who stood clouded by malice and hatred that made Izuku shudder. She couldn't make out any of their faces, and it was at that moment that she very much wished she could. She strained her ears to listen, to memorize the voice of the one who dared hurt her friend the way this one had so obviously done. She couldn't make out everything, and some of what was said was a repeat of what the others had said, but some of what she did hear caught her ear and lit her rage like a bonfire. Don't even try and get into UA. Wish for a quirk in the next life. Take a swan dive off the roof. Ochako cried as the boy she admired left the school dejected, beaten but thankfully not broken, and when she woke up in the morning to the sound of her cheap alarm clock blaring at her, reminding her that she had promised to join Izuku on a run before school, she growled and crushed it with her fist as awareness returned to her. As she got ready for her day, showering and brushing her teeth, She prayed that the BSRD who hurt Izuku had made it into UA. She was having distinctly unheroic thoughts about the whole thing. She packed her gym bag with her school clothes and put on her backpack, before hefting the gym bag onto her shoulders. With that out of the way, she moved outside to begin making her way to Izuku's apartment, where they would start their run, a routine the two of them have been doing together since she moved, and then shower, change, and eat breakfast made by Inko, what a saint, before heading to UA. She ignored the thought in the back of her head that reminded her that she shouldn't have been able to crush the alarm clock like it was nothing. She also ignored the voice telling her that revenge was very much not the Jedi way. Instead, she focused on seeing Izuku again and making sure her boy was aware that he had a friend. A friend who was perfectly willing to send people into the upper atmosphere for him. How are you able to run so much? Ochako whined as she trudged along, Izuku by her side walking slower so she could keep up as the two made the walk to UA from the train station. Oh come on, it wasn't that bad. Izuku laughed. That is a load of bullshit. She side-eyed him. If you're so unaffected, then maybe you should carry me, maybe you'll get an actual workout from it. Izuku scoffed. Please, you don't weigh anything. Oh yeah? Fine. Ochako stopped walking, letting Izuku get a few steps ahead of her. HM? Ochako, what dash? Just as he was about to turn to see if something was wrong, Ochako had run forward and threw herself onto his back, squishing his backpack and forcing him to use his arms to support her legs, completing the piggyback ride. Onward, chariot. Mush. She pointed forward with a grin, careful to hold onto his shoulders with a closed fist so she wouldn't accidentally float him. Did you just mush me? Izuku asked incredulously, though he was laughing, which caused Ochako to grin even more. Yes, Manus LV, I did mush. I go from a chariot to a Manus LV? What a demotion. Izuku grumbled but did as he was told, breaking out into a light jog. Ochako laughed joyously as he did so, her mood infectious as Izuku started laughing with her. Compared to carrying All Might on his back, this was nothing. They made their way to UA rather quickly after that, Izuku stopping at the gates to admire the building. He didn't think he'd ever get used to seeing it. Why'd we stop? Ochako rested her chin on his shoulder, her voice right in his ear making Izuku blush a little. I was just admiring the view. I can't believe I'm actually here. Ochako smiled at that. You deserve to be here after all your hard work. She then pouted. But you know, just because we're at the gate doesn't mean we're in class. Onward. I think you can walk from here. I can, but I won't. Forward, Menselv. I'm about to start a SLV revolt against the masters if you don't get off my back in 3 seconds. What happened to the shy but kind boy I met at the entrance exam? I bet he'd mush for me. He met a girl with the energy levels of a husky on caffeine that corrupted him with her personality and wit, now off. Izuku let go of her legs, and Ochako grumbled as she was forced to walk on the ground like a peasant. So, she said as they walked up to the entrance, any idea where the classroom is? It should be. Izuku trailed off as they stepped into the busy entryway, students rushing around in every direction. Somewhere. Ochako sighed dramatically, ladies and gentlemen, Izuku Midoriya's wrinkly brain. Hey, it's not like we were given a map or anything. The two playfully bickered like that for a while as they walked the halls of the school, before finally arriving at a large door labeled 1A. They looked at each other and grinned, fist-bumping before Izuku moved to open the door. The moment they did, though, the sound of an argument in progress turned their matching grins into a frown for Ochako and a much more strained smile for Izuku. Mainly because they both recognized one of the voices in the argument. Get your feet off that desk this instant. How shameful. How disrespectful. To sully a piece of sacred equipment in this institute of learning. One of the voices, that Izuku vaguely recognized from the briefing at the entrance exam, tried to order, only to be met by scorn from a voice Izuku recognized all too well and had hoped to not hear at UA this year, though he knew it was a futile hope. After all, he had used all of his life's good karma by meeting All Might and Ochako, so everything had to be balanced out somehow. Don't fucking tell me what to do, you extra. Where are you even from to try and order me around? Katsuki Bakugu scowled from his lounged position, waiting for the other person to speak. Well, I'm from Somei Junior High, but Katsuki's mocking laughter cut him off. Somei? That rich prep school? No wonder. You've got to stick up your butt? Excuse me? Izuku slowly closed the door, not noticing the way Ochako's eyes had zeroed in on Katsuki the moment he had spoken. We, must be at the wrong classroom, let's just… He started to back up only to squeak as the door opened and the glasses guy stared back at them. Ah, fellow students. My name is Tenya Ida. Are you perhaps also members of Class 1A? Ochako leaned over to Izuku as she kept her eyes on Katsuki, who was currently glaring balefully at her friend. I think this is the right classroom. Izuku cringed before saying, Eh. Wait, I know you, Tenya said when he saw Izuku. You're the one who was going to sabotage that one girl. He pointed accusingly at him, causing the class to look up and at the door in confusion. Izuku blushed while Ochako looked confused until Tenya pointed at her. And you're that one girl. Wait, sabotage? Ochako looked at Izuku and crossed her arms, a playful smirk on her face. You were gonna sabotage me? Izuku Midoriya, I thought I knew you. For the last time, Izuku frowned at Tenya. I wasn't trying to sabotage her, I was trying to give her some moral support. Before Tenya could respond, a loud bang caused everyone to flinch and turn back and look at the blonde who had gotten up and slammed his smoking hands into the desk, glaring at Izuku so hard he probably could have killed him if he had a laser eye quirk. The F? Are you doing here? Duh. But he was cut off as the sound of someone clearing their throat interrupted him. They turned back to the entrance, with Izuku and Ochako turning around to see a giant yellow caterpillar staring back at them. His face was bored and he was obviously wishing he was anywhere but where he was right now. If you came here to make friends, you've come to the wrong place, sit down and shut up. He waited for Izuku, Ochako, and Tenya to quickly find their seats before bouncing into the room behind the teacher's desk. He quickly shed his comfy caterpillar form and revealed himself to be a man in black with a white scarf. He blinked his tired eyes and sipped a jello pack before continuing. Welcome to, blah blah blah. I'm your homeroom teacher, call me Aizawa or Aizawa-sensei, I really don't care. Everyone raised an eyebrow at the scraggly man. He just seemed so done with everything. Inside your desks, there are some gym uniforms, down the hall are some changing rooms, put them on and meet me out on the track field. You have 10 minutes. With that the man wandered off, hands in his pockets. After a moment of silence, one of their new classmates finally spoke up, a pink girl with yellow horns. What the F just happened? No one could answer her, but they all quickly came to a realization. He said they had 10 minutes, he had specifically given them a time limit, which meant that they were most likely being graded. That sent everyone into panic mode. Izuku stepped out of the locker room and started to quickly make his way down the hall. He had been pretty quick while changing, so he had some time to spare before the unexpected time limit got anywhere close to 0. Just as he was heading for the doors leading to the field, an all too familiar hand grabbed him by the collar and slammed him into a nearby wall. He grunted at the impact and looked forward, ready to defend himself, only to freeze as his gaze met the red, rage-filled eyes of Katsuki Bakugu. Just like that, all the training with all might, all the increased self-esteem from hanging out with Ochako, disappeared and was replaced once again with the timid boy he had been for nearly 10 years. "Eichake kaken," he stuttered out, only to be pulled away and slammed into the wall again. "Shut the F up, Deku," Katsuki growled. "I thought I even told you I didn't want to see your sorry but at you." Ah, right? Katsuki had cornered Izuku one day during school after they had gotten their acceptance letters, demanding to know how Izuku had gotten into UA. Izuku said it was because he passed the exam, and Katsuki didn't exactly like that answer. That hadn't been a good day. It's not like I chose to be in the same class. Izuku strained to talk. Katsuki growled like a rabid animal and put more pressure on Izuku's chest. His saving grace came as more of their fellow students began to approach their position, causing Katsuki to ease up. "First and only warning, stay out of my way, you useless piece of shit," he growled out lowly. "Gentlemen." Tenya chopped his arm at them as he power-walked towards them. "What is the meaning of this?" Nothing, just a friendly chat. Katsuki let Izuku go and continued towards the exit and out to the field. Izuku released a sigh of relief as he leaned slightly against the wall. That delinquent, Tana shook his head. First disrespecting school property, and now roughhousing in the hallways? He's always been like that, don't worry. Izuku croaked out. Are you alright? Tanya asked in concern. Yeah, I'm fine. Izuku nodded as he pushed himself off the wall. He's just a bit too intense for me. Intense was one word for it, Tanya grumbled as he and Izuku made their way outside. The taller boy took that moment to say, I wanted to apologize for earlier, by the way. I may have jumped to conclusions about your intent, but I couldn't have been more wrong. How could someone who had obtained so many rescue points be so morally tainted as to sabotage his fellow hero hopefuls? It simply made no sense. Izuku blinked at him for a moment in confusion, causing Tenya to clarify. Our scores weren't exactly private. Our results were made known in the acceptance video when the scoreboard was shown at the end. He trailed off as Izuku became more and more panicked. Wait, everyone saw that? Izuku felt a spike of panic hit his heart, and Ochako looked away from her conversation with one of the girls she had gotten along with in the changing room to glance over. Izuku's way. Tenya just nodded silently, causing Izuku to groan as he moved to stand next to Ochako, who was looking at him in concern. If he hadn't been so freaked out, he would have noticed her rigid stance or the way her eyes looked him up and down for injuries that weren't there. She probably didn't even notice that she was doing it, but for some reason, the dream from that morning came back to her, and she felt her concern for Izuku's spike. She wanted to ask if he was okay, but for some reason in the back of her head, something whispered that that would be the wrong thing to ask, that Izuku wouldn't respond to that the way she wanted. So instead she asked, why do you look like someone ate all your mochi? And what took you so long? You're normally the first one changed after our runs. Oh, sorry, got held up, was all Izuku said, nervously scratching the back of his head, briefly looking away from her before forcing his eyes back to hers. Now, Ochako wasn't the smartest cookie in the bunch, she'd readily admit that. But that didn't mean she was stupid. Her family were a simple lot, they said what they meant and meant what they said. If Ochako said, Izuku, you're my best friend, then there were no ulterior motives to the statement. It was an objective fact that Izuku Midoriya was Ochako Uraraka's best friend. Her family didn't do well with deception, lying wasn't something that came easily to them. Ochako found out that Santa wasn't real at the age of 3 because of this intrinsic family trait. But spotting lies? That was an Uraraka specialty. Her parents always knew when she was hiding something, which was why they found out about Izuku exactly 2 hours after her impromptu hangout with him on Dagoba, just like she found out about Santa immediately after catching her father trying to sneak the presents under their tiny Christmas tree. So the moment Izuku told her that he got held up, while scratching at his head and looking away from her, briefly glancing toward the loud blonde kid in concern, she picked up on the lie immediately. She had been feeling an awful lot of animosity toward said blonde kid since she saw him. She didn't like how he looked at Izuku, she didn't like the way his voice sounded, and she didn't know why. But the brief look of concern and terror that flashed on Izuku's face as he lied to her was as good enough reason as any to loathe the boy. That problem would have to solve itself later, as their teacher came walking up to the lined-up students, bored look still plastered on his face, though this time he had a clipboard in hand, along with a whistle and stopwatch hanging off his scarf neck. He clicked the stopwatch as the last 2 students made their way to the line. He glanced at it briefly before looking up, bored. You all made it here on time, good for you. He let the stopwatch drop to his neck before continuing, Lesson 1 about being a hero, being late means people get killed, so don't be late. What? A straightforward lesson, the whole class thought as he pulled out a softball. We're going to have ourselves a little test, to set the standard you have to beat for the rest of the year. He continued, as bored as ever. Think of it like your regular fitness test in junior high, but this time you're actually allowed to use your quirks. We don't want our students hamstringing themselves after all. He turned to Izuku and threw the ball to him. Izuku let out a squeak as he barely caught it, causing Ochako to chuckle and their teacher to roll his eyes at him. You had the number 1 score on the entrance exam. He glared at the students to get them to shut up as they started whispering. Well, most of them, the blonde started growling. What was your furthest throw in middle school? Izuku nervously scuffed his feet against the ground. 41 meters. Ochako looked at her friend as he said that. He looked like he was waiting to be ridiculed for the score. Judging by the blonde's snickering, he probably was. Their teacher, however, nodded. An average score for most people. He nodded to the pitcher's mound. Try it with your quirk. Ochako had to physically restrain herself from running over to the blonde to throttle him when she heard him mumble. Wonder how shitty Deku's going to lie his way past this one. Instead, she watched, knowing her friend's actions would do the speaking for her. Izuku meanwhile took his place at the mound, holding the softball in his hands and trying to calm himself down. He took a deep breath and called upon One for All, using his new technique to coat his body in his quirk's energy like he had done on the beach that one night. Ochako felt the slight shift in the air, her and everyone else paying rapt attention. For some reason, deep in Ochako's heart she felt like this moment was important. Like she was standing on the cusp of something as her friend wreathed himself in lightning, looking like some kind of demigod straight out of an anime. However, she also had to admit that the way Izuku was using his quirk was notably different compared to how he had used it during the entrance exam. Before, his hands would glow red as if power was flowing through his blood. Now though, the slight glow of power was still there, however, it was a lot more subtle than it was before, but a more important detail than that was the fact that the lightning was everywhere rather than just his arms or legs. That's new. What the F dash? She heard the blonde a-hole say, but she ignored him for now. Izuku took his stance and got ready. Face set in determination, he threw the ball with all he had. With a crack boom, the ball went flying, sailing through the sky so fast it left large holes in the clouds. After a moment, Aizawa turned his stopwatch to the class, showing that it was more than a stopwatch, it was a measuring device as well, and it showed a very impressive score. 800 meters even, to be exact. Ochako felt her face light up as Izuku's eyes widened at his score. Like I said, hamstringing yourself by not being allowed to use your quirks in public to train is illogical, so make sure to give it your all. Most of the class started muttering amongst themselves, some of them exclaiming how awesome UA was and how much fun the test was going to be. Ochako may or may not have been one of them. The moment the words left the students' mouths though, the atmosphere changed, as if all joy had been SED out of the room as their teacher turned his red-lined eyes to them and mumbled out a quiet, "Fun? You think this will be fun?" Everyone shut up at that, and he continued, "Natural disasters, murderers, kidnappers, and terrorists? Are those fun too?" He scoffed. "Get that juvenile sheet out of your heads right now, this is the hero course." Then he grinned. "However, since you are all so determined to have fun, why don't I spice things up a little? Whoever gets the worst score on these tests is going home and won't be coming back. And before any of you complain about unfairness, I have full control over this class and its lessons. If I feel you are unfit to be here at any point, I can choose to get rid of you." That shut everyone up. Well, almost everyone. The blonde was growling so much that he was smoking, literally. Ochako eyed him wearily as the teacher turned to usher Izuku off the field and looked at his list to call the next student to the ball throw. The moment the teacher looked away, and the moment Izuku got relatively close to the line of students, the blonde kid struck, literally exploding out of line, full tilt toward Izuku, murder in his eyes. The teacher was quick, his eyes lighting up a startling red that seemed to stop the boy's explosive quirk in its track. He pulled on his scarf, causing it to shoot out toward the two, intent on stopping the conflict before it could even begin, but his trained eye knew that he wasn't going to be fast enough to prevent the blonde kid from decking the green one without moving. Luckily, someone else had moved before he did. Faster than she thought she was capable of, Ochako didn't even think. She just moved, and in a flash of speed she didn't know she had in her, she bodily tackled Katsuki to the ground so hard that she knocked the wind out of him. She placed her left arm down on top of his right, while she grabbed his right arm and twisted it behind his back. "Get the F off me, you effing extra." Katsuki growled while Ochako just squeezed his arm more, putting more pressure on his back. "Gah, why the F are you so strong?" Ochako ignored his question, instead saying, "Arm bars everywhere, beach." She saw Izuku flinch out of the corner of her eye, Though at that moment she didn't care, she just felt white-hot anger course through her at the mere thought that this bastard was going to hurt her friend. Take a swan dive off the roof echoed through her head again, and she growled. Izuku flinched like he had heard the words himself. Looked up to see her teacher looking down on her, his eyes still glowing red but his face more contemplative than angry or focused like it had been the moment Katsuki's charge started. He nodded to her. Nice hold. Good form. He paused. It's not an armbar though, he blinked. Right, let him up. She did so without complaint, getting off of him and moving back to the line. Once the boy was up and glaring at Izuku, the teacher spoke again. I don't have time for whatever petty bullshit this is. He gestured to Katsuki and Izuku. Get back in line and wait for your throw, and stop acting up, you're giving me dry eye. Izuku nodded and moved to stand next to Ochako while Katsuki took a moment longer before turning on his heel and marching back to the line, glaring at Izuku and Ochako the entire time. He stopped when the teacher called to him, using a student's name for the first time, surprising the whole class. And Bakugu. Katsuki turned to glare at the teacher who was glaring back just as hard. This isn't some school for delinquents, keep it in check. You're here to be a hero, act like it, or I'll send you home, is that clear? Katsuki growled out a quiet, yes sir, and continued his march back to the line. Aizawa nodded before gesturing to Ochako. Alphabetical order is for the weak. You impressed me with your quick intervention, let's see if that streak continues. And so their first day at UA began. The tests from that point on were pretty basic, all things considered. Of course, the highlight of it all was that the students were all allowed to use their quirks to help them achieve their highest scores. And since it was a bunch of fitness tests, it came as no surprise that Izuku, with the help of one for all boosting his physical abilities, excelled. Well, his run-in with Katsuki had shaken him somewhat, and he very much wasn't trying his hardest in the 100-meter dash. At least until Aizawa glared at him and told him to do it again and to try his hardest or he'd be expelled. Don't let anyone claim that Izuku didn't try his hardest in all things when a fire was lit under his butt. When he wasn't doing one of the activities though, he was watching his fellow students. He was fascinated by every single quirk he saw and the ways they were used. He also took great interest in the way Ochako used her quirk. Of course, there was her sending her softball to orbit, resulting in the unbeatable score of infinity, but there was also the long jump where she removed her gravity and threw herself over the sand pit, clearing it, and also panicking when she couldn't stop. Luckily Izuku had her covered and had jumped up to grab her before she floated too high. Speaking of Ochako, she honestly had expected herself to struggle with the fitness tests more than she did, but she was pleasantly surprised to note that other than breathing a little hard from the 100-meter dash, she wasn't particularly winded. Progress. And although the incident with Katsuki notwithstanding, the tests went great. They were all lined up, each member of the class in varying states of whereas Aizawa gestured to a small screen that had been brought out. Right, here are your scores, let's see who's going home. He didn't pause for dramatic effect or to torture the students like they thought he would. Instead he just clicked the remote and showed the scores. Momo, Izuku, Shuto, Katsuki, and Tenya were the top 5. With Momo's quirk giving her such an unfair advantage in the events that she wasn't even winded. Ochako was pleasantly surprised to find that she was number 6. At the very bottom of the list though, was Minoru Mineta, who let out an anguished wail. Aizawa nodded, unbothered by the young man's anguish. Well, pack your bags Mineta, you're going home. He let the comment hang in the air for a moment before continuing. Is what I would be saying, but you all actually have some potential. A surprise to be sure, but not an unwelcome one. That being said, you get to stay for now, K. This is FING bullshit. How the F did Deku get placed above me? 3 guesses as to who yelled that. Ochako rolled her eyes. Sounds like a skill issue to me. What the F did you just say? Katsuki marched out of line and glared at her, his quirk not activating as Aizawa lazily walked past, eyes glowing red. Sounds to me like you need to get good, kid, and try harder. Aizawa deadpanned. Remember what I said earlier, all of you get changed and back to the classroom, your syllabi will be on your desks waiting for you, grab them and get the hell out of my sight. Today was an orientation day anyway, so I'll see you tomorrow. They didn't have to be told twice as the class rushed to get changed and away from their most likely deranged teacher. In their rush, none of them really noticed the giant man in a horrendous yellow-striped suit watching from behind a tree. Phew! That was nerve-wracking, Ochako sighed as she walked with Izuku to the front entrance. Yeah, it was, but we made it through our first day. Izuku patted her on the back as they walked. Yeah, we did. Ochako trailed off, and Izuku picked up on it immediately. What's up? She looked up at him with a frown. Okay, be honest with me. What's Bakugu's deal with you? Izuku paled slightly. What do you mean? Come on, Izuku, I ain't blind. Ochako looked down at the ground. I know something's up. He has a murder nerve for you so big you could see it from the moon. I'm not asking for your whole life story or anything if you don't want to tell me it, but I just need to know if I need to kick his butt again to get him to leave you alone. Izuku sighed. I can't bribe you with machi to let the matter drop? Nope, not this time, mister. Ochako bumped him with her shoulder, a smile on her face as she said, though the machi would still be appreciated. How about we head to that one place we went to after the exam and we can talk? He cut himself off as he noticed Tenya rapidly approaching the two of them. There you two are. I must say I was impressed with your dedication during the tests. He turned to Izuku. Your quirk is quite remarkable, if a little simple, and you. He pointed to Ochako, causing her to squeak. I would love to compare grappling techniques. That hold you did on that blonde brute was a simple police hold, was it not? Ochako chuckled nervously, poking her fingers together. Well, my auntie is a police girl, so. Excellent. It's always good to learn from your elders. But I am being rude. He bowed. I am Tenya Ida, he introduced himself again. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. Would you perhaps like to accompany me to the train station? I must admit that I don't know this area nearly as well as I should. Tenya trailed off as he came up from his bow, causing Izuku and Ochako to chuckle. Sure. Where we're going is near the train station anyway, so we can walk, yeah? Ochako cheered while Izuku nodded. I'm Ochako Uraraka. By the way. Yeah, no problem. What do you think of our teacher? Izuku asked as the three started making their way off campus. Also, I'm Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you properly this time. The three talked as they made their way towards the station, seeing Tenya off before the duo made their way to the little place where they hung out the day of the entrance exam. Grabbing some snacks and drinks, they sat down at the same table, and Ochako patiently waited for Izuku to speak. The boy in question stared at his drink, conflicted and uncertain of how much to tell Ochako. Then, something in the back of his mind told him to look up, and he did, to meet the kind yet worried eyes of his friend, waiting for him to open up to her. And though Izuku wouldn't admit it, in that moment he just knew those eyes would be his weakness. Okay, he started. So, long story short is that I grew up with Kaken. Who? She tilted her head. Bakugu, Izuku clarified, sipping from his drink to calm his nerves. Oh, why would you give such a cutesy nickname to such a piece of shit? She gasped dramatically. Are you gay? Is he your abusive boyfriend? Even more reason to kick his sheet in. She grinned to show that she was joking. No judgment, but I'll still totally kick his butt for you though. Izuku shot tea out of his nose, coughing as he desperately reached for a napkin to clean himself up. After coughing he managed to start talking again. And no, I'm not gay. He squeaked. I called him that when I was little. I couldn't pronounce Katsuki right, so I called him Kaken. I see. Why is that even more sad? Probably because my best friend started hating me when we thought I'd be quirkless my whole life, and only got worse over time. Izuku didn't even realize he was talking when he said that. Anyways, he still hates me even now, so. Ochako sighed. Kids are cruel, Jack. Izuku snorted. Who's Jack? Dunno. Just heard the phrase a couple of times. Ochako shrugged. But yeah, sounds to me like a straight-up a-hole. I mean, who turns on their best friend just because he's quirkless? Especially when that guy turns out to be super awesome, no quirk needed. Izuku blushed at the compliment. Thanks, but I guess that wasn't enough for him. You know, Ochako leaned forward and whispered, I could throw him into the sun for ya. Somehow, Izuku knew she 100% meant that. And somehow, that thought warmed his heart when it should terrify him. Let's save solar immolation for at least plan C. What's plan B? I throw him into the ocean. He smiled when she let out a surprised guffaw at that. After all, that test showed that I can throw pretty far. Maybe I can chuck him in from here if I'm motivated enough. Ochako leaned forward across the table with a grin that Izuku, if he didn't know better, would have called stuck. And what would I have to do to motivate you? Izuku saw his chance. He had been taught by his father at a young age to always shoot his shot, to take every opportunity he saw when they presented themselves. With speed that Ochako didn't see coming, he shot his chopsticks out and grabbed the last mochi off the plate, eating it quickly before she could do anything. Giving me the last mochi is a good start. He deadpanned, hoping his face wasn't beet red as she stared at him with wide eyes. Izuku Midoriya. I am not sorry, he said as he got up to go buy more mochi. Yeah, that's right, you better go get more. You fucking mochi thief. Izuku just laughed as he did as she wished, glad that he had a friend like her. In fact, nowadays he couldn't imagine her not being there in his life. While he made his way to order Ochako's favorite mochi, along with a new order of boba for the two of them, he failed to notice his friend watching his back with her concerned but happy eyes. If he had, he would have noticed the flash of pink lightning that lingered in them. You aren't alone anymore. You won't ever be alone again. He blinked. He didn't know why he thought that, and why the thought had sounded like Ochako's voice. But as he turned to bring the mochi and drinks back to the table, he couldn't find it in himself to disagree with his stray thought. He had a feeling that it was correct. He'd never be alone again. Izuku was waiting in his room, hiding under his blanket, waiting for the perfect moment to call out. After a moment, he raised a hand to his mouth and shouted, "Someone save me." Why did he sound like Mom? The door opened with a thud, and a voice he vaguely recognized as his own when he was 3 years old announced his arrival. I am here. He felt himself get hit by something and looked up. Where was he? This wasn't his room. He looked around and found himself surrounded by thugs. Hadn't he just been playing a game? He stood on shaky legs and began looking for an escape route, his eyes flitting back and forth before he looked behind him at the young lady he had been protecting. I am here, don't worry, he whispered as he prepared to fight. You just don't know when to quit, do you? One of the thugs mocked. Izuku shook his head to clear the dizziness and held his fists up. I can do this all day. He dodged a blow from one of the thugs with razor fingers, slamming his fist into his face and sending him stumbling back and falling over. He then used that momentum to take down the other one, charging at him and carrying him into a nearby wall. That left the last one, who almost immediately used his quirk, targeting the lady he had been in front of. Steaming water burst from the guy's hands, and he moved without thinking, diving toward the woman to protect her with his body. He expected scalding pain to hit him. Instead, he heard the telltale sound of water hitting metal before a loud clang and a groan caused him to look up from where he was hugging the woman. Standing before him was some hero he had never seen before, her white cape flapping in the wind as she scoffed at the guy she had presumably knocked out. 3 against 1 with quirks, and you were still getting your buttes kicked. How did? Izuku asked in a voice he barely recognized. Was that all might? Trash can lid, the lady scoffed with a shrug. Blocked the water, and then slapped him with it, Captain America style. No. How did you know where we were? The lady gave another shrug. I don't know, luck, I guess. I was in the neighborhood. She looked at him curiously, but kid, protecting this lady took a lot of guts. She paused as Izuku helped said lady up, who thanked both of them profusely before running away. The lady hummed as she saw the proud smile on Izuku's face. Why'd you help her? Izuku blinked at her in confusion. Huh? Why'd you help that woman? It was 3-on-1. I assume that you didn't know her. I didn't see you use a quirk, so I'm assuming it doesn't exist. Izuku cut her off. I'm quirkless. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Quirkless? Then the odds were even more stacked against you, and still, you put yourself in harm's way for no reward. Why? Izuku responded quickly. She needed help, so I helped. I needed no reason to. The woman stepped to the side of the alley and leaned against the wall, crossing her arms as she kept her eyes on him. Everyone has a reason to stand and fight, even if the reason isn't materialistic. So what's your reason? Izuku sighed as he made his way to the opposite wall and allowed himself to sit on the ground, leaning against it, giving his legs a break. It's nothing. An impossible dream. The woman sat down too. Go ahead and tell me anyway, I'm curious. Really? Izuku raised an eyebrow at her. She scratched the back of her head. Well, I also need to wait for the police to get here to hand these thugs off. Ah, true. Izuku sighed. You want to be a symbol? A symbol? He nodded. Yeah, a symbol of peace and comfort. She adjusted her position and rested her head in her hand. Explain it to me. Izuku shook his head. It's dumb. Humor me. That I want people to see me and their worries to disappear. I want them to see me and feel like everything will be okay, that I'll help them and keep them safe. I want them to hear my name and smile. Like I said, it's Dash. What's your name, kid? Izuku looked up. Huh. Well, you got a name, right? If you want people to know your name, you have to have one. So what is it? Tashinori Yagi. Izuku shot up out of his bed, his body drenched in sweat and his head aching. He took in a few desperate gasps of air as awareness quickly returned to him. He quickly looked around his room before wiping his face with his sheets. What the hell? He muttered as his mother knocked on his door. Izuku? Honey? Are you awake? Inko asked. You need to hurry up and shower. Ochako will be here in 30 minutes for your run. Izuku glanced at his clock and whispered a quiet curse before jumping out of bed. Yeah, I'm up. I'm up. As he showered and then dressed to prepare for his run with Ochako, Izuku tried to make sense of the vivid dream he had just experienced. It all felt so fast and yet slow at the same time, and it was all so clear, so much information to process at once. It was sending him on the verge of a headache before dying down. It didn't help that his thoughts were running through his mind faster than Ingenium. He was himself, but he was also somehow someone else? How the hell did that make any sense? He groaned as he ran his hand down his face. He figured it would be better to ignore it all for the time being, especially if it was going to do nothing but frustrate him. Besides, it was a dream and not worth getting worked up over. You keep bouncing up and down any faster, and they'll have to stop the train, Izuku chuckled. Ochako bounced in her seat several times before turning to face him. I can't help it. I'm just so excited and pumped, you know? She raised a fist, and Izuku swore he saw stars in her eyes. Today is the first day we have an actual heroics class. She pointed at him with a playful frown. You, of all people, should be excited. The train stopped, and Ochako almost rushed out at top speed, only for Izuku to hold her back by her backpack before she ran into somebody. He realized then that the moment he'd let her go, she would almost do the same thing. He then figured it would be easier to lift her up via said backpack and carry her through the crowd until they were in a more open space. I am excited, I'm just better at containing said excitement, unlike some people, he said as he set her down. Screw you and your fucking busted but super strength quirk, Ochako muttered, blushing from the humiliation of being carried, one-handed, by her backpack like she was some kitten. I wasn't even using my quirk, but okay. Bull fucking sheet. Ochako pointed at him dramatically. Did you see any energy coming off me? But my mom always told me that most girls like being told they don't weigh that much, and you don't weigh that much. I don't understand your problem here. My problem is that you can effortlessly lift me without your quirk, with one hand. Ochako shook him by the shoulders a little. Are you even human? I curl 100 pounds as a warm-up now, so lifting what? Around 100 pounds? One-handed, it's nothing. What about the crap in my bag? She pointed at said backpack. Ochako, I ran through sand carrying heavy things for 10 months, including cars that people somehow managed to dump on that beach. I think picking you up easily shouldn't be surprising. Ochako stopped and stared at Izuku as if he was some sort of impossible being before shaking her head as she continued walking while muttering, My best friend is built differently, I guess. Izuku blinked before continuing to walk as well. Huh, my trainer said the same thing once. The two continued their walk briefly before Ochako started the conversation again. So, who do you think will be teaching heroics? It's Yue, so it has to be someone good, right? I just hope they're more relaxed than Aizawa. They both shivered at that. We've only had him one day, and he's already the scariest teacher we have. That's because he can just ruin our lives with a snap of his fingers, Izuku said before he could stop himself. Ochako let out a dramatic yell as she covered her ears. Why'd you say that? I didn't want to think about that. I'm sorry. It just came out. Anyway, I wouldn't worry. The heroics teacher is probably less threatening than Aizawa. Of course, Izuku knew precisely who their teacher would be, but he couldn't tell Ochako that. Oh well, if anything, it'll just mean he'll get to see her reaction when she finds out. Come on. The last one to the door pays for Machi. She yelled as Yue came into view, beginning to run towards the school. Getting there faster doesn't mean heroics class starts sooner, you know that, right? Izuku called after her. Can't hear you over the sound of you eating my dust. He sighed before mimicking his mom from that morning's breakfast. Oh Izuku, honey, she can have some machi, it won't cause any problems. Easy for you to say that when you don't have to keep her out of trouble, Mom, he grumbled, and then he gave chase. Ochako, wait up. He quickly caught up to her, and the two decided to run the rest of the way to Yue. Along the way, Izuku had to restrain himself from running any faster to keep pace with Ochako, but still noticed that she was running faster than he expected her to be capable of. He supposed the morning runs were paying off. They made it to class with about 10 minutes to spare. I won. Ochako cheered, panting at the door. Free machi. Darn. Izuku pretended to be devastated as he stopped at the door, hardly out of breath himself. Oh no, I have to buy machi for you now because I definitely wasn't buying it all before. What a blow to my wallet. The two chuckled as they each went to their seats. Izuku was about to go to his seat behind Katsuki when he noticed Tenya sitting there instead. He raised an eyebrow and was going to approach to ask why he was in his seat when Aizawa rolled out from behind his desk, inside his sleeping bag still. Ah, Midoriya, I moved your seat. Not complaining, but why? Aizawa glanced at Katsuki and then back to Izuku before raising an eyebrow. I'm not blind, kid, you two have issues, and I'm not dealing with that sheet. You're in front of that weird pixie girl you walked in with. You mean Ochako? Yeah, her. Aizawa shrugged, or at least Izuku thought he shrugged. He couldn't tell with the sleeping bag in the way. Enjoy your 10 minutes of peace, I'm going back to sleep. Class begins in 8 minutes. You interrupted my nap. Class begins after I've finished it, not when the bell rings. With that, Aizawa rolled back behind his desk. Ochako blinked. That I'm a pixie, what? You have the energy of a Pomeranian hooked up to an electric generator, so. I thought I was a husky. You digivolved. Izuku deadpanned. This feels like a downgrade. Ochako pointed across the classroom to Katsuki. I mean, I don't want to be related to that rabid Pomeranian over there. Izuku twitched a bit as he felt a murderous glare land on him before he looked away from Ochako and glanced across the classroom at Katsuki, who was staring daggers at him. He should have corrected Ochako. After all, Katsuki was... Well, okay, Katsuki was complicated, at least in Izuku's mind he was. Instead, though, he did something he probably wouldn't have done if he hadn't been under the influence of Ochako Uraraka for the past few weeks. He snarked back. At Katsuki's expense. Hey, don't be rude to the Pomeranians. It's not their fault he's related to them. Ochako grinned and giggled as she went to her seat, Izuku following quickly. The girl who sat in front of Izuku, Tsuyu if he remembered, let out a croak as she said, God damn, I just witnessed a murder. Or animal abuse, take your pick, Karo. The F, did you just say, Frogger? Katsuki slammed his palms on his desk, careful not to set off an explosion as he stood up, seemingly ready to fight. Aizawa, however, was having none of that as he groaned and sat up. Well, guess I'm awake now. He got out of his sleeping bag and popped his back before looking around the classroom, his eyes landing on Katsuki. Sit down, you break the desk you're buying it and Nizu will inflate the price to F with you. He glanced at Izuku, Ochako, and Tsu. I am already regretting putting you three in the same spot, and it's not even 5 minutes into the second day. He quickly read the room. Seeing that everyone had arrived early, he nodded in appreciation. You are all early, already taking the lesson from yesterday to heart, I see. Good job. He didn't give them time to preen at his compliment. Your timetables are in your desk, homeroom is only really 10 minutes long, and your first PRD and every PRD after being 50-minute classes. Your lunch PRD is 12:30 to 1:20, yada yada. He shrugged. These timetables are subject to change depending on what the school needs you to learn, so keep that in mind. He waited for the class to retrieve their timetable before continuing. Look those over, and then make sure you have everything you need for your classes. Other than that, you're free to do as you please. I'm going back to sleep. Is this going to just be my life now? Izuku thought as he glanced back at Ochako, who was probably thinking the same thing, though she smiled at him. He smiled back before turning back around to get what he needed from his bag. Well, at least it isn't full of bullying. He flinched when he heard a loud snap behind him and turned around to see that Ochako had accidentally broken a pencil in one of her hands. Oops, she said very innocently. Classes went by quickly, though Izuku enjoyed every second of his time in those classes. Learning from pro heroes in every class was a dream come true for the one for all inheritor, so he paid avid attention. But other than their teachers being all heroes, the classes were nothing out of the ordinary. It was still very much like a regular school, even the rush to head to the cafeteria for lunch. Along the way, Izuku somehow managed to get separated from Ochako. It may have had something to do with her running ahead, but if Izuku ever made that claim out loud, she would deny it and say he was just slow. Oh well, he'd just meet her at the cafeteria. However, that plan changed as he bumped into someone on the way there. Oh, I'm so sorry Dash, he began before cutting himself off as he saw who he had bumped into. Ah, young Midoriya, watch your step my boy. All Might in his skinny form, smiled down at him. Al Dash, Izuku covered his slip-up with a cough. I mean Mr. Yagi. What are you doing here? Why, I'm on my lunch break. Since I've found you, I wanted to know if you had a moment to chat. Oh, Izuku looked down the hall that led toward the lunch area. Ditching Ochako, even for All Might, didn't sit right with him, especially without telling her where he went. Almost as if sensing his inner turmoil, All Might added, this won't take up much of your time. Lunch is an essential meal, and I wouldn't want to take that away. That helped Izuku feel better about delaying his arrival, and it seemed All Might wanted to talk with him. All right then, I can spare a few minutes. Excellent. This way. All Might lead them to a nearby empty classroom since he wanted to avoid dragging Izuku too far from the cafeteria. This'll do. So, young Midoriya. He turned to face his successor. How has UA been treating you so far? It's been amazing. Izuku immediately began gushing over how he'd already met so many great pro heroes and how weird it was to be taught regular school subjects by them. He would have gone on for the rest of the lunch PRD if All Might hadn't stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. That's great to hear, my boy. Though I understand you have Aizawa as your homeroom teacher, correct? Oh yeah. Izuku scratched the back of his head as he frowned. He's definitely a character. Indeed, I've had a few encounters with him in the teacher's lounge, when he wasn't sleeping, that is. I swear he looks familiar, but I can't put my finger on where I've seen him. Izuku entered his thinking pose, which consisted of him bringing his index finger up to his mouth and lightly nibbling on the knuckle as he talked. Obviously he's a pro, but which one? Probably underground, and he really likes black. At first, I thought maybe Shadow Man, but he's been confirmed to dress rather properly, a gentleman of sorts, and Aizawa? Yeah, no. That, and the severe lack of anything squid-related. You know, I could just tell you, All Might offered. Izuku, however, waved him off. No, it's fine. I'll figure it out eventually. All Might nodded with a chuckle. Is there anything you want to ask me before I return you to your friends? Izuku was going to say no, that he was fine and that he didn't really need any advice or help right now, but then he paused as he thought of his strange dream earlier that morning. I mean, it's probably nothing but... He hesitated. What is it, young Midoriya? Oh, I had this weird dream last night. Izuku said. And yeah, I get that doesn't sound weird at first, but it didn't feel like a dream, which was the weird part. It all felt so real, like I was there, and I was myself, but also wasn't myself. All Might's eyes widened slightly in surprise. That definitely sounds odd, even for a dream. Yeah, I looked like me, I sounded like me, but I acted a little different, and I said someone else's name, though when I try to remember that part. He rubbed his foreheads. It just hurts. Izuku let the slight throbbing in his head settle down before asking, I know it probably sounds ridiculous, but you don't think this is Quirk-related, do you? He refrained from using the actual name of his quirk, just in case. Actually, maybe, All Might said, to Izuku's surprise. I admit, I too have experienced strange dreams and visions of sorts in the past, though they never lasted long, and the details were always very muddy. Though I have had a theory in the past. All Might paused as he went over to the door to the classroom and peeked out to make sure they didn't have anyone eavesdropping. He closed the door and returned to Izuku, whispering, my theory was, what if one for all stockpile ability stockpiled more than just power? What if it stored memories? Skills? Abilities? What if it pulls an Assassin's Creed dash? What? Retro video game, I suppose you wouldn't get it. Oh, wow. It's weird to think you once used to be a kid who played games. Thought I'm going to choose to ignore that in favor of getting back on track. All Might scratched his cheek nervously. What I was referring to was something in the game called the bleeding effect, where the main character had the abilities of his ancestors bleed into him as he experienced their memories. What took years for his ancestor to learn only took him days. Now, it's a rough comparison, but maybe something similar may happen with you. All Might huffed a laugh. Hell, it might have honestly happened to me now that I think about it. Izuku nervously chuckled and nodded, though, for some reason, he was getting the distinct feeling that All Might wasn't being entirely truthful with him, like he was leaving something out. He couldn't really place why he thought that, but he felt a tingle in the back of his mind that told him something wasn't right. It was a problem for later, and All Might seemed to agree as he rested his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Thoughts for later. Listen, my boy, heroics is next. This is what you've been waiting for, what this school is all about. All Might gave Izuku one of those smiles that showed how proud he was. You must focus, especially since we'll be diving into the deep end with this first class. This feels like cheating. You telling me this? Izuku smirked. All Might let out a boisterous laugh and patted Izuku on the shoulder, ushering him out the door. Well, it is. Which is why I won't tell you anything else. Just consider this a pep talk from mentor to student. Now, get on to lunch before young Uraraka hunts you down. You're right, she'll probably start lifting up tables soon to look for me, Izuku joked as he headed for the door but paused before he left. Wait, how would you know Ochako would hunt me down? My boy, I can see the friendship you two have. Even if I've rarely seen you two together with my own eyes, from the few times I have, I can tell you two, despite only knowing each other for a short time, are rather close. And that's good. It means you click together like two matching pieces. It's a bond like that you have to hold close and cherish. Because such a bond will only grow stronger. Having someone like that who can watch your back in this line of work and in life itself is important. We may be powerful, but we are not immortal. Izuku found himself in awe of All Might's wisdom, nodding enthusiastically while wishing he had one of his notebooks on him. All Might, however, was feeling both proud of himself for coming up with something so cool sounding on the fly while also feeling a bit melancholy because, well, he floundered when it came to making those cherished bonds. He could count the number of people he truly had let into his life and know his secrets on one hand. Izuku felt his awe subside a bit and felt a pang in his heart, though he didn't know why. All Might quickly shook his melancholy off and waved Izuku away. Off you go, my boy. We can talk more after school. Izuku let himself be ushered out of the classroom, and the two went their separate ways, with All Might giving Izuku a thumbs up and a quick good luck in heroics, before disappearing around a nearby corner. Izuku quickly found himself walking into the bustling cafeteria, his eyes scanning the tables before landing on where Ochako was waving at him. He walked toward her with a grin, expertly stepping over Katsuki's outstretched leg. He ignored the bomber's curses and sat beside Ochako, who pushed a bowl of katsudon before him with a grin. Izuku, the food is so good. And it's free. Did they have katsudon on the menu? Izuku asked, confused, though not displeased, as he opened his chopsticks. There is no menu. You just tell Lunch Rush what you want, and he makes it, then the robots we smashed during the exam come out and give it to us. Wait, you got to talk to Lunch Rush? Ochako raised an eyebrow. That's what you're focusing on? Did you get an autograph at least? Izuku pleaded, his eyes desperate. Ochako stared at him for a second, her face giving nothing away before she snorted and slid a piece of paper over to him. You're lucky I like you so much. He was going to sign your food, but I told him you'd never actually eat it if he did that. That I mean you're not wrong but dash. I mean, you would probably freeze the food to keep it from spoiling and preserve it or something as part of your collection, Ochako joked, but her smile faded when she noticed Izuku's nervous look. Izuku, would you actually do that? Duh. Answer the question, Izuku. Duh. Izuku, I swear dash. Oh look, here comes a Ida. Greetings. Do either of you mind if I sit with you? Tenya asked as he walked up to the duo's table. Yes. Izuku immediately said. Please join us. Change the subject. This conversation isn't over, Ochako said past the smile she put on. Izuku, with a matching smile, said, What conversation? There was no conversation. So Ida, how's everything going? He quickly said in hopes of avoiding being exposed. A croaking laugh caught the trio's attention as they turned and saw Ziyu walking up with her own tray. You two are something else, Karo. She sat next to Tenya without asking, though Tenya seemed to mind more than Ochako or Izuku did. It's not my fault that Izuku's a little sheet, Ochako muttered as she took a bite out of her own katsudon. Izuku raised an eyebrow, surprised that Ochako hadn't gone for something he'd usually see her eat, like udon or other soups, or rice with some meat, usually chicken. Maybe she just felt like trying something new. Uraraka. Tenya chopped, scandalized. That's not the type of language one should use as a prospective hero. Oh, it's not? Ochako asked, tilting her head, causing Izuku and Ziyu to snicker. Izuku's a very cute little sheet. Izuku choked on his food, but no one seemed to notice as he quickly scrambled for a drink of water. Much better. Tenya nodded before eating his. What the F dash? That worked. Ochako whispered. I may want people to speak properly and not use foul language, but I can't control everyone's tongues, and I wouldn't want to if I could, Tenya said after swallowing his food. Freedom of speech is important. Tsuyu nodded. That's surprisingly based of you, Ida. Based? Based on what, Azui? Call me Tsu, Karo. Tsuyu began to eat, but not before saying, You'll understand when you're older. But, we are the same age. Everyone chose to ignore him, with Ochako grinning. Well, if you insist on being called by a nickname, then I insist on being called Ochako. You extroverts and your rapid friendships. Izuku muttered around a piece of pork. Ochako and Tsuyu grinned and started chanting, One of us, one of us. Izuku sighed good-naturedly before nodding, I guess you can call me Izuku if you want. Tsuyu nodded happily before digging into her food, Tenya looking on in confusion as if all the social etiquette he had been taught was being discarded needlessly. Lunch went by quickly after that, with Izuku enjoying Ochako's antics and his two new friends' company. He really had two new friends, didn't he? He couldn't believe that his luck had changed so suddenly after only a year. As the bell rang and they made their way towards heroics, he felt his smile grow as he listened to Ochako and Tsuyu chat about their favorite desserts. Things were looking up. Hell, he was so high up on Cloud 9 that he even managed to ignore Katsuki's glare. Izuku, you gotta help. You gotta tell this heathen that mochi is way better than boring old jelly. Ochako interrupted his ruminating, and Izuku chuckled. Yeah, things were looking up. This is it. Ochako whisper shouted, reaching over her desk to hold Izuku's shoulders and shaking him lightly. This is what we've been waiting for. Do you mind not doing that? Izuku managed to say through the shaking slowly. Oops, sorry. Ochako ceased her actions but didn't remove her hands from Izuku. I'm just dying to get into it, you know? And we still don't know who our teacher's gonna be. You don't, Izuku thought to himself with a smirk. He tilted his head up and looked at Ochako upside down. If you're this excited now, I can only imagine your reaction if you saw your favorite hero. Ochako gasped. Meeting 13 would be a dream come true. Wait, could she be our hero's teacher? Izuku, don't give me false hope. I'm not. He quickly said. I didn't even suggest she was. She probably isn't. She's primarily rescue-focused, so as awesome as she isn't qualified to teach overall heroics. Damn it. Ochako pouted. Overall heroics, huh? Well, who would be the best at teaching that? Tsuyu turned in her seat to face the two. Well, obviously All Might, but let's be honest, the chances of UA getting someone as busy as him to teach us are slim, Karo. Ochako let out a laugh. Yeah, if it's All Might, then I'll start shaking Izuku again, much more violently. Might I add? At least get a guy's permission first, Izuku grumbled. Fine, I'll ask nicely before I shake your brain out of your skull. Thank you. Tsuyu tilted her head to the side and touched her chin. You two are rather close. Did you know each other before you? The two blinked at her before Izuku explained, technically no. We actually met at the entrance exam. She stopped me from face-planting, and I stopped her from getting squashed by the overkill, the 0-point robot. Yep. Ochako stood proudly. I was almost a pancake. Ochako, that's not something to be proud of. We could have died, Izuku deadpanned. But we didn't. Yeah, but we could have. Izuku groaned as he put his head in his hands. Yeah, but we didn't. And that's the important bit. You're right, but dash. Anyways, now we're battle buddies, and if anyone messes with us, we'll break their D-dash. Ochako! Izuku whipped his head back to look at her. Tsuyu croaked. And if that person doesn't have a D-dash? Don't encourage her. Then we'll break their PU. Let's not finish that sentence, please. Izuku squeaked, his face burning red. Hey, the strawberry look is back. Ochako cheered with a grin. You do kinda look like a strawberry Midoriya, Karo. Izuku somehow turned even more red. What is taking him so long? He whispered. Almost as if sensing it was the perfect time, a loud, boisterous laugh echoed through the halls and drowned out the chatter in the classroom. Haha. Oh, thank God. Izuku sighed before blinking and correcting his response, feigning surprise. Oh my God. The other students all turned towards the door, various comments of disbelief sounding around the classroom as they all instantly recognized the iconic laugh. Ochako's grip on Izuku's shoulders tightened, yet her pinkies remained up, probably due to muscle memory, which Izuku would have found interesting if all his attention wasn't elsewhere. Aizu, can I? Ochako whispered as she started shaking in excitement. One moment. Izuku held a finger up and began to brace himself. But dash. Not yet. I am coming through the door like a normal person. Suddenly the door was thrown open, and the giant form of All Might himself stood tall and proud, his form seemingly framed in a bright light. I am here. Izuku lowered his finger. Hey now. Awesome, Ochako nodded before she began to scream while violently shaking Izuku. I. The rest of the class quickly followed suit, cheers, and shouts of excitement mixing into a cacophony of noise that was sure to be heard throughout the entire school. All Might's laugh was full of joy as he marched into the room and took his place at the podium. Oh, it's so good to be back at UA and as a teacher of all things. The excitement started dying down as the symbol of peace began to speak, everyone giving him attention and respect. Well, almost everyone. Someone was still screaming while shaking her best. Friend. Why, I remember, EI. Young Uraraka? EI. All Might coughed into his fist. Would somebody mind? On it. Izuku took a deep breath before signing his death warrant. Machi is overrated. Wait. What? Ochako glared daggers at he who dared to speak such heresy. Izuku, you traitor, I oughta dash. Ahem. All Might cleared his throat rather loudly, cutting Ochako off and getting her attention. Are you with us now, young Uraraka? Ochako felt her cheeks heat up, and she nodded as she sat. Izuku momentarily turned around and said, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean it, please don't kill me. That I'll think about it, she said before they both refocused on the front of the room. Now that I have everyone's undivided attention, I would like to welcome you all to the highlight of the Heroics course, Heroic Foundations class. This is where you'll truly start your journey to becoming heroes. You'll be taught the basics of everything you'll need to know about being a protector of the people, a keeper of peace, a tool of justice. Whispers of excitement were heard from most of the students, but All Might's speech marched onward. First things first, you need to suit up. After all, what good is a hero without their gear? He lifted a remote towards the wall and pressed a button. A couple of compartments opened up to reveal numbered cases attached to racks that slid out. These cases are numbered based on your seating chart. Each one contains your hero costume, which you should have submitted the design for before the school year started. Grab your cases and go to the locker rooms, get your gear on, and meet me at Training Ground Beta. All Might's smile widened, and in the blink of an eye, he was at the door. Quickly, young ones, time is of the essence. He saluted before disappearing as if he just teleported away. Everyone scrambled for their cases, Izuku managing to muscle his way through the crowd and grabbing his and Ochako's cases. He turned quickly, spotting Ochako at the edge of the group, and tossed her case toward her general direction with a shout of, "Heads up!" She quickly removed her gravity and jumped up to intercept the case. Got it. She returned her gravity and headed for the door, Izuku not far behind her, as they rushed to their respective locker rooms. See you there, Ochako said as she rushed into the girls' locker room. Izuku himself was already inside and in the middle of changing when the other boys arrived. Ding, dude, Denki Kaminari nudged him as he passed by. You and Uraraka hauled butt. Yes, Tenya nodded as he went to his locker. I must admit your speed was quite impressive, though I must remind you there is no running in the halls. Ida, you ran too. I was power walking. You were the fifth one to get here. I was power walking very fast. Whatever, man. Izuku chuckled at the scene before going back to change, only to cringe as he was roughly shoved to the side by someone, pushing past him right when he was about to open his case to see his costume. He turned to see who it was before flinching at the glare he was met with. Can't wait to show everyone how FNG pathetic you are, Deku, Katsuki growled. And showing you up in front of All Might will be the cherry on top. He chuckled as he turned and walked away. Izuku watched him leave before turning back to his case. He moved to open it but paused when he realized his hand was shaking. Katsuki's taunt made Izuku realize something. This was his chance to prove that he belonged at UA. He had already proved that he deserved the opportunity with the sludge villain all those months ago, cleaning the beach and passing the exam. Now, he had to prove he deserved to stay. He had to demonstrate to his classmates and All Might himself that he wasn't just here because of dumb luck. He had to show them all the hard work he had put in. He had to fight to stay. He had to prove he still deserved one for all, and that him being chosen wasn't a mistake. Right? His frown softened into a smile as he opened the case and saw the dark green of his costume. Dad's favorite color? He quickly put on his costume, glad he had brainstormed ideas with his mom. The original idea had been a light green jumpsuit with no real protection built into the suit itself outside of a mouthguard that looked like All Might's smile. He called that Costume Alpha in his notes, and after a bit of revision, he finally landed on his finalized costume. Costume Beta. It was pretty simple, a dark green jumpsuit with shoulder armor, thick black leg and knee pads, and black elbow pads. His red boots were slip-resistant and light, allowing him to kick with one for all if he needed to, and he followed Recovery Girl's advice, getting gloves that protected his hands during rescue operations and fights, with the knuckles being padded for when he punched. The finishing touches had been the two homages to his mentor that he had left in, even if his mom thought they were silly, a thick metal mouthguard that emulated All Might's iconic smile, and two bunny ears, as his mother called them, to symbolize his iconic hairstyle. He didn't think he'd wear the hood unless he were interacting with kids, and as he looked at the completed suit in the mirror, he did think the mouth guard looked better as a neck guard, but the thought was still there. He'd honor the man who gave so much to him and allowed him to follow his dream. Speaking of which, it was best not to keep his mentor and class waiting. Not realizing he had activated his quirk, Izuku sped out of the locker room and toward ground beta at top speed. The remaining boys, that is to say, all of them, stared at the door as it slowly closed, barely avoiding being launched off its hinges. Did he run off using his quirk? Hanta asked. Tenya took a few deep breaths to avoid giving himself an aneurysm thinking about how fast Izuku was running down the halls. Toshinori stood at the entrance to ground beta, a mock city much like the ones from the entrance exam. He was currently in his small might form to conserve energy. He'll need every second he can scrape by for the class ahead. A noise from the tunnel leading into the site had him buffing up to keep his cover from being blown. He prepared to greet the first student to arrive, only for his smile to widen and his muscles to relax as he saw a blur of green energy quickly approaching him. All Might! Izuku shouted as he sprinted into the open. All Might laughed boisterously as he greeted the young man. Young Midoriya is here. He stretched his shoulders as steam started to emit from his body. My boy, I hope you don't mind if I relax a bit when it's just the two of us, he said as he deflated, his hero costume hanging on his much skinnier form. Oh, not at all. Izuku shook his head. You need to save your time after all. All Might chuckled. Indeed. He looked Izuku up and down. Nice costume, it suits you well. Though, he pointed at Izuku's hood. What's with the bunny ears? Izuku groaned. You too. What? They look like bunny ears. They're supposed to be your hair bangs. Oh. All Might slapped his forehead as he laughed towards the sky before coughing a bit. My boy, I'm sorry, but they don't look like my bangs at all. Izuku deflated before grumbling. It was supposed to be in homage to you. All Might's laughter slowly died down, and he placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Well, I appreciate the attempt. Thank you, young Midoriya. Heck, I did the same thing with my mentor. Izuku couldn't help but smile. It was enough for him to know his mentor appreciated it, even if others wouldn't get it off the bat. So, All Might continued, You ready? Izuku nodded. As I'll ever be. Good. All Might looked down the tunnel as he heard the rest of the class heading their way. This is it, my boy. He looked down at Izuku, giving him a thumbs up. Show them what you're made of. I will. As the noise of the other students drew closer, All Might flexed his muscles and buffed up into the form everyone else knew him as. Showtime. Once everyone arrived, All Might laughed boisterously. They say the clothes make the man, and ladies and gentlemen, I'd say they, whoever they are, were correct. You're all looking positively heroic. Izuku turned to look at his classmates, and his eyes lit up in excitement as he admired their outfits. He resisted the urge to pull out one of his notebooks and take notes. They were all so cool. Izuku twitched as he turned around, his eyes widening as he noticed his best friend. Her gaze lowered before she looked up from wherever she was staring and glanced away from him, her face red. Izuku, at the same time, quickly looked her up and down, noticing how her costume insulated her curves and other assets. Holy crap thighs! Izuku thought as he glanced away, not noticing that Ochako's face started heating up even. I like your costume, Ochako, Izuku muttered after a slight pause, his face still on fire. Ochako nodded again, though Izuku couldn't see that, what with his eyes glued to the wall of one of the buildings on the street. Not exactly what I submitted, but... She nervously rubbed her arm. I guess it's okay. Why, your costume looks cool too. Basic but nice. And I like the bunny ears. Izuku swore to every god that existed that he heard All Might snicker. Oh, come on. Izuku looked back at Ochako, momentarily forgetting her attire. They aren't bunny ears. Ochako finally could look him in the face as a smirk started forming on her own. They look like bunny ears. Hence, they are bunny ears. They aren't. Henceforth you shall be known as Darth Bugs. I don't think I'm allowed to use that name. Indeed, Disney owns the copyright for the word Darth, unfortunately. All Might interjected. Enough about that. It's time for you zygotes to learn what you will be doing in my class. A mock city like the one from the entrance exam, a suit of armor with the voice of Tenya said before raising his hand. Sir, am I to assume we'll be doing some sort of cityscape maneuvers? Not quite, young Ida. We'll get into the finer details of everything in a moment, but first, All Might reached behind his back and pulled a box out of nowhere. Everyone step forward and pull a marble out of the box. This lesson will be done in 10 teams of 2, so once you grab a marble, check it for a letter, and pair up with whoever has a matching one. We don't get to pick? Kyoka asked, voicing the concerns the rest of the class was probably feeling. All Might decided to turn this into a teachable moment as he addressed her. Nope, it'll be randomized. Any of you have an idea as to why? Izuku opened his mouth to answer but was beaten to the punch. Oh. It's because we might have to work with random heroes on the scene to work an emergency at a moment's notice. Ochako said, glancing at Izuku and seeing his raised eyebrow. What? You think I didn't listen when you rambled about that villain fight we came across on one of our jogs? All Might nodded with a thumbs up. Excellent answer, young Uraraka. He grinned. She is correct. For most of your hero career, you won't necessarily get to choose your partners during emergencies or villain attacks. Most of you will start off as sidekicks to already established pros, and they will use you where they think you will be most impactful. Even when you become full-fledged pros yourself, there will be times when you arrive at a building on fire and don't get to pick who your allies are. Everyone was silent at that, absorbing every word All Might said as if it were gospel, though Katsuki dared to scoff a bit. Not that anyone paid him any mind. Izuku beamed at his mentor. This time, he didn't hesitate. Reaching into one of his utility belt pockets, he pulled out a mini notebook and started scratching down everything he could. There he goes again. Ochako shook her head fondly. Now, back to business. All Might held the box forward. Step forth and find out who your partner will be. Izuku allowed some of the others to go first so he had time to finish his notes before putting his notebook away and taking his turn. As he stepped up to the giant of a man, he caught the shift in his smile and subtle nod. Izuku swore he could hear All Might tell him good luck, my boy. Even though the man's mouth didn't move at all. He reached into the box and pulled out a marble with the letter A on it. He noticed movement to his side and saw Ochako trying to sneak a peek at his marble. He looked at her and saw that she was also holding a marble with the letter A as well. Before either could celebrate, however, they were roughly pushed to the side as Katsuki marched past them with a grunted, out of the F&Y way. Someone really said in his cornflakes, didn't they? Ochako muttered as she and Izuku moved off to the side, though her grin returned. But look! She flashed the marble at him again. Battle buddies! It's destiny! Speaking of battles, I suppose now is a good time to tell you what you'll be doing, All Might said as the last students paired up. Today, you'll be going head-to-head with another team in a battle trial. The scenario, heroes versus villains. The class started letting out shouts of excitement at the promise of a fun first lesson. However, Tsuyu raised her hand and said, it's only the second day, All Might Sensei. Should we really be fighting each other already? A valid concern, young Azui. Allow me to put this into perspective. All of you are working to become the best heroes you could possibly be, and to do that, you'll need the best training possible. Now, I could just have you fight the basic robots like in the exam, or I could have you fight what you'll really be up against, thinking human beings who can improvise and adapt to you in real time. Oh, I get it. Denki slammed his fist into his open palm. It's like playing an online game versus a bot compared to actual players. That's stupid, Kyoka said, making Denki slightly deflate. And yet, still an accurate comparison. Well done, young Kaminari. All Might's praise raised Denki's spirits. He continued. But yes, while this is a step up from the robots, it's necessary for me to get a proper read on all of your skill levels and see where improvements will need to be made. So be sure to give it your all out there. All Might's demeanor turned serious for a moment. But remember, this is still a class exercise, so don't overdo things. I'll monitor every match, and if I feel things are going too far or you have stepped out of line, I will end it immediately and expect you to follow my orders. When I say it's over, it's over. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. The class said as one. Alright then. Everyone, pay attention to the hat. Everyone looked as All Might pulled out a stereotypical magician's hat. I am going to draw teams. Oh my god, All Might's a dork, Mina whispered, causing a few of the others in the class to snicker or giggle. Alright, Zygotes, the first match will be. All Might started digging through the hat and actually stuck his tongue out as if he was really focusing on pulling the correct teams out of the hat. When he felt 2 marbles in his hand, he pulled them out and put them in his palm before looking at them. After a moment he grinned. Teams A and D. Ochako cheered, and Izuku would have joined her if he hadn't suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He turned and glanced over his shoulder to see Katsuki Bakugo glaring at him with one of the most sinister smiles Izuku had seen on his face in a while. He turned back to face Ochako, who was talking about how they would crush the competition or something. Izuku wasn't listening as he swallowed his spit and exhaled to calm himself down. His mouth felt like it was full of ash. After the students were all given their opponents, All Might gave everyone the rundown of how the actual matches would work, with villains being given 15 minutes to set up while the heroes had 15 minutes to plan their attack. The win conditions were simple: knock out or capture the villains and touch the bomb for the heroes. Knock out or capture the heroes or defend the bomb until time runs out for the villains. The win conditions didn't matter to Izuku all that much. What mattered to him was that he was fighting Katsuki Bakugo. Here, All Might walked up to both teams and handed each of them earpieces. You'll use those to communicate with your teammate. I'll also be able to speak to you directly if necessary. He then turned to the rest of the class. Alright, the 2 teams will head to the building we'll use for this exercise. The rest of you will come with me to the observation room. All Might proceeded to lead them away, leaving teams A and B to get ready. As Izuku and Ochako walked to their waiting area, he ignored her concerned looks and pokes. Instead, he focused on his feelings and how he would handle his childhood friend turned tormentor. He couldn't tell if he was excited or scared. Katsuki couldn't believe his luck. He ignored glasses as he started rambling about boring shit like teamwork and plans. He only had one plan, and that was to FNG destroy Deku. If he could get a double kill and wreck that beach that followed him around, then even better. He clenched his fists. He had already checked over his gear and made sure it was all in working order. Now he just had to field test it, preferably by making Deku a pink smear in the concrete. Sadly, glasses had to go and interrupt his thought process. Are you even listening to me? Izuku and Ochako are for me. Izuku! Katsuki sneered. Ochako? What is this, a fucking book club? Are you gonna paint each other's nails and fucking sing some girly but songs? They insisted I call them by their given names. Glasses tried to justify it. Yeah, and Deku insisted he was fucking quirkless for 14 years, and now he's here, Katsuki growled. I don't care if you think someone like Deku is strong, you just haven't seen real strength yet. And Deku? He's still the weak, useless bastard he always was. All Might's voice came over their earpieces. 1 minute left. Katsuki cracked his neck before heading for the door. Give me 5 minutes and I'll show you, he smiled. If that shitty pink beach makes it past me, you can have it, her, but that's a big if. Just stay out of my way. Bakugo! Tenya tried to call out to his teammate, but All Might interrupted. Begin. Katsuki rocketed out of the room, blowing the door open with his quirk as he did so. Tenya could do nothing but sigh in exacerbation and watch. I don't like his attitude. Not at all. 5 minutes earlier with the hero team. Ochako sat on the hood of one of the cars out on the street as she looked over the floor plan for the building they would be raiding. I don't know why I expected anything elaborate. This is just a normal building layout, she said. There's even bathrooms. Izuku was still in a bit of a daze, but he managed to hum out a response. I keep forgetting that your parents work in construction. Yeah, I guess all the things I picked up are gonna be handy for hero work, huh? Sounds like it. Was Izuku's non-committal response that caused Ochako to pout. Okay, what's eating you, sunshine? It's nothing. Was Izuku's poorly veiled lie. Don't pull that bullshit with me, I've known you for like almost a month now. She narrowed her eyes. Is it Triple B? Izuku blinked before turning to her. Triple what? Triple B. You know, Beach Boy Bakugo. Her answer caused Izuku to snort, and she pumped her fist into the air. I made him laugh. Victory for Ochako. Izuku sighed and pinched his nose, shaking his head. However, he couldn't quite get the smile off his face. Let's just come up with a plan? Katsuki will come after me, I know that for a fact. Do you think you can handle Tenya? I could always send Beach Boy into low Earth orbit, you know that, right? Izuku shook his head. No, I need to do this. Is this a masculine thing I'm too female to understand? No, he was just my childhood bully for the past decade, he wanted to say but couldn't bring himself to. His courage failed him. He knew she wouldn't judge him, but he couldn't just break years of conditioning. Izuku flinched as the sound of metal crunching caught his attention. He looked over to see that Ochako had somehow managed to squeeze the hood of the car with her hands enough to crush part of it under her hand. You aren't giving me less motivation to send him into the sun, Ochako growled out. I know for a fact I wasn't muttering when I said that, Izuku muttered, though All Might's 1-minute warning prevented him from touching that subject with her. Okay, look, I'll just distract him if anything while you find out where the bomb is. We both can't waste time trying to deal with him. Ochako didn't like it but nodded. She knew Izuku was right. All right, fine, but just remember what I said in the classroom. Izuku raked his brain as he tried to remember which thing Ochako was talking about. Izuku, she said as she placed her hand on his shoulder. She raised her other hand and clenched it into a fist, raising it to her chest. He messed with you for 10 years. Break his D-. Oh my god, Izuku muttered as he sighed. Nobody F's with the battle buddies. She yelled, raising her fist to the sky. She gasped as she thought about something. Say, do you think he fights worse when he's mad? Izuku raised an eyebrow. He gets a bit more reckless with his explosions and tends to not really care where he's aiming when he's mad. Why? Remember those Adam West films we watched? Her smile was so evil Izuku couldn't help but feel drawn in by it and replicate it himself. The one with the shark repellent? The very same, my good chum. She gave a devilish laugh. Let's F with him a little. You know, normally I would be against this. But this ain't a normal situation. No, it isn't. All Might's voice was then heard in their earpieces. Begin. Let's do it. Ochako exclaimed in what Izuku assumed was a bad Scottish accent as she jumped off the car's hood and began sprinting full tilt toward the building. Izuku shook his head fondly and ran after her, intent on making sure he got to Katsuki before she did. He didn't know if it was for Katsuki's safety or Ochako's at this point. Izuku! Door! Ochako dodged out of the way as Izuku rolled his eyes, though he instinctively knew what she wanted him to do. He crossed his arms in front of him and let one for all flow through his body as he made contact with the closed door, shattering it and the wall around it for a heroic entrance. Ochako's cheer behind him made him smile as he lowered his arms and let his arms fall to his sides. We're here to F-sheet up. Ochako threw out a punch as she announced their entrance. That there's no one here, Izuku said. Damn it. Moment ruined. Ochako whined. I'm sure the rest of the class enjoyed watching that. However, the moment was further ruined by heavy footsteps sounding throughout the building as Katsuki appeared in the front lobby stairway. Found you 2 sheetheads. Straight for the front door? That's stupid even for you, Deku. Egad. Green Bean. One of the dastardly villains we were warned about has appeared. Ochako shouted in mock alarm, putting on what Izuku assumed was her approximation of the positively ancient transatlantic accent. She pointed at Katsuki. Holy ravioli, Green Bean. That must be one of the foul villains we were sent to apprehend. Explodo Beach. The F, did you just call me? Izuku didn't have time for any of this as he stepped in front of Ochako and flexed his hands. He decided to run with the insanity Ochako was spitting out. You're correct, Pink Justice. We must stop his PMS rampage before it grows out of control. Ochako laughed, and Izuku could swear his life flashed before his eyes as Katsuki jumped from the stairwell with an explosive leap. "Oh!" he sneered, "Deku's got jokes now?" "He also has hands," Ochako pointed at Katsuki once more. "And he's more than ready to throw them with you, you sorry excuse of a best friend." "I was never this fucker's friend." Izuku ignored the sting that comment caused. "We've wasted enough time, go after the bomb," he growled out. "We can't both be tied up dealing with him, we only have 15 minutes, and we can't waste all of it on him." He didn't take his eyes off Katsuki as he told her what to do, just in case his former friend decided to attack both of them. Though he doubted it, Katsuki was only there for him after all. Ochako puffed out her cheeks at him and scowled at Katsuki before sighing. "Fine, you're right, but make sure to hit him good for me." With that, she ran off, not before giving Katsuki the bird, which he didn't even acknowledge. "Fine, you want to play Deku? First, I'll deal with you, and then I'll go make sure that little slut can't run her mouth off anymore." Katsuki popped a few explosions in his hands as he prepared to lunge. He was expecting Izuku to cower like he always did but was surprised when he didn't. Instead, Izuku muttered in a low growl, "What did you just call her?" Katsuki grinned. Fear was great, but demoralization was even better, so he said, "Oh? I called her a little slut. What are you going to do about?" That was as far as he got before his face met a one-for-all empowered fist, sending him crashing through the receptionist's desk. "Talk sheet, get hit." Izuku wasn't exactly sure what compelled him to say that, but he didn't regret it one bit as he opened and closed his hands. It was incredibly unheroic, and he knew his mother and All Might would probably be appalled, but Izuku couldn't lie to himself. That felt good. "Come on, Kaken." Izuku said, "That wasn't even 1% of my power. I know for a fact you aren't knocked out. Get out here so you can put me in my place." Izuku mocked. He didn't know where the sudden confidence and anger, especially the anger, were coming from, but he was going to roll with it. Katsuki exploded out of the rubble with a roar and tried to hit Izuku with a right hook, which Izuku blocked before kneeing him in the stomach with another one-for-all infused attack, sending the other boys sliding away from him. Katsuki held his stomach and winced, though he quickly recovered. Izuku wasn't lying about holding back. He didn't know what his current percentage of one-for-all would do to someone who wasn't All Might. He may be angry at Katsuki, but he didn't want to seriously injure him. Katsuki, however, didn't have such weaknesses. "I'm going to break you in half." Katsuki screamed as he brought his arms forward and let loose one of his bigger explosions, which prompted Izuku to try and leap out of the way. The shockwave sent Izuku flying into a nearby wall, knocking the wind out of him and sending him into a coughing fit. "Okay, that hurt," Izuku groaned as he tried to stand, but Katsuki wasn't giving him the chance as the explosive teen rushed him, aiming a grab for his throat. Izuku luckily managed to scramble out of the way in time, causing Katsuki to miss and slam his exploding palm through the concrete wall. Izuku didn't have time to process the fact that the palm was aimed at his throat. Instead, he hit Katsuki in the back with a roundhouse kick, causing him to complete his transition into a wall person and tactically giving Izuku enough time to retreat up the stairs. "I hope Ochako is having a much better time than I am," Izuku thought as Katuki's enraged scream followed him up the stairway. Ochako kept to the shadows as she tried to sneak around Tenya, who was busy practicing his evil villain speech since he obviously had nothing better to do. She sighed internally. "Why the hell did I get stuck with the ham? That's rich, coming from you." "Shut up, imaginary Izuku. Now's not the time for your backtalk," she muttered and quickly let out a squeak as Tenya immediately noticed her. She must have been louder than she thought. "What's this? Do my ears deceive me? I believe I have heard one of those vile do-gooders." "Who the F says do-gooders?" Ochako shouted as she dove out of her cover and faced her would-be foe. "Who says, holy ravioli? I'm going to ignore that," she whispered to herself. "Have you come to stop me, hero? Well, you're too late. The weapon is armed, and soon this city will be nothing more than a crater." Mwahaha. Tenya gave his best villainous laugh. Ochako crossed her arms and pet her hip. "Wouldn't you die when the bomb goes off? Not a very well thought out plan, is it? It's called suicide bombing." Oh, Ochako's eyes widened. Wow, this got dark real quick. But you're right. Tenya put his hand to the chin of his helmet. That may have been a tad too far, apologies. Let me kick your butt and touch the bomb and we'll call it even? She asked hopefully. No. Motherfucker. Enough talk. Have it thee. Tenya posed before sprinting toward her full bore, his engines emitting flames. If this were any other universe, Ochako would have tried to dodge and use the objects in the room as well as her gravity quirk to give herself whatever advantage she could get. This, however, was not any other universe, it was this universe, and in this universe, Ochako was irritated, worried about her best friend, and wanted to hit something or someone really, really hard. It was just unfortunate for Tenya that he was the closest punchable thing. As he stretched his arms out to tackle her, Ochako crouched slightly before lunging forward and bringing her leg up. She kicked forward with all her strength and nailed Tenya right in his armored chest. The force of her kick was enough to stop him dead in his tracks and even launch him back a few feet. Ochako landed on her feet with a bit of a stumble. Whoa, didn't know I could kick that hard, she muttered. Tenya rubbed his chest, thankful that he had his armor, though he flinched when he noticed it was already dented. Just how hard did she kick me? He thought. He was honestly surprised. His quirk didn't just increase his running speed, his reaction time was top-notch to compensate for it, but Ochako had moved fast enough that even he was caught off guard. Congratulations, hero. You've managed to land a hit on me, but that will be the only one you get. Ochako was about to respond when the entire building shook, and she had to brace to prevent herself from falling, Tenya doing the same. What the hell are those two doing? She shouted. I really hope they aren't damaging any of the load-bearing walls, she muttered. Worry about yourself. Hero. Tenya blitzed her again, and Ochako had to scramble to dodge his oncoming strike in time. She really hoped Izuku was okay. The door flew off its hinges as Izuku blitzed his way into the hallway, the ball of fire and anger known as Katsuki hot on his trail. The two jumped around the hallway, Izuku dodging explosions and Katsuki barely blasting himself out of the way of enhanced punches. When he narrowly dodged one of these punches, Izuku's fist whizzing past his face, he lifted his hand and let off an explosion that sent Izuku flying down the hall. Izuku recovered and started running again, causing Katsuki to growl in frustration. You've been mocking me this whole time, haven't you, Deku? Katsuki yelled as he chased after the one-for-all inheritor. Hiding this quirk, pretending to be some weak nobody, all to swoop in and steal my origin story? What the hell are you even talking about? Izuku shouted back, skidding to a halt and turning to face his opponent. He quickly raised a fist to try and punch Katsuki before he could stop, but Katsuki was quick enough to dodge out of the way, but not before slamming a fist into Izuku's stomach and grabbing him by the front of his costume. He pulled Izuku up to his eye level. You've been looking down on me the entire time. But look at you. I could capture you right now, and you'd be out of the game, but that's not what I want. He threw Izuku away from him and waited as the boy stood. That's right, keep standing up, make this last for me. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you until you can't stand up anymore, and then you'll realize you don't fucking belong here. Wait, is that what you think? Izuku stood up and stared at Katsuki in disbelief. You think I would hide a quirk like this? For our entire life? Why would I do that? Because you're a piece of shit who has always looked down on me. Me, who was always stronger than you, who always will be stronger than you. Thinking I would ever need your help. Katsuki popped. Explosions in his hands, a feral smile on his face. Well, look who needs help now. Weak, pathetic, defenseless little Deku. Izuku stared for another brief moment before turning his gaze toward the ground and clenching his fists. He felt something stirring beneath his skin, a heat that spread throughout his entire being, and felt like it was literally making his blood boil. His heart felt like it began to beat faster and faster, and his arms shook against his will. Ochako was right about you, he said, his gaze still on the ground. You are a straight-up a-hole. An a-hole who doesn't know what he's talking about. The F you say? Katsuki snarled. I'm saying you're wrong, Katsuki. I'm not weak, I'm not useless, I'm not defenseless. Izuku lifted his gaze, and Katsuki faltered as he saw how Izuku's eyes looked like they had a raging fire burning behind them. And I don't need help, not to kick your butt. One for All pushed itself to its maximum, and Izuku moved. Within the blink of an eye, Izuku was right in front of Katsuki. How the F? Katsuki barely had time to think before he was tackled through another wall. Then, those two are really going at it, huh? Toshinori heard the students talking behind as he watched over the monitors, though he didn't bother to reply. He was tense, ready to move at a moment's notice if need be. Of course, he would first relay to the teams that the match is over and only interfere directly if he had to. Truth be told, he was tempted to end the match now after seeing that Izuku and Katsuki had seemingly all but forgotten about the exercise in favor of beating each other into the ground, but he held off on it for now. It wasn't like they were breaking any rules, yet. He was more worried for his protege than anything. Still, he reminded himself that Izuku would need to fight more dangerous foes eventually, so he might as well let the young man get some combat experience. So why did he feel so nervous? Take a swan dive off the roof. A faint voice in the back of his mind was heard, distorted and unrecognizable. Not an active thought, Toshinori realized, but a memory. He saw Izuku throw a punch, Katsuki barely avoiding it as he dodged out of the way, though the wall behind the boy wasn't spared as Izuku's strike put person-sized hole through it. He's using his max output, Toshinori thought. It wasn't 100% of One for All, he knew that. For some reason, Izuku wasn't able to tap into an output exceeding what they believed was 10%, as the two of them had discovered during the few spars they've had on the beach to help Izuku gain control over what the boy had dubbed his full cowl technique. Izuku was fast then, not fast enough for Toshinori to block each and every one of his attacks, but still fast, and he hit hard. But now Toshinori could swear Izuku was moving faster. Toshinori watched the fight progress with interest and a not-so-insignificant amount of worry. Don't go too far. Katsuki narrowly dodged another punch, barely. He raised his hand to blast Izuku away, but he disappeared just as Katsuki was about to let his attack fly, and the blonde felt a fist get driven into his back. He was sent flying across the hall and rolled to a stop, his back burning in pain. What the F dash? He coughed as he stood back up, glaring daggers at Izuku. You've been holding back on me, huh, Deku? You're still looking down on me? He snarled, and then he noticed a faint red glow emit from one of his grenade gauntlets, and his snarl turned into a grin. Fine, I'll stop holding back too. Katsuki raised his arm, readied his gauntlet, cooking back the safety on it, and hooked his thumb in the pin. Eat sheet and die. Katsuki pulled the pin, and a wall of fire erupted down the hallway. No! All Might's voice came over their earpieces, not that it would be heard over the roar of the explosion. Within those few seconds, so many things happened in quick succession. Izuku's eyes widened at the wall of flames that threatened to swallow him up. The world felt like it was moving in slow motion, and Izuku could do nothing but watch as the fire slowly approached him. He knew he couldn't dodge it. Maybe if there were somewhere he could dive out of the way, but this hallway didn't have any doors or intersections where he could take cover. He could bust through one of the walls, but he didn't even know where they led or if they were one of the load-bearing walls Ochako had told him about. And even if he did know that information, would he be able to dodge in time? And so he stood there, like a deer in headlights, watching the explosion slowly close in around him, not knowing what to do. Push! A voice echoed in the back of his head, sounding like his mother. He felt an encouraging hand on his back as if she were beside him. His eyes somehow widened even more before he narrowed them and lifted his hands. He felt a surge of energy flow through his arms and into his hands as he did as he was told. He pushed. The wall of fire seemingly froze in its tracks as if hitting a barrier. Izuku gritted his teeth as he felt the force of the explosion push back against him as if he were holding back a speeding truck. He didn't back down though. He didn't budge. He stood his ground and kept pushing. He released a mighty yell, giving one final shove and forcing the explosion back towards its origin point. The fire dissipated as the force of the explosion rocketed through the building. Izuku had somehow managed to contain and then redirect enough of the explosion so that the force of the blast didn't just hit him, It hit everywhere. The walls were cracked so badly that they started shaking, confirming that they were indeed load-bearing walls like Izuku had feared. Katsuki was knocked on his butt by the explosion, and Izuku fell to his knees and felt his arms shake with pain. In fact, his entire body felt like it was on fire. Blocking the force of the explosion must have cracked. More cracks started to appear along the walls, and the ceiling shook. Crap. Ochako was getting fed up with this bullshit. Ever since Tenya had realized he wouldn't be able to get close to her without risk of getting kicked or having his gravity negated, he opted to play keep away with the bomb, picking it up and running it to the opposite side of the room out of Ochako's reach. It was infuriating. Though if she was being honest, while infuriating, it shouldn't have been enough to make her as angry as she was feeling. It wasn't worth overthinking about, especially when she could punch the anger away. Tenya, as your friend for all of one day, I am obligated to tell you that I really want to kick your butt for this right now. Foolish hero. Tenya committed to the role. How could you possibly kick my posterior when I am over here and you are over there? That I may kill him, Ochako muttered and moved to do just that when the entire building shook. What the hell? Everything stood still for a moment, before a tremor erupted throughout the building. Ochako's eyes widened when she realized what had happened. What is this? Tenya stumbled. What is your plan here, hero? Tenya, stop role-playing for 1 second. Ochako yelled. The building is coming down. What? They broke enough of the load-bearing walls to bring the DMN thing down. She told him. We need to get out. Tenya tried to make his way over to Ochako, but a more violent tremor caused him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Sheet. Ochako started muttering urgently as she struggled to stand. She looked around, trying to find some sort of escape, but there was nothing. There were no windows since the room was closer to the center of the building. They were trapped. Izuku. She realized. He's gonna get crushed. Wouldn't the building start coming down all at once? Tenya shouted. That doesn't matter when we're all still in here. Ochako's mind started racing as she tried to think of anything to get them out of this situation. Think. Have you ever tried using your quirk in an area around you? The question rapidly played through her head. She remembered that first hangout session where Izuku had grilled her about her quirk. He had brought up something about area of effect or spread. What do you mean? Ochako had asked. Well, some touch-based quirks can spread to their surroundings or any objects that are in contact with the original object affected. So, say you touch a couch, doesn't everything on the couch, including cushions, people, and pets, all start to float? Izuku explained. I never thought about that. Well, if it only affected individual parts of an object, then you would have had to touch each and every separate part of the robots at the exam to use your quirk on them. Ochako had to admit her green bean had a point, but she wanted to wait till they were in UA before trying it. Her quirk already caused her to throw up when she exceeded her limits. She didn't want to risk anything when she was outside of the school. But desperate times called for plus ultra results. Please work. She prayed as she hovered her hands over the floor. Please throok. She slammed her hands into the ground and immediately felt resistance from her quirk as if it were refusing to try to negate the gravity of an entire building. It was a familiar feeling to Ochako. She'd get the same feeling when her hands touched the ground. It was like her quirk was saying, no, I'm not going to try and negate the gravity of the entire planet, stupid. Before, Ochako never tried to force it, but now things were different. Her best friend was in danger. Their lives were at stake. She didn't have time for her quirk's bullshit. Do it. She yelled to herself. A pink glow began to spread from where her hands were planted on the ground and slowly continued to spread along the floor before faltering and beginning to recede back toward the origin of the spread. Do it in you. She pushed past the resistance. She could already feel the nausea and headache. She was pretty sure her nose was bleeding, but she didn't care. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry. You can be a hero. She needed to save her friend. Nothing else mattered. She didn't even notice the pink lightning that began emitting from her body as she tried to push her quirk. With one more yell and push to break past her protesting Quirk, the pink light of zero gravity erupted from her fingers, spreading rapidly across the floor, to the walls, the ceiling and beyond. The pink glow covered the whole building, and the shaking ceased as gravity no longer threatened to bring the whole thing crumbling down. Ochako! Tenya started floating. What is the meaning of this? Plus ultra! She screamed. She was seeing spots. Her nose was bleeding a lot. She wanted to throw up. Where was All Might when you needed him? A wall burst open, and a blur of red, white, and blue blitzed through the room. I am here. Oh, there he is. Ochako noted. Don't worry, young Uraraka. I'll have you out in a jiffy. All Might had already grabbed Tenya and was moving to grab her. Yay! Ochako trailed off. She started to pass out before she forced herself awake. Save Izuku. Save him quick. She sputtered, swallowing whatever was trying to make its way up her throat. I can't hold it. Right, young Ida, you're feeling pretty light right now, and we're only 4 stories up. Do you think you can prepare a landing strategy? My legs can take a landing from at least 6 stories. I'm ready. Tenya nodded. Good, take young Uraraka. All Might handed her off to him and rushed toward the hole he had made. Young Midoriya and Bakugo are on the 2nd floor. Hold on. All Might jumped, using his free hand to dig into the wall and slow his fall down the building, letting go of Tenya the moment he reached the 2nd floor. Young Uraraka. Release your Quirk. K. Ochako muttered as she shakily moved her fingers to do so. Release. The building started shaking once more, and All Might slammed through the 2nd-story wall. At the same time, Tenya and Ochako plummeted safely to the ground, Tenya landing on his feet and rushing toward the waiting medic bots. He stopped just before them, but before he could hand Ochako over, she held her hands over her mouth before letting out a colorful mess all over the street. I'm sure that's fine. Tenya tried to convince himself. He failed. The last thing Ochako thought as she lost consciousness and was handed off to the medic bots was that she hoped Izuku was okay. Izuku didn't know what to do. The building was coming down, and he didn't know where the nearest way out was. To make matters worse, One for All was not working. When he tried to call upon it, he felt worn out and hot, like an overheating runner who needed a break. Oh geez, thanks, Quirk. He couldn't help the snark despite his life being in danger. To make matters even worse, Katsuki didn't receive the memo that their lives were in very real danger. Get back here, Deku. Are you serious right now? I'm not done, Katsuki stumbled. Kicking your butt? Izuku was about to yell back that they needed to get out of the building but was distracted when a bright pink glow flooded the entire hallway. It spread throughout the floor, and when it got to him, it spread over his body before quickly fading. He then began to float into the air slowly. His eyes widened as he recognized it. Ochako! What the F is this bullshit? Katsuki shouted as he started floating as well. Izuku felt the building shake again, and his eyes widened. All Might had probably just entered the building to get everyone out. Look, Kaken, the class is over. All Might's going to be here any second. We need to make it easier for him to dash. Stop trying to PP out of this. Katsuki screamed. Just shut the hell up for 2 seconds and get over here. Izuku reached his hand out. He felt energy spread into his palms once more. Katsuki jolted as he suddenly began to float over to Izuku quickly. What the F are you doing? I have no idea, but it's working. Yeah. Working to bring me into striking range. Katsuki grinned as he raised his fist. Oh, for the love of Dash, Izuku was cut off as their gravity suddenly returned, the 2 boys falling to the floor and the building once more beginning to come down. Before either could crash into the floor below them though, a gust of wind slammed into them, and they were both grabbed by the strong arms of the #1 hero. Hang on! All Might shouted as he looked up. Texas? Smash! He threw a fist up toward the roof, the weaponized air pressure creating a hole through every floor, creating an exit out through the roof. All Might jumped with the boys in his arms up through the hole as the building finally gave into gravity's influence and came crashing down. Around them, as they reached the apex of All Might's jump, Izuku could feel the cool open air on him, a welcomed feeling compared to the heat currently burning up his body. All Might, I think I'ma pass out, Izuku muttered. Again. All Might let out a chuckle. Feel free to, young Midoriya. I'll have you to the infirmary lickety-split. "'Kay, thanks." With that, Izuku let darkness engulf him once more, and he was blissfully given a reprieve from his overheating body. If he had stayed awake, he would have noticed All Might's worried glance toward him, or the fact that he was burning up so hot that he was starting to make even All Might uncomfortable holding him. But that was a problem for future Izuku. "What were you thinking?" Katsuki refused to look up, instead staring at the ground as All Might tore into him. He didn't want to see the frown on the man's face. It was unsettling. "I may have allowed the fight to get a little rough, but I expected you to have more restraint than that, young Bakugo. That attack could have been lethal to young Midoriya." If he had just dodged dash, Katsuki started but was cut off. "That is absolutely not an excuse." All Might yelled. "Because of your actions, you not only put yourself in danger, but you put classmates' lives in jeopardy during a training exercise." "Me?" Katsuki finally looked up at All Might. "Deku was the one who blasted the walls. And you were the one to fire the attack." All Might sighed. "Get back to the rest of the class. I will be talking to Aizawa about this. Be glad I can't hand out detentions." Katsuki narrowed his eyes but did as he was told. As he walked away, though, he heard All Might say, "Those gauntlets of yours will be taken away and reviewed by Aizawa, Power Loader, and myself personally, by the way. So I hope you weren't too attached." Katsuki stopped, his eyes wide, before he let out a growl. But he didn't say anything else. He may be hot-headed, but even he knew when the hole was deep enough. All Might watched him go before sighing. He quickly pulled out his phone and sent the necessary text to Aizawa, Nizu, and Power Loader before he started walking back toward the class. He may be worried about Izuku and his friend, but he still had a class to teach, so he put on his best smile as he entered the observation room. "All right, Zygotes. Since our first group of students got a little overzealous, let's move to a new building and start the next few rounds, shall we?" He looked around at the shocked and somewhat worried students' faces and quickly addressed them. "Don't worry, young Uraraka and Midoriya are in good hands. They'll be right as rain in a few hours. For now, focus on your studies." He nodded toward the screen. "Before the situation went out of control, who would you say was the VIP in this exercise?" Momo Yaoyorozu raised her hand. "At first, I would have said Ida for understanding the nature of the exercise, but due to the events unfolding the way they did, I have to say Uraraka deserves MVP for keeping the building stable long enough to allow you to rescue everyone." All Might nodded as the students started discussing amongst themselves. He let them go on like this for a few more minutes before he stopped the conversation and called the next match. Like Gran Torino always said, never miss the chance to turn a fed-up situation into a teachable moment. Izuku didn't know where he was when he opened his eyes. There was seemingly nothing in every direction, stretching out for what seemed to be eternity. He felt like he'd been here before but couldn't remember when. That was a problem for later, as the sound of a roaring fire drew his attention towards the sky. "Why is the sun green?" He asked no one in particular. "Well, it's not exactly the sun, but I understand how you would get confused." "Ah." Izuku yelped as he jumped back from the white-haired man sitting in a chair that hadn't been there before and had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. "Hello, Ninth." The man gave him a kind smile. He snapped his fingers, and another similar chair, which Izuku noticed looked more like a throne, appeared facing the man. The man gestured to the chair. "Have a seat. I think it's about time we had a little chat. But is it weird that this still isn't the weirdest dream I've had? So let me get this straight." Izuku sat on his throne in the void world, having listened as the strange man Yoichi, he said his name was Yoichi, explained a lot to him. He held his hands together and pointed at Yoichi. "You're the first user of One for All." "Correct. The previous holders were also here." He gestured to the void around them. "At one point, yes. But something went wrong during the transfer, and something, most likely their quirks, caused One for All to become unstable, and it was going to kill me unless something was done to stop it, hence why they aren't here anymore. Exactly, I essentially did a factory reset on the Quirk. But yours and All Might's ghost stash. Vestiges. Right? Vestiges are still here because you, he pointed at Yuichi, are the origin for the Quirk, so you naturally weren't making it unstable and All Might didn't have a Quirk to destabilize. And now if I want to use One for All at full power, I have to make bonds with people so the Quirk can use them as mediums to stabilize the flow of power. Otherwise, what almost happened when I received the Quirk pre-vestige purge will happen again? Yes, I believe that sums it up quite well. Yuichi nodded. Izuku sat back and felt his head thunk against his throne as he took a deep breath. Yuichi chuckled at his reaction. It's all a lot to take in, isn't it? I mean, kinda? Izuku leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. I thought I was just getting a super strength Quirk at the end of the day, but it's so much more. And that's not even the end of it, Yuichi said as he slowly stood up. Izuku blinked and moved to stand as well, before following Yuichi over to the edge of the platform island thing. This place was weird, that they were situated on. I know you haven't forgotten the massive green sun at the center of this place. Izuku looked at the star in question. Unlike the real sun, his eyes didn't burn looking at it, so he was able to see it quite clearly. That didn't change the fact it was still bright as hell, and yet he couldn't seem to take his eyes off of it. Yeah, that's supposed to be One for All, right? Your mental representation of it, yes. Yuichi nodded. At the end of the day, this place is a mindscape, a metaphysical representation of your psyche. Izuku stared in awe. That's really cool. Is it like this for all Quirks? Yuichi shrugged. Who can say? I doubt most people are being pulled into their Quirks on a regular basis. Wait, I thought you said this was my mind. One for All is unique. Your mind and Quirk are indelibly tied together. They are one and the same. Yuichi once again shrugged. I honestly don't know what other people's Quirks would look like in their minds, but I know that One for All is a special case, for many different reasons that we don't have time to touch on right now. Yuichi pointed off to the side of the massive star, and Izuku followed, his eyes locked onto something he hadn't noticed before. Further in the sky, 3 smaller stars seemed to orbit the larger one pink, one yellow, and one a lighter green than the more forest green of the main sun. Are those? Izuku trailed off. The bonds that you've made, Yuichi confirmed with a nod. So far you have made 3. Well, technically you've only personally forged 2. There was already one in here, but the connection was rather weak. Izuku scratched his head in confusion as he tried to think. But who? Yuichi chuckled. Use that brain of yours, Knight. Who do you think? After a moment of squinting at the stars, his eyes caught the yellow one and widened in realization. All Might. Indeed. When 8th passed the Quirk on to you, his incomplete vestige carried over. That vestige turned into a bond that was not fully formed until you made contact with 8th in the physical world. But when did I? Izuku trailed off as he remembered that one morning on the beach when he fist-bumped All Might and there was a small shock between them. Then he remembered the same thing had happened when he kissed his mom's forehead the day of the entrance exam, and then it happened again with Ochako later that same day. After that realization, he looked at the stars and really started to take in their colors. Oh my god. Izuku started panicking slightly when he remembered the voices he had been hearing and everything clicked. Wait, the people I bond with, they can't. I don't know, read my mind or anything, can they? Yuichi's grin turned mischievous. Something to hide, 9th? No, of course not, just lots of thoughts and stuff I'd rather, keep private. Relax, I've been monitoring everything going on with you since the day you received One for All. While mental communication has been shown to occur, the bonds don't relay every one of your thoughts to your bonds. Mostly smaller, more vague signals. Yuichi vaguely gestured with his hands. Think emotions, tied with words, rather than full-on thoughts, though sometimes deeper thoughts can push through if the person thinking them is determined or emotionally charged enough. Well, that explains the parking garage. Izuku shivered as he recalled that moment in the exam. I could hear Mom's disappointment in my recklessness. that caused Yoichi to pause and look at him with a raised eyebrow. She wasn't there with you during the exam, so how would she know? That I thought you were the expert here. Izuku looked at him with wide eyes. That's been happening a lot, now that I think about it. I'll be thinking about something or doing something, and I'll get words of encouragement from someone, usually my mom. Yoichi scratched at his chin with a frown. This is all relatively new territory for me. I didn't design the bonding function One for All has, I just hijacked something that was already here and repurposed it. He looked at the stars and continued to think. Izuku furrowed his brow at what Yoichi had said. Wait, hijacked? What did you repurpose? A story for another time, and not relevant to our current discussion sadly. He waved Izuku's concern off. I'll explain eventually, but for now we need to figure out One for All and the changes it's going through, as well as the changes it's making to you. That's what's important right now. Changes to the quirk? Changes to me? Izuku repeated. One for All was supposed to reach singularity with you, its ninth holder, and with it, I believe you would have inherited the quirks of every previous holder. But as you've been told, something went wrong. We had to start from scratch. Yoichi and Izuku both looked out across the void, the light of the sun that was One for All shining bright, yet still unable to fill in the darkness that lay beyond. As of now, One for All may as well be an entirely different quirk. Like a mold, being shaped into something new, something extraordinary. It's changing itself, being influenced by the bonds you make. Tell me, Ninth, I'm sure you've noticed the changes yourself recently. Izuku thought about it, but he didn't have to think hard. The end of his fight with Katsuki during their match. The way he held back the massive explosion and redirected it. The way he had pulled Katsuki toward him in the air when their gravity was negated. Then he remembered the entrance exam where he had launched all of that debris off of Ochako to save her. He didn't think much of that at the time, but now. Yeah, he nodded, looking down at his hands. I've noticed. Yoichi nodded, pleased. One for All has manifested an entirely new ability, using the bond you've made. With your mother as a way to tap into her quirk, using that as a mold to shape a new aspect for itself and for you to make use of. I have my mom's quirk. Yoichi opened his mouth to correct him, but Izuku had already devolved into a mutter storm as he nibbled on the knuckle of his finger. No, wait, you didn't say it copied her quirk, you said it shaped itself to have a new ability using her quirk as a basis. So that would mean anyone I make a bond with would influence how One for All shapes itself in the future, and I'll manifest more powers. That's amazing. I wonder what all is possible. How would it work if I was bonded with someone who had a mutant quirk? Would it change my body? What about Ochako? Will I be able to cancel out my gravity? What about All Might? What about Dash? A tap on his head brought Izuku back to the present. He looked to his side and saw Yoichi staring at him, and he chuckled in embarrassment. Sorry. It's all right, those are all valid questions, but let's take it one step at a time. He gestured back towards the stars, putting a focus on the smaller ones. For now, what you need to understand is how the bonds work. How they're made. Right. Izuku instinctively went to grab his notebook, only to deflate when he realized he didn't have it with him. Oh, okay, doing this the old-fashioned way. Yoichi waited for Izuku to pay attention again before beginning. For a bond to form, there needs to be a true, genuine desire to become closer in some way. Your mother and eighth are simple enough. One is your parent, the other your mentor. Chako Uraraka, though, is how the situation is normally going to play out. You two had just met, and both of you wanted to know the other, to become closer. One for All used that to make the initial connection between you, then as you interacted more and spent more time together, the connection grew stronger before properly establishing. That's when the mental link was created. Izuku raised an eyebrow. But wait, if it takes more interactions for the connection to properly form for mental messages to go through, then how was I able to hear Mom and All Might during the exam? Yoichi hummed. Those were special cases. With eighth, it wasn't him that you were hearing, but rather the vestige that was in here. It was sending you encouragement to do your best. With your mother, that's where it gets interesting. When you established a bond with her, it was properly formed instantly. My guess is since you both were already so close to begin with, your relationship boosted the bond straight to what I've taken to calling Phase 2. Phase 2. The phase where the bond is strong enough to begin influencing the shape of one for all. It's what gave you the potential to tap into the aspect of your mother's bond. One for all quickly reshaped itself and learned to mimic Inko Midoriya's ability to attract objects to her, as well as using that to develop its own ability to repel. And that's only at Phase 2. Izuku said in awe. Is there more? Yoichi nodded. Phase 3. Where the bond is fully established. By this point the connection is strong enough to help one for all stabilize, allowing you to access more of its raw power safely without burning up like you almost did at first. On your own, you can handle about 10% of its power, but with each bond that reaches stage 3 you should be able to access an additional 10%. Izuku hummed. But this is all speculation, right? There's no way to know for sure until one of the bonds reaches that stage. Actually, one already has. Yoichi pointed at the lighter green star. Your mother has already achieved a stage 3 bond. It didn't take much, having already been boosted to stage 2 at the very beginning. But I don't suspect the other bonds will be as easy. Izuku thought about it for a moment. So that means I should have access to 20% of one for all's total power? Exactly, Yoichi smiled. The math is simple, ninth. 10% on your own and 10 per bond. 9 bonds to reach my full power. Izuku let the information settle before he let out a groan and grabbed his hair in minor frustration. Are you kidding? I have to make meaningful relationships with 9 people? Yoichi blinked before resting a hand on Izuku's shoulder. It can't be that difficult, ninth. You already have 3 bonds. That's all because of dumb luck. I was lucky enough to have a mom as amazing as mine. I was lucky to have gotten All Might, the #1 hero's attention. I was lucky enough to meet a girl as awesome as Ochako. My luck has probably run dry. I've cashed it all in. Yoichi patted his shoulder with a laugh. I'm sure you'll find making friends isn't as difficult as you believe it to be. Izuku lowered his hands and stared at Yoichi. How many actual friends did you have when you were alive? That we're not talking about me. Yoichi deflected. I'm sure you'll figure things out. Izuku sighed. You know, this kind of feels like a one-sided deal. I get access to more power and more abilities, and my bonds don't get anything. They get you, and that alone is worth a lot if you ask me, ninth. Yoichi gave him a kind smile. But if you're truly worried about them getting something in return, then allow me to put your mind at ease. One for all does something for your bonds as well. Really? Izuku perked up at that. Just take your mother for example. She seems to be a lot healthier lately, hasn't she? She has, Izuku confirmed. Are you saying that's one for all? Yoichi nodded. One for all used your bond with her to alter her body to a more healthy state. It physically made her stronger as well. Izuku sighed. I'm honestly thankful for that. I love my mom, so seeing her more healthy, active, and happy means a lot. He looked out at the green star that represented his quirk. Thank you. The sun glowed a little brighter, and Izuku felt a warmth in his chest. But not all. Yoichi grabbed his attention again. By stage 2, as one for all taps into the quirk of your bonds, it leaves behind, let's say, imprints within them. Izuku's eyes widened for the umpteenth time. Wait, does that mean the bonds also have one for all? You catch on quick. 8th chose his successor well. Yoichi smiled with pride. But you're not quite on the mark. While one for all leaves imprints at stage 2 of a bond, the bonds themselves don't have true access to the massive, near-infinite stockpile of one for all's energy. What happens instead is one for all affects their quirks when it taps into them to change itself. In doing so, it has the same effects as it would if one for all were to be given to that person. Their quirk becomes empowered and changed. They become stronger. So that's why Mom's quirk got stronger so suddenly. He then thought back to the battle trials. And Ochako. She went way beyond her quirk's limit and negated the gravity of a whole building. A limit that can be easily broken if she had been given one for all instead of you, Yoichi added. And while your mother is at stage 3, I'm not sure what effects One for All will have on her now. But if I had to guess, she could use One for All just like I can. Izuku stared across the void, speechless from all he had just learned in so little time. His entire view of everything he thought he knew about quirks was just shattered and replaced with something even more amazing than he could dream of. This is incredible. Obviously, not the full quirk, but the small amount that she's been given to nurture, yes. Yoichi put a hand on his shoulder and stared out at him. And it's only the beginning, ninth. As the oldest and the newest One for All wielders looked out across the void, Izuku couldn't help but notice something off. Wait a minute. 1, 2, where's Ochako's star? Yoichi looked around the orbit of the green sun for the missing pink star, but he couldn't seem to find it. That's odd, she was just here a moment ago, and I can still sense her. Where? Behind. Izuku blinked in confusion before slowly turning around. A pair of beautiful brown eyes that he'd become familiar with were staring right at him, wide in shock. Izuku was sure if her mouth wasn't more than just a misty black cloud of nothing, then it would have been on the floor. Yoichi had turned around as well and was staring at the girl with concern. Oh my, this was not what I expected. And just like a rope snapping from too much tension, Izuku and Ochako pointed at each other and screamed. Well, one screamed, the other couldn't because she didn't have a mouth, but it wasn't hard to tell what she was going for. The room was filled with screaming as the two teens shot straight up in their hospital beds, pointing at each other from their positions on opposite sides of the room. The screaming persisted for no more than 5 seconds until one of them decided to use actual words. Izuku! What the F was that? Ochako shouted in a panic. What were you doing in there? Izuku stuttered out, but he was ignored as Ochako started freaking out even more. What was in there? Where was I? Where were we? Who was that? She had to take a deep breath, calming down slightly before asking one more question. Why was the sun green? He sighed and rubbed his eyes, it's a long story. Okay, it's not that long. The long and short of it is that what we were just in was a metaphysical representation of my quirk, but you weren't supposed to be there. Ochako looked at him like he was crazy. What kind of inception sheet is that? Since when can people just go inside their quirks? Izuku gestured to himself. Since me, apparently. He sighed as he laid back in his hospital bed. Hey, where are we? It looks like the infirmary. We both got knocked around pretty badly after our match. Ochako said. But back up a bit, you told me that your quirk was some kind of stockpile of energy that results in super strength. What? It technically is. Izuku lay back in his bed, looking at the ceiling to avoid looking at her. But obviously there's more to it. Izuku could feel Ochako narrowing her eyes at him. Izuku, what's going on? Tell me. It's complicated, Ochako. Izuku lay there, staring up at the ceiling when he heard the sound of movement. He sat up and saw Ochako struggling to get out of her bed. Should you be doing that? Nope, my head hurts and I can barely walk straight, but that ain't gonna stop me from coming over there and kicking your butt for lying. I'm not lying though. You're lying by omission. That's not— Stop. Izuku moved to get out of bed himself, ignoring how his whole body ached in protest. I'll come to you. You'll come to me so I can kick your butt? Ochako raised an eyebrow, though her voice held a note of hope. No, so we can talk. Plus you shouldn't be walking. I can walk just fine. You just said dash. Shut your dumb mouth and get over here. Ochako stomped her foot but immediately regretted it as she started stumbling back. Izuku reacted before he even thought about it, reaching his hands and pulling Ochako to him, causing her to fly through the air before slowing and landing on his bed, though not without her face planting onto her stomach. She looked at him and puffed out her cheeks. See, that was like your ma's quirk. Explain. Izuku scooted to the side as much as he could to allow her more room before sighing and looking away. Ochako frowned at that. Izuku, please, tell me what's happening to us. I promise I won't be mad, I know you won't do anything to hurt me. She flicked him, but I'm kind of freaked out. I held up a fucking building with my quirk. I've started hearing voices every so often, some kinda sounding like you, And I woke up in your quirk looking at a green sun and a weird white-haired dude. Throw me a bone. But I want to tell you it's just what? Why can't you tell me what's up with your quirk? Ochako narrowed her eyes at him. Is someone threatening you? Do I gotta send them into orbit? Wait, my quirk. Izuku sat up as he came to a sudden realization. Yeah. It is my quirk now, isn't it? Ochako blinked. Wait, what do you mean your quirk now? Nothing. Izuku. I didn't mean to say that out loud, therefore you should just forget about it. Not how that works. Well, it should be. I play the best friend card. Ochako held up her fist in the air. Izuku clenched his fist, closed his eyes, and sighed in defeat. He trailed off, can we talk about this after school? We can go to the beach and I'll tell you there. He sighed as he laid back in bed. I just need to sort some things out, but I'll tell you, I promise. Ochako looked at him intently, her cheeks puffed up in a pout before she smiled and nodded. Fine, but you owe me machi for worrying me so much. I always owe you machi though. The debt will always rise. With that, she snuggled into Izuku's side. His cheeks began to turn red. You're warm and I can't get back to my bed. Take responsibility, Ochako whispered as she started to drift off. W8. Izuku nudged her, but Ochako didn't respond. Okay, so this is happening. Izuku lay there tense for the longest time before he slowly began to relax. His face was bright red as he moved one arm and slowly wrapped it around Ochako. Okay, yeah, this is actually pretty nice. He admitted just before a yawn escaped him. Oh, come on. I just woke up. Soon he was also asleep. Recovery girl eventually returned and blinked when she saw them together. She thought about waking them up and scolding them before settling on just leaving them be. She could give them the grumpy old woman treatment later. I feel so much better. Ochako sighed as she and Izuku walked down the hall toward the 1A classroom, the two of them now back in their school uniforms. Izuku nodded in agreement, stretching. I still can't believe we slept through the rest of the day. Did Recovery Girl's quirk really need to take that much stamina to heal us? I don't know and I don't care. We got to skip the rest of the day, and I have a new favorite pillow. Ochako teased, laughing as Izuku's face instantly turned red. Even still, the other classes are important, Ochako, no matter how boring you find them. Geez, now you're starting to sound like Tenya, she grumbled as they closed in on the door. You gonna start doing the arm chopping next? Ochako, that's mean. Izuku said despite the laugh that escaped him. No, it's not. If I was trying to be mean, you'd know. Ochako booped him on the nose before she turned to the door and slid it open with a loud thud. We live. Everyone in class turned to look at her with raised eyebrows, while Aizawa sat up from the ground, got out of his sleeping bag, and stood behind his desk. Oh, you're not dead, hooray. Now that you're finally back, we can go over All Might's heroics class before I send you all home. He waited for the two to take a seat before continuing. All right, first things first, Bakugu. Katsuki, who was leaning back in his seat with a scowl on his face, scoffed when his name was called. Detention. Aizawa deadpanned, causing the explosive teen to finally sit up and slam his hands onto his desk. For effing what? Aizawa raised an eyebrow but pulled out his phone. After a few seconds he found what he was looking for and started reading. Ignoring a direct order from a teacher, excessive use of force. He looked back up. Heroes need to know when to hold back. There are going to be situations where you can't go all out, and you kiddos just learned one of them. What if that empty building had been a busy bank? You would have been the cause of a ridiculous number of deaths or injuries, all because you couldn't hold yourself back when needed. Katsuki once again slammed his hand onto the desk. What the F about Deku? He's the reason the stupid building came down in the first place. Midoriya, Aizawa emphasized, responded to your excessive force in kind, specifically to save his own life because the blast you sent toward him could have very well killed him. He waited for Katsuki to show any sign of remorse before he sighed through his nose. Midoriya is going to be criticized for his own faults, like everyone else, But he isn't to blame for your mistakes. You have detention with me after school for an hour starting today. It'll last until the end of the week. Katsuki growled before crossing his arms, knowing that arguing was futile. Aizawa let out a hum before continuing. Lose the attitude, kid, and learn from your mistakes, or it will be a lot worse than detentions. Next up, speak of the devil, Midoriya. Izuku looked back at Ochako before looking at Aizawa. She's the devil, not me. Ah. Ochako smiled at the compliment. Irrelevant, Aizawa shook his head. Overall you did fine. You knew that Bakugo was the biggest threat in that building and knew that of the two of you were able to handle that threat better than Uraraka. He pierced Izuku's soul with a glare. However, you let Bakugo's words at the start of the confrontation spur you into action, and yes, he cut off any objection from Izuku. It worked out and you landed a solid hit on him, but there are situations where a villain will want you to react a certain way, either because they have a plan in place to counter you or they have a quirk that requires it, and you'd be walking right into their trap. Yes, sensei, Izuku nodded, taking notes. And Ida, while it was an exercise and you were playing the role of a villain, it's better to tell you now rather than later that villains don't act like that unless they're idiots, on drags, or in extremely rare cases powerful enough to mess around. Either way, don't expect villains to go into a monologue like it's some kind of old school TV show. Tenya nodded. Since I'll be sure to keep that in mind. Good. Aizawa then looked at Ochako. Your stealth needs work. Yeah, I know. Ochako cringed at the reminder that she had outed herself by talking to the voices. If she didn't know that some bullshit was happening because of Izuku's quirk, she'd swear she was going insane. Anyways, that concludes the first match. Next up. The rest of the class went by pretty quickly after that, with Aizawa covering a few more matches before dismissing them. We will be going over the rest of your matches tomorrow, but so far you have all met my expectations. Good job. Before the students could celebrate, however, he continued. Don't let it go to your heads, get out of here. Not you, Bakugo. Yeah. The blonde leaned back and made to put his feet on the desk before Aizawa used his capture scarf to pull out his chair from under him, making him fall to the ground. I'm going to start doing that every time you try, Aizawa warned him. What is your deal? Katsuki growled. Aizawa's response was to look at him and give him his creepy sheet-eating grin. I'm a petty beach. Ochako quickly grabbed Izuku's arm and pulled him out of the classroom. Come on, let's go before he explodes. You don't have to tell me twice. The two quickly made their way out of the classroom, bumping into Tenya on the way out. Izuku, Ochako, I am glad to see that you are both all right. What was that for? He flinched as Ochako pinched him. That was for you being a effing ham in our match. I was getting into the role. You sounded like a villain from some Sentai show. Izuku just chuckled and listened to the two banter. The two finally calmed down and they started talking about the exercise. As the three talked on their way to the front of the school, Izuku looked down one of the hallways and caught a glimpse of a familiar tall skeletal man. He slowed his pace as he kept his eyes on where he had seen All Might heading. He then quickly turned to his friends as he began to walk backward. You guys go on ahead. Ochako, I'll meet you at the front. Tenya, get home safe. Gotta go. He then turned and quickly ran down the hall before he lost track of his mentor. The two watched him leave, Tenya holding his hand to his chin. Curious. What do you think has Izuku rushing off so suddenly? Ochako furrowed her brow and hummed. I don't know. But hopefully I will soon. She kept to herself as she continued walking with Tenya. Meanwhile, Izuku was rushing down the hallway after All Might, weaving past students who were on their way to the front of the school from their final class of the day. When he eventually caught up to the man, he called out, Mr. Yagi. Tashinori paused and turned around, his eyes immediately noticing the familiar green of his apprentice's hair. Ah, young Midoriya. I heard what happened during your heroics class. How are you feeling? Izuku walked up to him before answering. Great now. Can we talk? I need quirk counseling. Tashinori blinked but quickly caught on. Ah, I see. This way. The two once again commandeered an empty classroom like they had done during lunch. Luckily the classrooms were pretty well soundproofed, as Tashinori had been told, so those with enhanced hearing wouldn't hear something they shouldn't know if the two spoke quietly enough. "What is it, my boy?" Toshinori asked once they were sure they were alone. "Okay, so I figured some stuff out with my quirk and..." An excited smile crept its way onto Izuku's face. "You won't believe what I've learned. Why don't you give me the short version, and you can go into more detail later?" Toshinori offered as he sat down at one of the desks. "Okay, short version, got it. So..." Izuku took a deep breath before he began to talk fast. "One for All almost killed me when you transferred it to me, but it didn't because the vestiges of the past users inside of it deleted themselves because they were making the quirk unstable, so the quirk got reset so it wouldn't kill me. So anyway, while I was knocked out I was pulled into the quirk, which is my mind too now, and I met the first user who told me that in order to use One for All at full power I needed to make bonds with people so they can help me channel the power without it killing me, and those bonds also make people stronger, and oh boy, I'm getting lightheaded dash. Young Midoriya, breathe." Toshinori put his hands on Izuku's shoulders to ground him back into reality. "We don't need you going to the infirmary again so soon. Now, I caught most of what you said, and while some of it is concerning, I'm glad you are all right. The One for All almost killed you. I mean, it wasn't your fault. You couldn't have known that would happen." Toshinori sighed. "I'm just relieved it all worked out. Now, moving on, you said One for All bonds with people?" "Oh, right." Izuku nodded. Yoichi, that's the first user's name, explained that the quirk is trying to return itself to some form of equilibrium by making bonds. One for All was originally supposed to give me access to the previous holder's quirks, but something went wrong, and now it's trying to make up the difference. Toshinori rubbed his chin, not seeming to be surprised by any of the information he just received. "That explains a lot. Let me guess, these bonds can only be formed between you and someone you are close to?" "Why yeah, how did you know?" Toshinori shrugged. "It's kind of in the name, but I've also been he scratched his chin. "I've had a hunch for like a while now. Your mother and I had a conversation about this after your little fainting spell a few days ago." "What, did my mom knows?" Izuku gripped his hair. "That I should not have said that." Toshinori sighed. "We didn't tell you because we didn't want you to worry or think about it more than you had to. We wanted to give you time to adjust to One for All. But yes, your mother knows about the quirk. She said she had some kind of vision that told her about its existence. I just filled in the blanks with what I knew. You said it makes those you bond with stronger. Well, that would explain her sudden boost in fitness and her quirk's increase in power. And it would also explain young Uraraka's impressive feat during your match." Izuku's eyes widened. "Oh, right, Ochako. How do I say this?" Izuku scratched the back of his head. "I want to tell her about One for All." Toshinori's eyes widened before he narrowed them in seriousness. "Young Midoriya, I hope you remember that the true nature of One for All is a closely guarded secret, entrusted only to a select few for a reason." "I know," Izuku sighed, looking down. "I know. It's just, obviously, I've bonded with her too, and she knows something is going on with my quirk. I could just lie and tell her it's how my quirk works, but she's my best friend. She helped save my life earlier. If I can't trust her, then who can I trust?" Toshinori watched Izuku silently for a few moments before sighing, a smile spreading across his face. "Very well then. Not like it's my decision anyway." Izuku looked up at him. "Huh. One for All isn't my quirk any longer, my boy." He pointed at Izuku. "It's yours, Izuku Midoriya. You've been entrusted with this power, and I've put my faith in you because you're my successor and I trust you. If you want to tell young Uraraka about this sacred torch you bear, then so be it. The decision is yours alone. All I can do is offer you my counsel." Izuku smiled, and he tried to hold back the tears in his eyes that formed from hearing just how much his hero and mentor trusted him. "Thank you, All Might. Of course. Now you best get going. It's rude to keep a lady waiting." Toshinori chuckled. "Oh shoot, you're right." Izuku quickly ran over to the door to leave before stopping and turning to Toshinori. "Oh, that reminds me." He nervously shuffled his feet, causing Toshinori to look at him in concern. "Yes. I'm meeting up with Ochako later to explain all this. Would you mind meeting us? To help explain it. Toshinori smiled and gave his successor a thumbs up. It would be my pleasure, young Midoriya. I swear, every time I come here I have a hard time believing it was once a trash heap. Ochako stared in awe at the sparkling water of the ocean. I'll never believe you, you know. How will I ever live with that? Izuku snarked as they walked down the steps towards the sand. Izuku led her over to a very familiar rock with cracks all over it in a spider web. Hello, old friend. We meet again. Izuku, you're talking to a boulder. Ochako deadpanned. It's not just any boulder. Izuku placed his hand on the stone, patting it like Ochako's dad patted their old dog's belly. It's a rock. Are you good? Ochako furrowed her brow in genuine worry. Yeah, sorry. Izuku quickly dropped the bit and turned to her. When I first got my quirk I was testing it out here on the fish. The tests were mostly me punching this thing as hard as I could. Izuku jutted his thumb at the large rock. Oh, that explains the cracks. Ochako inspected the rock, running her fingers along them. Strong enough to break rocks like this at your weakest. That's not a terrifying thought whatsoever. Also, you want to explain why you keep wording it like that? Ochako turned to him. You keep saying it like someone gave you your quirk. Well, Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly. That's because someone kind of did. Huh. Ochako blinked in surprise. What are you talking about? Izuku was about to explain further when he heard another mental message. But I think it'll be better if he explains it. Izuku simply pointed up into the air. What? Ochako looked up, and haha. Coming in fast was none other than the hulking form of the symbol of peace himself, out of his hero costume and sporting more casual wear, landing on the sand in front of the two teenagers before standing at his full height. I am here. The All Might. Ochako yelled. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be, I don't know, out there saving puppies and sheet? Something wholesome and heroic. Before All Might could answer they heard a thud and a squeak, causing them to look behind him to see the trembling form of Inko Midoriya who was hugging the sandy ground like her life depended on it. Miss Midoriya? Izuku and Ochako shouted out in surprise. Don't ever do that again, All Might, or so help me, number one hero or not I will find a way to kill you. She hissed from her spot on the ground. Mom, what are you doing here? Izuku asked. Yes, I figured that since your mother was one of your other bonds then she should be here as well, just so that everyone is on the same page. All Might explained with a thumbs up. We couldn't just use your truck to get here? Inko cried as she finally stood up and dusted the sand off her blouse. Wait, hold on. Ochako held her hands out. What is happening right now? I need answers. Why are you guys so casual with freaking All Might? Izuku looked to All Might for some help. Okay, so don't scream. With that, All Might exhaled and seemed to deflate, like literally deflate, right before Ochako's eyes. He turned from the jacked, number one hero that everyone recognized to a skeleton almost instantly. Ochako stared at him for a minute before she pointed at him and shouted, Who the f are you and where'd All Might go? Before the imposter could respond she put her fists up, and everyone blinked as pink lightning started to appear around her. I know how to punch, don't test me. She moved to slap the imposter. Her speed increased enough that All Might immediately puffed back up as he braced himself. Whoa. Ochako calmed down, that is All Might. Izuku moved, his own speed enhanced by one for all to try and intercept her. Unfortunately for him, he managed to, his cheek getting slapped, his friend's hand leaving a bright red mark. He blinked expecting to start floating thanks to her quirk, only to exhale in relief. That relief quickly vanished as he felt himself get rapidly pulled down to the ground. He slammed face first into the beach, and every time he tried to get up he felt himself getting heavier. Soon a small crater began to form beneath him, and he began to groan in pain. Young Uraraka, release your quirk. Ochako blinked and looked down at Izuku. My quirk? That's not me, is it? We'll explain everything but you need to release your quirk. Ochako, after a moment of hesitation, put her fingers together and released her quirk. Sure enough, she felt the telltale queasiness of her quirk settle into her stomach and she had to resist the urge to throw up, both from this sudden change in her abilities as well as the effect it had on Izuku. Izuku wobbly stood up from his miniature crater and dusted himself off, thankful that One for All had been active during the ordeal. He stepped out of the 2-foot hole he had been digging with his face and grinned at his friend, ignoring the sand and blood running down his nose. "Feel better?" Ochako let out a sniff and shook her head. She blinked as Inko walked up to hug her. "I'm sorry that these two are inconsiderate," Inko said as she patted the girl on the back. "They should have at least given you some form of proper warning." "You know why we couldn't do that," Toshinori said as he deflated. "You could have at least told her something to keep her calm during all this," Inko reprimanded as she moved away from Ochako toward Izuku. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket and dabbed it to Izuku's nose. He thanked her and took it from her without complaint, cleaning himself up. "What?" Ochako looked down at her hands and the pink lighting coursing through them. She was having trouble staying calm. Her confusion mixed with her nausea and lingering head pain didn't help, especially once her mind caught up with her. She had hurt Izuku with her quirk that was supposed to only make things weightless. She started taking shallow breaths, futilely trying to calm herself down as she looked at her hands. They were shaking. "What's happening to me?" Inko turned to her and gently put a hand on her shoulder. "Ochako, sweetie, it's okay, just stay calm and breathe. I know a lot is happening at once, and it might seem scary, but I promise it's okay." Ochako took deep breaths as she followed Inko's advice and tried to calm down. As she did that, Izuku moved over to Toshinori and whispered, "How much does Mom know?" Toshinori whispered back, "Only that I gave you my power, but that's about it. She knows it's a transferable quirk." "Right?" Izuku turned to the others. Inko's advice helped Ochako calm down enough that she wasn't at risk of hyperventilating. "Okay, so I guess it's explanation time." "Right it is." Ochako may have calmed down, but she was still, understandably freaking out. "What the hell is happening to me? Why can this skeleton man turn into All Might?" Toshinori actually looked hurt by that comment. "Do I actually look like a skeleton?" "Yes, Toshinori," Inko nodded. "You do." "Toshinori?" Izuku raised an eyebrow at the man before shaking his head. "Pin in that for later. First things first, Ochako, this is All Might." "What?" Ochako rubbed her eyes and squinted at the man before throwing her hands out at him and looking back at Izuku. "What?" "Yeah, I know, I didn't believe it either," Izuku nodded. "And I don't blame either of you," Toshinori chuckled. He then lifted his shirt, showing off the nasty scar left from his injury. Izuku cringed and looked away, still not liking the sight of it. 6 years ago I faced a villain so powerful he was able to do this to me. I lost my whole stomach. Ever since then, I've been getting weaker by the day. All Might can only use his power for 3 hours a day at this point," Izuku jumped in. "Outside of that he looks like this." He gestured to the man. Toshinori lowered his shirt. "It's a hard pill to swallow, but my time as a hero is nearing its end. Soon I won't be able to use my power at all." "What?" Ochako stared in disbelief. "What kind of villain could ever hurt you like that?" "It doesn't matter anymore." Toshinori looked away. "Toshinori," Inko said in worry, this being the first time she actually heard the reason behind All Might's deteriorating health. "If there's a villain out there that's this powerful, then dash." "There isn't." Toshinori took a deep breath before looking at all of them. "Because I killed him." The air grew cold as the others took in that information. All Might, the symbol of peace and justice, the nicest man one could have the pleasure of meeting, had killed someone. "You never told me that," Izuku quietly said. Toshinori sighed. "I suppose I have been holding back information from you, young Midoriya, but it wasn't out of mistrust. I just didn't want you to worry when you needed to focus on adjusting to your new power." Toshinori looked down at his hand and clenched it into a fist. This man, this monster, I had no choice. He had ripped out my stomach by then, and I thought I was going to die, but I knew I couldn't let him walk away. He was too dangerous, and if I didn't stop him there then he would have brought the world to heel. So I used every last ounce of strength I had, and I crushed his skull beneath my fists. The beach was silent after that, the only sound being the waves and the sea birds flying about. The silence was then broken by Ochako. Well, if you had to kill him then you had to, right? She said unbothered. I mean, I'm not gonna stand here and think you're a bad person just because you killed one man. If he did that to you, Ochako pointed at his injury, then he must have been super strong and would have been close to unstoppable, right? Who knows how many people he would have killed or hurt if he won that fight. No one blames you for having to end the fight like that, Inko told him. You were doing your job, protecting the people. If this man absolutely had to die and there was no other way, then it isn't your fault that he gave you no choice. Yeah, no matter what you're still All Might, Izuku smiled. You're still the greatest hero in the whole world in my eyes. It's not like you just went out and killed this guy. He gestured to All Might's torso. If he was fighting hard enough to do that, I can understand why you'd have to use lethal force. I still don't like the thought, but I can't blame you. Toshinori smiled and chuckled. Well, that's relieving. I was worried that the truth would make you see me differently. I must admit, I'm not proud of what I did that day. My actions were somewhat driven by hatred toward this villain for all he had done. But in the end, I'm glad I managed to stop him. He shook his head after that though, but back to the topic at hand. As I've said, my time as All Might is nearing its end. I'm not sure when it could be this year or 5 years from now. I'll soon have to retire. But this quirk, this power I wield, it doesn't have to go with me. He clenched his fist. The power I used to bear is called One for All. It's a quirk that has the ability to be passed from one person to another and has existed since the dawn of quirks centuries ago. I was its 8th holder. For a long time after my confrontation with that man, I had searched for someone to become the 9th, a successor to train and pass my knowledge and abilities off to so they may also use the quirk to protect those in need of a hero. It was only a year ago that I finally found him. Wait! Ochako looked like she was undergoing a system restart before she suddenly pointed at Izuku and yelled, Holy shit, you're All Might's apprentice? Izuku nervously laughed. Yeah. And you have his quirk? I still find it hard to believe sometimes, he admitted as he scratched the back of his head. I wanted to tell you but... Let me guess, since the power is able to be passed on, you were afraid someone, probably a villain, would try and force you to give it to them or something. Ochako shrugged. I may be from the country, but I can make a guess. I was going to say that I couldn't tell you because I thought of it more as All Might's quirk than my own, but that works too. It's as I said, young Midoriya, it's your quirk now. Toshinori put his hand on his shoulder. It's your responsibility and all I can do is my best to teach you. Okay, but none of that explains what's happening to me, Ochako waved her hand. What the hell is going on with my quirk? I suddenly get a power boost and it increases gravity instead of negating it? What? The same is happening to me, sweetie, Inko said as she used her quirk to pull over a nearby rock in the sand and sit on it. Apparently, not even All Might knows what that's about. It never happened to him or any of the previous holders of One for All. Ah, yes. Toshinori turned to Izuku. I believe that's where you come in, my boy. Right. Izuku took a deep breath before explaining. So when I passed out earlier, I woke up in this strange place. And so Izuku talked, and all 3 of them listened. He tried to explain the best he could about One for All being reset by Yoichi, how the quirk nearly killed him due to being unstable. He explained the bonds, how they worked, how they were needed to help stabilize the flow of power, and how they would give him new abilities and enhance anyone he bonded with, making their bodies and quirk stronger. When he was done, the sun had almost fully set, its orange glow barely lighting the sky as it turned to night. Ochako had taken a seat on the sand, leaning against the rock that Izuku had tested his strength on. That's whoa. Yeah, I'm still trying to process it all myself. But hey, that means I can do this now. Izuku held his hand out to the side, away from the others. He felt energy flow into his hand and a moment later a blast of force launched a cloud of sand into the air. Hey Mom, it's like your quirk. Yes, Inko quietly said as she tried to hold back some stray tears from seeing her son happy and with the powerful quirk he always wanted. It is. Wait, if you get new powers from your bonds, Ochako began, then, shouldn't you have gotten something new from me? Izuku blinked. Holy crap, you're right. Your quirk was boosted, which means your bond is at stage 2. What can I do now? Quick. Ochako gestured to her face. Slap me in the face. Don't question it. I really don't think that's how that. Inko began, only for Izuku to just shrug and do what his friend told him to, slapping her lightly on the face. That slap was made of babies. Ochako pouted as she crossed her arms, very much not floating. I'm sorry. I didn't want to just outright slap you. Okay, before whatever this is continues, Tashinori interrupted, we know it doesn't work exactly like young Uraraka's quirk, meaning it doesn't require full 5-point contact, so what else? Well, it's gotta be something like what I do, right? Ochako hummed. How does it work? Does it just give you a new quirk, or? I'm actually not entirely sure. Izuku scratched his head. Yoichi said the quirk has started to mold itself into something new using the quirks of those bonded to me as a reference. It's why I'm able to repel things instead of just attracting them like Mom can. Well, whatever your new power is can be figured out some other day, Inko said. It's late, and you kids need to eat and Ochako needs to get home. But Mom, Miss Midoriya. The two kids whined. No buts. Tashinori raised his hand. I'll be happy to give all of you a lift home. Yes, and you'll be joining us for dinner because frankly, I don't trust you to remember to feed yourself after you leave. Side-eyed him. And you'll go get your truck because so help me Tashinori, if you jump through the air with me again dash. Tashinori immediately buffed up, a nervous smile on his face. Well, my truck is good ways away, so I better go get it. Time is of the essence. Off I go. He wasted no time launching himself into the air, his figure disappearing past the buildings. Huh, Ochako watched him leave. All Might is scared of your mom, awesome. Izuku turned to her. Hey, while we wait, wanna see what we can do? We have plenty of rocks. Ochako held her hands to her face and pretended to act like a flattered maiden. Oh, Izuku Midoriya, you know me so well. Inko watched from her place on her rock as the two ran off. Ochako would use her quirk on as many large rocks as she could, sometimes needing Izuku's help to pull them out of the sand. The two would then make a game of how far they could yeet the rocks into the ocean. Izuku swore it was a rigged game when Ochako would just throw a rock and its distance would be indefinite due to her negating its gravity, so it never landed in the ocean unless she wanted it to. Even when Izuku used his new abilities, he could beat her. Cheater! How's that cheating? Your quirk is cheating. Oh, so you can use your quirk, but I can't? The game's rigged. Nah, it's a skill issue. You dare skill issue me? Inko smiled as she watched the two playfully argue, Izuku blasting a cloud of sand onto Ochako and her retaliating by tackling him. The whole time Izuku was laughing and smiling. Oh, Hisashi, she fondly said as a tear ran down her face. I wish you could see this. She stayed for the rest of their time at the beach like that, watching the two of them try and beat each other at their rock-throwing game. After Tashinori arrived in his truck, they made their way back to the apartment, and Inko worked her heart out to make everyone a fantastic dinner. Izuku and Tashinori sat on the couch talking about some tips Tashinori had for Izuku's fighting style as well as more personal retellings of his most memorable moments as All Might, while Ochako happily volunteered to help her cook, too energetic to just sit and talk like the other two. It was the most lively her house had been in a while, and Inko couldn't help but smile wider, her heart full for the first time in nearly a decade. Try it. No. Come on. Ochako, no. Why not? Izuku sighed as he and Ochako made their way to UA from the station. Public quirk usage for one. And second, we don't even know what I can do. For all we know, I could become a black hole. Ochako's eyes lit up. That sounds awesome, do it? He rolled his eyes and shook his head as he continued, not to mention, I don't even know how to use it. You just do it, duh, Ochako said like it was the most obvious thing in the world. It's not that easy, Izuku grumbled. Think about it. Your whole life, all you really had to do was touch things with your fingertips and your quirk activated. Ochako nodded as she followed along. Okay, yeah, where are you going with this? Ochako, up until 10 months ago, I was quirkless. Even then, One for All is an emitter quirk that powers up my body. It isn't touch-based. Your style of quirk has a bit of a different learning curve. Izuku deadpanned before looking smug. How are you faring with that upgrade to your quirk? It isn't as simple as touching something to delete gravity anymore, is it? Ochako opened her mouth to shoot back a snappy response but paused when she couldn't think of a proper counterargument. Touché, Izuku. Touché. I'm still struggling not to crush things under the force of Jupiter's gravity. Yeah, please be careful, Izuku said in genuine concern. He didn't want Ochako to hurt anyone, especially herself. She just waved him off. Relax, I'll be fine. That's why I have these on. Ochako lifted her hands to show off the gloves she was wearing. The glove covered most of her fingers, excluding her middle finger and her thumb. No accidents happening over here. Not until I get better control. She chuckled. I can't believe I have to do this again. I haven't had to bust these bad boys out for years. Yeah, they barely fit, Izuku frowned. You should really get new ones. Ochako tensed a little but simply laughed. Nah, these still work great. Ochako, I'm almost certain they're cutting off blood flow to your wrist dash, he eeped as she patted him on the back hard. Fine. She emphasized each word with a pat, all while having a stiff smile on her face. Izuku was about to insist when Ochako pointed forward. Look, a distracting event is happening in front of you. They both looked, and Izuku was about to reprimand Ochako for her admittedly weak distraction when his mouth opened and then closed with a click. Because, holy shit, she was right. The normally opened gates of UA were currently closed and were surrounded by what looked to be a ravenous mob. Ochako groaned. Izuku, please tell me this isn't some test by Aizawa on proper riot control. Izuku actually had to think about it for a moment. I actually don't know. It's only the third day. We don't know if this is a test. It's 100% something he'd do. Izuku frowned and was about to respond when a stern voice caught his ear. Izuku, Ochako, it's good to see you. They turned to see Tenya speed walking toward them. Do you happen to know anything about these ruffians blocking the entryway to the school? There are only 20 minutes until class, and I do not want us to be late because of them. Izuku was about to answer him when Ochako beat him to the punch. It's a test from Aizawa in controlling a rioting population. She replied, eyes completely serious. A test? Of course. I expect nothing less of a school as prestigious as UA. Always testing us, even outside of class. No, Tenya, please don't listen to her conspiracy theories. Izuku groaned, but Ochako was already on the ball. You can't prove me wrong. Just like you can't tell me that the president of the HPSC isn't a lizard man. Ochako said in a flat tone. I believe her, Karo. The familiar croak had the trio turn and see Tsuyu walking up the street to join them. Oh god, not you too, Azui. Call me Tsu, and it's totally believable. Wait, are none of us able to get in? A new voice added. They turned to see Momo walking up, looking concerned. Momo, just the lady I was hoping to see. Can you make us some tear gas, flash grenades, and water cannons? Ochako asked cheerily. Momo looked at her like she was insane, but she couldn't stop herself from asking, why in heaven's name would I do that? She didn't expect Tenya to say, this is a test from Aizawa, sensei. We're to practice proper riot control and crowd management. I want one of those beanbag shotguns, Karo, Tsuyu added with a nod. God, why am I the only sane one here? Izuku asked the sky. Is this the curse I get for being accepted into the greatest hero school in the country? It was then that the crowd had finally noticed them and, almost as one, descended upon them with microphones and cameras. Ochako blinked. Oh, it's not a mob, it's worse. It's the paparazzi. Momo blinked. How is that worse? Ochako turned to her and said, personal space is a suggestion to them, and you're not allowed to punch them. Tenya nodded as if this made perfect sense. Of course. Izawa wants us to learn proper hero-media relations. How clever. Excuse me. What's it like having All Might as a teacher? One of the reporters interrupted, trying to shove his way through the crowd. Is he strict? Another reporter immediately asked. What are his classes like? Has he taught you any of his secret techniques? Can you get me his autograph? Is his hair made of gold? Oh, thank God it wasn't, Izuku and Ochako muttered at the same time as the memory and the words, eat this, played in their minds. What the F is this horseshit? Another new voice caused everyone's attention to turn. Katsuki walked up with his hands in his pockets. He didn't even bother acknowledging anyone, pushing through the reporters like they were nothing, though he did roughly shoulder-check Izuku as he passed by. Out of my FING way, you useless extras. Don't you have anything better to do? Wait please. A reporter tried to shove her microphone in Katsuki's face. What do you think of All Might as your dash? I ain't got shit to say to any of you. Katsuki snapped back. Out the effing way. Tenya chopped his hand. Bakugu, proceed with caution. This is a test by Izawa to gauge our charismatic skills regarding the media. This ain't no FNG test, Four Eyes. They're just normal fucking paparazzi mooks trying to score big. Katsuki roughly pushed his way through the crowd and past the gate. Momo held her hand to her chin. Perhaps the test is to see if we can get past them, not to allow them to hold us up and move on in a timely manner. Of course. Big brain Momo. Izuku looked over at Tsuyu with a hopeful look. Please tell me you don't actually believe this is a test. Tsuyu let out a curious croak before leaning in and whispering, of course it isn't, but I enjoy the chaos. They quickly, or as quickly as they could, pushed their way through the crowd and made it past the gate. They were about to try and rush to class when the paparazzi foolishly tried to rush the gate. You can't keep us out. The public deserves to know. One of the fools shouted right as UA's barrier kicked in, blocking access to the school from outside visitors. I knew hiring that buffoon was going to cause issues. They turned to see their homeroom teacher as well as present Mike standing there looking between them and the closed-off paparazzi locked behind the barrier. Aizawa-sensei, did we pass your test? Ochako smiled her bubbly smile at him, causing the teacher to blink at her. What test? He asked, nonplussed. The one about us getting here and not letting the parasites stop us. She cheerfully replied, causing present Mike to snort out a laugh. Yeah, sure kid, A+ or whatever. F yeah. Minus now for cursing. Senuvabitch. Before Aizawa could lower the grade and cause Ochako to display her colorful vocabulary again, Izuku grabbed her by the shoulders and let out a nervous laugh. She didn't mean that, Aizawa-sensei. We'll just, get to class now, bye. With that, he dragged Ochako off, with the rest of their little group not too far behind them. After they had gone, present Mike allowed himself to laugh a little at the situation openly. Hey, Shota, you actually gonna grade them for this? Wouldn't be surprised if you did. Aizawa just shrugged. Wasn't going to, but now I'm tempted to give you Rarika extra credit. What? Why? Aizawa let a lazy smirk appear on his face. She called them parasites. Oh, of course. Shouldn't you be at UA? Inko asked as she finished washing the dishes from breakfast that morning. Tashinori chuckled sheepishly as he helped her dry them. I thought we could touch base on how I could go about helping young Izuku and Ochako with their training thanks to these newfound revelations. He looked thoughtful for a moment. I don't think my master's training methods would work well, and I don't want to subject either of them to my other sensei until I know for sure that my teaching them is a lost cause. He looked troubled when he mentioned his master, and he looked downright terrified when his other sensei was brought up, but Inko couldn't stop herself from asking. What did your master do when training you? She would play this game called Tag for All, where she was it, and I'd have to run from her. We'd both be using One for All at its full power, and if she caught me, she'd throw me as far as she could into the ocean. Inko froze and stared at Tashinori with a very worried expression. That seems very reckless and kind of insane. Nana was like that, yes. He did still sound terrified, But he also sounded fond, which Inko guessed was a good thing, so she decided to ask about this other sensei of his. And what about that other sensei of yours? She flinched when Toshinori turned to her with the most haunted look she had ever seen on someone's face. A little bit of blood dribbled out of his mouth when he spoke. We don't speak of it, and I dare not speak his name. He'd show up and kick my butt if I invoked it. Inko let out a nervous laugh. I'm sure he wasn't that bad. Inko, excuse my language, but the man beat the living shit out of me to get me to learn proper combat forms. He did it out of love or something, yes, but he still was an absolute SLV driver. You ever resort to that sort of training with my son or Ochako-chan, and I swear I will sneak the spiciest peppers into your food and destroy what's left of your stomach. Toshinori coughed up some blood, luckily not on the dishes, at the threat. Ahem, I didn't expect such a threat from you. And that's how you know I am serious. Toshinori nodded before muttering, maybe I should introduce you to him after all. You're almost as scary as he is. Inko laughed as she went back to cleaning the dishes. Oh please, I doubt I'm as scary as an old pro hero who was responsible for training All Might. Toshinori stared at her for a moment but didn't answer. Instead, he returned to drying the dishes. So, what did you have in mind? Toshinori jolted from his thoughts. Huh. Inko looked at him with a raised eyebrow and a smirk. For their training? Oh right, of course. Toshinori tapped a finger against the dish he was drying. Ochako is pretty simple, even with one for all changing her quirk. I want to get her to learn some grappling as well as some first aid and other things she'd need as a rescue hero, since she's already talked about that being a career choice she'd be interested in. At least, that's what Izuku tells me. He put the dish away and picked up the next one. For Izuku, I want him to continue practicing with one for all as well as work on his new abilities. We also need to try and figure out what aspect Ochako's quirk has added to it, but I also want him to try and find a fighting style that suits him. He chuckled. I taught him a little boxing during the 10 months of training at his request, but even with all the muscle he's put on, he's going to remain a pretty small individual, most likely, so I'd rather he learn a style that he can use fully. Well, you're the expert, so I'll trust your judgment. Inko nodded as she finished the last dish, handing it off to Toshinori to dry. Do you have a way to teach them personally without it getting in the way of actual classes? Of course. The principal of UA is a good friend of mine and knows the secret of one for all. He'll allow me to use whatever facilities I need to train Izuku, and if that includes Ochako as well, then he won't mind. Toshinori paused in thought for a moment before continuing. However, this will need to happen after school. I'm afraid young Izuku may be a bit late for dinner, he chuckled. Just be sure not to stay out too late, she said. She was then quick to add, oh, and make sure Ochako-chan comes here too for dinner. That young lady is not eating alone if I can help it. Toshinori was going to respond when his phone buzzed. He quickly looked at it and paled as he noticed the caller ID. It was Aizawa. Sheet, he muttered, and he moved to answer, Hello, Aizawa. How are you? Where the hell are you, All Might? He looked at Inko and then turned away after a moment. I'm at home, why? I'm not supposed to be in for another hour. He ignored Inko's muttered question of, home, or the heat creeping up his face when she looked at him with a smug smile. He heard Aizawa sigh. I know, but we have a bit of a situation on our hands. Toshinori almost immediately buffed up, causing Inko to jump with a squeak, which thankfully went unheard. Are there villains near the school? Are the students all right? Aizawa grumbled. I wish there were villains. Toshinori frowned in confusion, and Aizawa continued. The paparazzi are here, and normally, we'd not ask you to bother dealing with them, but they're getting antsy. Can you come to deal with them so they will leave? Toshinori blinked before beginning to deflate. Yes, of course I can. I'll be there soon. All he got was a hum of confirmation before Aizawa hung up the call. He put his phone away and turned to Inko, about to excuse himself, but paused at her very smug smile. Home. Well, I didn't know you thought of this humble little apartment as home, Toshinori. Okay, that look on your face tells me you're joking, yet for some reason, it's still embarrassing me. Inko laughed at his admittance and embarrassment but shook her head. shooing him out of the house. Go save the day, All Might. I'll see you tonight. Right? Toshinori moved to head towards the front door. Have a good day, Inko. You try not to get drowned in reporters. Izuku still needs his mentor, she called after him. Toshinori chuckled as he exited the apartment and made his way to a more isolated area before buffing up and jumping high into the air in the direction of UA. He had some rabid fans to please. It's like a goddamn cult, he grumbled as he stood in the alley across the street from UA. The media had been camping outside the school gates for hours now, constantly demanding that the symbol of peace come out and answer their questions as if they were prayers. It was pathetic, but also useful enough, I guess. He stepped out of the alley, the hood of his jacket covering his head and his pale blue hair. He made his way to the crowd and began to make his way through them slowly. They paid him no mind, all they cared about was bothering the students and staff, not some random civilian. He slowly inched closer and closer to the front of the crowd towards the gates of UA. The barrier was up as he suspected. Good, which means things would be even more chaotic once it came down. All it would take was one touch, all 5 of his fingers. He finally got to the front, where there were a few desperate reporters banging their fists against the barrier. He would just look like another desperate fan, eager to get a glimpse of All Might in person. The thought of himself being one of these blind followers made him feel disgusted, but he swallowed the feeling and moved to set his plan into motion as he reached out with all 5 fingers to touch the barrier. I am here to answer questions. He froze when he heard that demon voice, followed by that annoying laugh. He didn't count on him showing up so soon. All Might. The reporters looked up as the symbol of peace descended from above and landed in the street, away from the barrier, flocking to him like some DMN sheep. Now, let's clear the gates, HM? There are people who need to get in there, and it's rather rude to deny students their education for an interview. All Might beckoned the reporters away from the walls of UA, and like good little sheep, they obeyed, running towards him and firing off question after question. He was pretty sure someone asked if All Might's hair was made of gold. What the F dash? Sure enough, the students, who had been blocked by the reporters, started to rush through the now unobstructed gate. Meanwhile, he was forced to move with the crowd of reporters away from the gate so he didn't look suspicious standing in front of it alone. He let out a quiet growl. Damn it. His raid prep was ruined all within a few seconds. Stupid All Might ruining everything. He looked through the crowd at the laughing behemoth of a man, the pillar on which society stood. He was unfettered by the massive amount of questions thrown his way, answering every single one of them with ease. It disgusted him. He wanted to kill him so badly. He slowly moved forward through the crowd, just like before. Every step that brought him closer caused him to see it clearer in his head. A single touch from him and the pillar crumbling to dust. He was so close now, he just needed to dash forward, hand outstretched. He could destroy what he hated most now. His hand tensed, and he readied himself but stopped just before he could kick off the ground. A memory, a lesson, played through his mind. It's not enough to simply kill your enemy. You must destroy everything he stands for. Destroy him publicly, completely, without mercy. Humiliate him. Do it so that the people fear you, and a symbol like the one he represents will never rise against you ever again. Thought, of course, he let out a shaky breath as he reined himself in. No, not yet. His plan may have been ruined, but that's what backups were for. While it may have been easier just to get the schedule for the next day, failing to do so didn't mean it was game over. Time for Plan B. Humiliate him. And maybe with a few alterations, he mumbled as he discreetly made his way out of the crowd and back into the alley, pulling out his phone to call in his extraction. Izuku was still dumbfounded by just how normal every class was at UA. Math, English, art history, and even science all happened quickly and efficiently, taught by pro-heroes that Izuku still fangasmed over. A fact that Ochako was still teasing him about in the lunchroom. Oh my god, it's Present Mike. It doesn't matter that I literally saw him at the front gate. He's just so cool. Ochako nudged him from her place in line, and Izuku felt his face heat up. Essage, shut up. I can't believe I get to learn from ectoplasm. It SCKS that he's having us learn fractions, But that doesn't matter come on. It's ectoplasm. Ochako, I swear to God if you don't stop. Stop beaming these thoughts into my head, and I will. Ochako said quietly enough that no one around them could hear over their own conversations. However, he could tell that she was joking, mainly doing this to get a rise out of him. It was, unfortunately, working. I will steal your machi. Izuku deadpanned. Do it, coward. You won't. Even if I did, you wouldn't be able to stop me with your hands like that. He pointed at her hands, which looked like they were being choked by her gloves. Ochako, please, I'm begging you to get new ones. Izuku, Ochako began with a serious tone, throwing Izuku off. I said it's fine. Please just drop it, okay? Izuku blinked at her and nodded at her, grabbing a tray of food silently, mulling over the problem a little more, though he did his best to keep his worries from reaching her through their bond. He just hoped One for All didn't screw him over on that. Considering Ochako wasn't giving him any looks that said she was being relayed his thoughts, Izuku figured he was in the clear. However, with his focus and thoughts elsewhere, he wasn't paying enough attention and nearly bumped into someone. Oh, I'm sorry, he muttered, looking up to see that it was Yuga, who thankfully didn't look too bothered by his almost encounter with Izuku. Monami. It is I who should apologize. He flipped his hair with one hand and smiled a sparkling smile at Izuku. I was merely on my way to get some silverware, and I must have gotten lost. Ochako furrowed her brow. You got lost looking for the silverware? Izuku rolled his eyes but decided he'd help Yuga out. They're right over there. He trailed off when he noticed the odd belt beneath Yuga's shirt. Hey, Aoyama, you wear your support belt outside of your costume? Yoga looked surprised before recovering and answering, yes, it is needed to help me control my sparkling laser. Unfortunately, without the belt, the laser has a habit of leaking. Leaking? Ochako raised an eyebrow. A minor inconvenience, but does nothing to take away from how dazzling I am. Oh, so it's a civilian support item, Izuku deduced. That's actually really cool. He then paused, and his eyes glanced over at Ochako before a metaphorical light bulb lit up over his head. Ochako, you mind dash? Ochako had already grabbed his tray with one hand and told him, go do what you gotta do, just hurry before lunch is over. Thanks, you're awesome, he said without pausing as he ran off. Though he did hear you ask, rather bluntly, so, have you 2F'd yet? His face turned red, and he ran a little faster when Ochako shouted out, Suchun. He'll just ignore whatever that was. It was probably best for his mental health or something. He ran through the halls of UA, not sure if he was actually going in the right direction. One for All seemed to try and help him out, feeding him info of the building layout that he assumed was coming from his bond with All Might. He made a note of that for later, since instant sharing of information like this would be very useful. But he had other things to worry about. Specifically, how was he going to convince Power Loader to make a civilian support item? He didn't even know if the support course was allowed to make those for students outside of their hero costumes. He would just have to cross his fingers, he supposed. He turned a corner and saw a big reinforced door, the sign saying, Support Studio, telling him he made it to his destination. He slowed down from a run to a quick walk. All right, this is it. It's just something for her hands, he should say yes, right? Izuku mulled over as he neared the door. Wonder why the door would have to be rained for. The building almost immediately shook with a loud boom, causing Izuku to activate One for All. He didn't think, he just moved on instinct and pried the huge door off its hinges with pull before going into the support studio. He probably should have thought because the moment he did, he got hit by a face full of smoke. Is Dash? He coughed and waved the smoke away. Is everyone all right? He heard someone grumbling, yeah, give me a minute to turn on the air filtration. After a second, the air was breathable and Izuku noticed Power Loader looking toward the back of the room. Damn it, Hatsum. It's only the third day, and you've already destroyed 2 prototypes. Only 2? Ah man, I'm behind schedule. A girl's voice was heard from the back. Power Loader sighed and looked around the room, making sure his other students were okay before noticing Izuku and the absolutely demolished door he had left behind. Son of a beach. I'm gonna have to replace that. Izuku quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry. I felt the explosion and moved to make sure everyone was okay. Izuku was sure Power Loader narrowed his eyes at him. He could feel his eyes analyzing him before he sighed. You're one of Aizawa's, aren't you? No. He raised a hand to get Izuku not to answer. I don't need an answer, I can tell. Only one of his would be so troublesomely heroic. Think before you leap a bit more, kid, but it's fine. I'll just have Hatsum replace the door later as punishment. That's not fair. A girl with pink dreadlocks, who Izuku assumed was Hatsum, piped up. You know what's not fair? You blowing up the support department 2 days in a row. 3 days. I was here during orientation too. She corrected as if it was something to be proud of. Power Loader groaned and chose to ignore her to address Izuku. So, how can I help you? Izuku Midoriya, sir. Izuku introduced himself. Midoriya, what brings you to the studio? Shouldn't you be at lunch? Power Loader asked. Well, I was actually wondering what the policy for making civilian support items is. He scratched the back of his head as he continued. See, I have this friend, and her quirk is touch-activated. I know it may seem a little extra, but I wanted to see about getting her some custom gloves made that keep her from activating it. Power Loader rubbed his chin in thought, muttering a bit. Touch-based quirk, touch-based quirk. He snapped his fingers. Wait, is this that gravity girl? Izuku perked up in surprise. Why, Ochako Uraraka. Ah, perfect timing. Power Loader turned and called out, Hatsum, get those pair of gloves you were dash. Here you go. Izuku jumped when Hatsum appeared right next to him, a pair of gloves in her hand. These were fun to work on, if a little simple. Power Loader hummed. I'll change the paperwork to have them registered as civilian support items rather than hero ones. That should allow her to wear them outside of her costume. Thanks. Izuku reached out to grab the gloves when suddenly Mei grabbed his arm with her free hand and started to feel it up. Oh yeah, I thought there were some hidden muscles under that shirt. Could make some interesting babies with you, she said without a care in the world of Izuku's reaction or personal space. What are you doing? Measuring you, duh. Hatsum, stop doing that without consent. Power Loader yelled. Hatsum looked back at him before sighing. Fine. She looked back at Izuku, her crosshair-shaped pupils boring into his soul. Can I measure you? I barely know you. Izuku yelled. Mei Hatsum, soon-to-be famous support technician. Now, can I feel your muscles? I need an adult. Power Loader sighed. Stop secularly harassing Midoriya so he can get to lunch, Hatsum. I am not secularly harassing him. That's so not okay. No, I am normally harassing him. Hatsum, I swear to God. Izuku's face felt like it was about to explode, so he did the only thing he realistically could, given the situation he found himself in. He quickly, but as politely as he could, grabbed the box from Mei, activated one for all, and ran. Thank you for the gloves, I'll tell you how shall like them okay thanks bye. Mei lifted a hand to her face and yelled after him, come back here. I still need to measure your muscles. She squeaked when Power Loader placed a hand on her head and turned her around to face him. No, he growled, what you need to do is get your tools and fix this demon door. After I measure his dash. Now, Hatsum. Izuku made it back to the cafeteria in record time, and he only got stopped for running in the halls once, so that was a win in his book. He didn't acknowledge anyone as he returned to Ochako and his sweet, succulent katsudon. Instead, he stole his tray back, muttered a traumatized, trade you, and handed her the box. Ochako merely looked at him and raised her eyebrows in confusion. Well, thank you, but why give me this? Your gloves offended me. I fixed the issue. I fought a traumatizing battle to do so. Izuku looked at her, and she flinched as his eyes started glowing a little bit from one for all. I'd like to eat my food in peace. Can do, bud, but I swear if you spent a single yen on these, I'll have to fight you. You'd lose horribly, Izuku muttered. Nah, I'd win. Just open the box, Gojo. Izuku mumbled as he shoveled Katsudon into his mouth. Hey, you got the reference. Ochako smiled as she opened the box to see a pair of black gloves with pink-tipped fingers waiting for her. Oh, they're like my hero costume. Yeah, Power Loader said they were supposed to be part of them, but they weren't ready yet. I think there are instructions in the box. Ochako looked and noted that, yes, there was a slip of paper in the box that explained how to use the gloves properly. She quickly read them. Snap your fingers to retract gloves. Snap them again to bring them back to normal. Bringing your gloves together even when the gloves are extended will cause them to retract for ease of quirk cancellation. Snapping your fingers twice in quick succession puts them into civilian mode for everyday use. She removed her old gloves and put them on the table before grabbing the gloves out of the box and feeling the material. They felt like normal gloves, but tougher? If that even made any sense. She shrugged and put them on anyway. They felt comfortable and fit perfectly. She lifted her hand, snapped her right fingers, and blinked when the fingers retracted immediately. She then snapped twice and put them in civilian mode, where the gloves turned into normal-looking artist gloves. Okay, that's fucking it. Did you really just say rad? Karo. Tsuyu added from her spot across from Ochako. Ochako went to answer, but she was cut off by Tenya chopping his hands. Don't use such foul language. We are supposed to be examples of the best Japan has to offer. Tsuyu looked at him oddly. Have you heard Bakugu? He doesn't count. Tenya added with a firm nod. He is a lost cause. Whoa, Tenya's being spicy. Ochako added, excited. I'm spicy? That is rather concerning. Perhaps I should go see Recovery Girl. He tried to get up, but Tsuyu reached out a hand and pulled him back down. You don't have to do that, Karo. Human beings are not meant to be spicy. Why are you taking that literally? Izuku and Ochako laughed as they watched Tsuyu do her best to hold Tenya down to keep him from going to the nurse's office for being too spicy. As the battle was going on, Ochako took a moment to look at Izuku and say, Hey, thanks, by the way. For the gloves. I said you didn't have to do anything about them. Izuku shrugged. I wanted to. Couldn't stand seeing you at risk of losing your hands like that. Ochako blinked at him. They weren't that tight, Izuku. They tore a bit when you pulled them off, rather forcefully, might I add, he deadpanned. That they still came off, though, Ochako mumbled. Ochako, I could literally hear them ripping a little bit every time you made a fist. Excuse me. A voice interrupted their argument, and the two turned to see Momo sitting next to Tenya, a concerned frown on her face. Midoriya, you could have asked me to make her some gloves. I would have gladly done it with my quirk. Izuku blinked at her sudden appearance but paid it no mind. Instead, he tried to recall what Momo's quirk was, and his eyes lit up when he did. That's right, you can make anything with your quirk. Momo nodded proudly. Well, almost anything. My quirk uses my fat cells and transmutes them into whatever material I want, so long as I understand the atomic structure needed. I, can't make living organisms, though, like plants or animals. That's so cool though. Izuku gushed, a notebook appearing in his hand, causing everyone at the table, save Ochako, to flinch in surprise. Is there a size limit to what you make? Can you make wood or wool? How did you discover your quirk? Momo blinked at him, and for a moment, Izuku was worried that he had done something wrong, asked the wrong questions, and been that creepy little Deku that Katsuki always accused him of being. Still, then she beamed at him and started trying to answer all of his questions, sounding genuinely happy to share about her quirk. As long as I have room to create the object and the lipids to make them, I should be able to make almost anything, but I think the biggest thing I've made was a cannon. I'd have to look up the exact name of it, but it ended up being as big as I am. I can make wood or cotton, but they seem to be exceptions to the no living organism rule. She trailed off before continuing, I discovered my quirk by accident. I wanted some Matryoshka dolls when I was a little girl. I wanted them so badly but didn't know that I could just ask my parents. I guess I had wanted one more badly than I thought because my arms started glowing, and a really bad-looking one popped out. She chuckled sheepishly. A bad-looking one? Ochako asked curiously, and Momo nodded. Like I said, I have to understand the object to create it properly. If I don't, I can still make an approximation of it, but it comes out flawed, imperfect. She shrugged. After I went to the doctor to confirm my quirk, I spent a lot of time trying to learn how to make those matryoshka dolls. I made so many of them that I've gotten to the point where I can do it almost immediately without a thought. She demonstrated by extending her hands and, with a flash of light, creating a little Momo matryoshka doll. Izuku's eyes sparkled as he began writing. It was just such an interesting quirk, and he couldn't help but write out combat or rescue applications for it. The group stayed like that for the entire lunch PRD, Izuku asking questions about their quirks and the others gladly explaining what they knew of them. Tenya was more hesitant, saying he'd rather not reveal such personal information. Still, he began to open up once Ochako vouched for Izuku's sincerity in wanting to help them get better with their quirks, stating that he had been trying to help her since her quirk awakened the other day. Izuku was so happy he almost didn't feel Katsuki's malignant stare from across the lunchroom. Almost. Now, Izuku knew for a fact that not every heroics class they were going to have was going to be as action-packed as the one they had had the day before. Izuku knew that, and honestly he didn't mind it. He enjoyed lectures and come on, it was All Might giving the lecture. That didn't mean he wasn't aware of his classmates' lack of enjoyment in the lecture. Specifically Ochako's, since he could literally feel her boredom, and judging by All Might's nervous and less than shiny smile, he had noticed it too. It probably also had something to do with the bonds. That's all the time we have for today, and don't worry, we won't be doing lectures like this too often. All Might reassured the class, mostly Ochako. In fact, I feel a little bad for making you sit here after yesterday's action-packed class, so I'll throw you all a bone. Tomorrow we'll be doing something you all might like. Heh, he snorted at his pun and flinched when Ochako booed him. Okay, I'll stop, but you all might be interested in this. Tomorrow we'll be heading to do some, drum roll please. Some of the students, in a desperate need to do something, humored All Might and started drumming on their desks. Rescue training. Yes. Ochako brought her fist down on her desk and left a small hole in it. Oops. Don't have to pay for that, right? All Might waved her off. No, it's easy enough to fix. Ochako sighed in relief. Good, 'cause I wasn't going to. Can't. Izuku blinked as he heard that thought. When he heard thoughts, they always sounded like the voice of whoever's thoughts one for all was telling him. This voice didn't sound like any of the people he had formed a bond with. It didn't even sound like Yoichi. Then again, Yoichi has yet to actually talk to Izuku when he's outside the weird void world of One for All. Maybe it was because he couldn't? A problem for later. Anyway, All Might continued, you'll go to your homeroom with Aizawa like you normally would, but instead of going to your later classes, you will instead be loaded onto buses so that we can head to our destination further on campus. All Might looked at them sternly. Your hero costumes are required for this class and will be waiting for you upon your arrival. After all, this is going to be rescue training. You have to make sure your costume is well suited not just to combat but to save people as well. This will be a good way of finding out if your costumes need any changes. The chimes signaling the end of class played, and All Might nodded to excuse the students, all of them beginning to chat excitedly as they got up to leave. Izuku was about to walk out with Ochako and their group of friends. Holy crap, he had a group of friends, when another thought shot through his head. Seba. Izuku paused and quickly thought up an excuse before turning to his friends and saying, you guys go ahead, I need to ask All Might for some personal advice. They all gave their own confirmations of approval, with Ochako giving a knowing look between him and All Might before she immediately worked to get them all distracted so they didn't dwell on Izuku staying behind. So, Tsuchan, you told me at lunch that you wanted to be a rescue hero, too. Are you excited? Not enough to break my desk in said excitement, but I am, Karo. Izuku let out a fond sigh as he heard them make their way down the hall. When it was just him and All Might, the pro-hero shut the doors and deflated. Ah, that's so much better, Toshinori groaned as his body was allowed to relax. Izuku looked at him with concern. That's not getting any easier for you, is it? Toshinori waved off his concern. Luckily, my time is a little longer. While I'm solely teaching, I'm not really exerting myself. Izuku knew he was just trying to ease his worries, but he couldn't keep himself from being concerned for his mentor. He decided to let it go for now. So what do you need, All Might? He made his way back over to the teacher's desk and opened a drawer, pulling out a keycard of sorts and flicking it over to Izuku, who caught it easily. You and young Uraraka will be joining me at Gym Gamma after school from now on for some specialized training. That key will get you in. Inside the gym is a locker room where I'll have your hero costumes delivered. Izuku's eyes widened as he looked up from his inspection of the keycard. Our costumes? Indeed. Best you get used to them, and training in them will kill two birds with one stone. Izuku frowned. This seems a little unfair to our classmates. Toshinori, however, shrugged. It is, and I know this sounds a little callous, but as you well know, life is unfair. Most of your classmates have trained their whole lives for this. We're just catching you and Miss Uraraka up is all. It still doesn't feel right, Izuku trailed off. Toshinori hummed. Thousands of hero hopefuls apply to UA every year. Some were able to get private training beforehand. Some were born with powerful quirks and allowed to work with them even though the law prevented it. Out of those thousands of applicants, only 36 make it into the hero course, not counting the recommendation students who have someone vouch for their skills and power. Not all of them get to study at the best hero school in Japan. Toshinori shook his head. That's just the society we live in, and my main concern right now isn't that they aren't receiving fair treatment, though I wish I could fix every single injustice I can find. My time is running out, you know this. He patted Izuku on the head as he made for the door. My main concern is making sure you and those who receive the gift of One for All are trained and ready to take up my mantle when I'm gone. That way, you can fix whatever injustice you find when it's your turn to be great heroes. It's all about doing what we can with the time we have left. Can we please not talk like you're gonna die soon? Izuku's frown deepened. Young Midoriya, I'll continue to be blunt. I should have died when I got this injury. He laughed at Izuku's put-out look. But no, I'm speaking literally about time. I'm down to 3 hours a day, and I fully expect that timer to start shortening as the embers of One for All begins to be used up, but that's okay. His buffing up caused Izuku to jump as he began walking him to the door. Because you are here. And I have faith that you'll be more than ready to take my place once your training is complete. Izuku felt his heart warm at hearing All Might's belief in him as he teared up a little. Thanks, All Might. So, Gym Gamma, right? All Might nodded, leaning down a bit and whispering. I'll be there when I can. Be discreet. Yes, sir. Izuku nodded before he ran off to catch up with his friends. You sure we're heading in the right direction? Ochako asked as they walked down the path, hands up behind her head. Izuku looked around at the many facilities, none of which seemed like Gym Gamma. This should be the right way? Did All Might give you directions? She asked. Do Quirk relayed directions count? He genuinely asked. No, Izuku. Your funky Quirk trying to tell you where you need to go doesn't count. Ochako sighed before looking confused. Wait, how come your Quirk is giving you the directions but not me? I think it only relays stuff through me and my bonds, but not directly between two separate bonds. Izuku tapped his chin in thought. Though All Might looked like he could feel your boredom in class, so maybe it can relay those surface thoughts, but only if you two form a bond of your own? Ochako shook her head. Nah, that was just standard new teacher jitters. He knows people look forward to his class, and he knows how expressive I am, so whenever he looked over at me, he probably saw how just not into it I was. That's true. You're not exactly subtle, Izuku mumbled as he inspected another building to see if it was Gym Gamma. Ochako snapped towards him. Excuse me. I'm the subtlest beach you've ever met. Izuku turned to her with a raised eyebrow. Second subtlest? He shook his head. You're about as subtle as a brick to the head, Ochako. The only two people I know who are less subtle than you are Katsuki and my auntie Mitsuki. I don't know her, so she doesn't count, and hey, I'm way more subtle than Triple B. Okay, then that makes you the second most unsubtle person I know now. Exactly. Ochako had a proud smile on her face before she realized what that actually meant. Wait, hold on a minute dash. Hey, we're here. Izuku perked up when he looked at a certain building and got a sort of weird ping-like feeling that he just knew meant he had found the right place. This was more than confirmed when the two of them walked up to the door, and he used the key card All Might had given him, unlocking the door and allowing them entrance. Holy shit! This place is huge! Ochako yelled as they entered to find a large room, about as big as a football field, maybe even bigger. Pretty empty though. What kind of training does All Might expect us to do here? She asked, her voice echoing throughout the room. No idea. Izuku looked around, noticing the set of doors off to the side. Those are probably the locker rooms. All Might said our costumes should be in there. Sweet. Ochako ran forward towards the door that was marked as the girls' room. I'll see you in a minute, she said as she disappeared. Izuku smiled at his best friend's enthusiasm and quickly went to get changed himself. Entering the boys' locker room, he found his costume suitcase sitting in plain view on the bench, waiting for him. His smile grew just a bit wider at the chance to wear his hero uniform again. Quickly, he got changed, making sure everything was as it should be, before heading back out to the main gym floor. As he entered the large room, he found Ochako had already finished changing and was currently talking to a deflated All Might, who must have shown up while Izuku was getting into his own costume. She was currently showing off her new gloves. All Might seemed amused at the simple but helpful piece of support gear. He then noticed Izuku and beckoned him over. Young Midoriya. There you are. Now we can begin. Toshinori let out a laugh. Yeah, about that. Ochako looked around the room. What exactly are we going to do here? Toshinori, expecting the question, patiently explained, Gym Gamma, despite its appearance, is actually quite a versatile training facility. He pulled out a tablet and started to mess with what seemed to be controls on its screen. Normally, it would be used for whole classes of students, and Cementos would be able to customize the gym to any layout he wished. However, this training is rather secret, and thus Cementos could not be involved. Luckily, for situations like these, the gym has been outfitted with ways to customize it to our liking. The two students heard a noise behind them and turned around to see the floor shifting around as panels opened up, tiles rose to create obstacles, and the room configured itself to All Might specifications. Now, like I told young Midoriya, don't feel bad about your classmates not being here for this training. We'll be making use of this gym in my classes as well, eventually. We're just here to get you both up to where you should be and maybe a little further beyond that. Ochako and Izuku continued to stare in awe as the room seemingly came alive. What the F is UA's budget? Ochako yelled. They had multiple fake cities that were used as testing sites and could afford to break those to unleash skyscraper-sized robots, Izuku flatly said. Duh. Ochako stared at him in disbelief and slight horror as he put into perspective the money that must be available to UA to allow them to have such facilities and allow such destruction of said facilities. I repeat, what the F is UA's budget? Principal Nizu likes to play the stock market. All Might shrugged like it wasn't something utterly terrifying to think about. Can he teach me his ways? Ochako asked, eyes wide with wonder. Maybe in your second year, Miss Uraraka. A voice echoed throughout the gym, causing Izuku and Ochako to jump, while All Might just sighed through his nose. Principal Nizu wishes to monitor our progress. He's especially interested in this new way One for All is working to empower others the wielder is close to, he explained. Indeed. I also offered to give All Might the recordings of your training sessions for further review. Don't feel bad about destroying the gym either while you work. That's what it's here for. Nizu sounded practically giddy. By the way, after class tomorrow, come see me, and I'll give you both access to the robot maintenance tunnel that leads directly to the gym. That way, you won't have to worry about being spotted by your classmates after school. Thank you, Principal Nizu? Izuku said, looking up at the ceiling, as he was unsure where else to look. You're welcome, Mr. Midoriya. Happy training. They heard a click, and then Nizu went silent. All right, with that out of the way. All Might nodded to Izuku. Start warming up on the obstacle course. Nizu is watching, so he'll be able to make changes if he thinks it's too easy for you. Obviously, feel free to use your quirk. Izuku nodded and moved to start stretching before he took the course, while Ochako looked at All Might, a frown on her face. So what am I gonna do? She jumped back as All Might buffed up and gave her a thumbs up. Why, spar with me of course. Ochako looked at him with a surprised frown. What? Even with One for All being weird, I generally know what young Midoriya is capable of. All Might walked her a good distance away from the obstacle course Izuku was about to make use of. I trained him for 10 months after all, but I have no baseline for you outside of what I've seen during that combat class we had, and frankly, that isn't a very good indicator of physical fitness or combat skill. He nodded to her hands. Plus, we have to figure out the mechanics for that new addition to your quirk. And what better way to do that than some hot-blooded combat? How is a spar supposed to help me figure out the changes to my quirk? Ochako asked in confusion. All Might rubbed his chin. Think of it less like a spar and more like a really advanced game of tag. We know that your quirk is still touch-based, so I want you to do everything you can to try and negate my gravity, increase it, or both. After you've figured that out, we'll stop and touch base before the real sparring begins. Sound good? So what? You're just gonna let me slap you to negate your gravity? Ochako asked. All Might let out a laugh before shaking his head. Of course not. I'll still dodge. You have to work your body too. But I won't be dodging properly anyway. You are here to learn, after all. That I'm about to get my butt kicked, aren't I? She asked with a blank stare. Embarrassingly so. All Might's grin never wavered. Ochako sighed before she looked back up at All Might, her eyes hardened in determination as she got into a sloppy combat stance. Bring it on. That's what I like to hear. I'll also be taking some mental notes to help you find a combat style that suits you best. But enough talk. All Might rolled his shoulders and got into a standard boxer stance. Have it you. All Might raised 2 fingers and gestured for her to attack him. After all, she was the one learning, not him. Growling, she lunged at him, and the training commenced. The spar with All Might went a lot better than Ochako had expected, mainly because, true to his word, he really wasn't trying to fight back all that much, primarily focused on blocking or dodging, allowing her to get her hits in while he took note of everything she did. All Might had to admit, for someone without proper rigorous physical training, Ochako hit pretty damn hard. However, he should have expected that since the bond had been altering her body to become stronger like it did with Inko. What surprised him more than her hits stinging a little bit, though, was when she landed an open-palmed slap against his arm. The first time, she landed it with her right hand, negating his gravity and causing him to float. She had cancelled her quirk after that, and they reset. The second time was more intense. She had hit him with her left hand, and immediately he felt the difference. He felt the pull of gravity strengthen as if he were wearing heavyweight clothes. He felt the intensity increase rapidly, and while he was sure he could withstand it for a good while, he saw Ochako beginning to look sick. That's enough, young Uraraka, he said, and quickly Ochako deactivated her quirk, returning his gravity to normal. Why? She took a deep breath as she tried to calm her stomach. Why did it work that time? All Might rubbed his chin. I think, well, that took a lot out of me. He deflated a bit to give himself some time to cool down. I think that it depends on which hand you use. I noticed that when you hit me with your right hand, it negated my gravity, but the moment you landed a strike with your left, my gravity began to increase. Ochako blinked before raising her hands up. So, right for no gravity, left for more gravity? I believe so, All Might nodded. That's gonna take getting used to, Ochako sighed. It's like I'm a little kid again, learning from scratch. At least you are learning alongside young Midoriya, right? All Might tried to help her see the bright side. You do have a point there. She looked at the obstacle course that Izuku was close to finishing. Hell, he might have it harder thanks to his quirk constantly evolving and being wonky. All Might snapped his fingers, causing Ochako to jump. That reminds me, when he's done, we're gonna try and get him to figure out how your quirk changed One for All. All Might was going to explain further, but the sound of a platform moving and a yell caught both of their attention. They looked up towards the obstacle course and gasped. As they were discussing, Izuku had been going through the last stages of the obstacle course, jumping over gaps, sliding under walls, vaulting, all the normal things in parkour, trying to get used to his speed and power when it came to maneuverability. He spared a glance down at Ochako and All Might to see what they were up to, but as he was distracted, he didn't notice that the platform he was jumping towards had moved positions. He missed his jump and yelled as he fell towards the gym floor. He closed his eyes and braced for the impact that would come from falling so high, hoping One for All would make him durable enough not to get hurt too badly. That's when he felt it, a shift in his stomach as if he was going through a loop on a roller coaster. He felt his back hit the floor way sooner than he expected, and let out an oomph in surprise. He let out a sigh of relief when he didn't feel anything was broken. He sat up and rested his arms on his knees and noticed he had actually landed on another platform. Oh, that was convenient. Izuku! He heard Ochako yell in concern and surprise. He looked in the direction her voice came, from above him. He looked up, and both Ochako and All Might were hanging from the ceiling like bats. What are you guys doing up there? All Might was staring in surprise and awe, but snapped out of it and called out, "We're not up anywhere, young Midoriya." Izuku looked back down at the platform when a thought popped into his head. He crawled towards the edge and looked over. What he saw over the edge was the actual ceiling of Gym Gamma, very, very, very far below. Izuku sat back and had a blank expression on his face as he looked back up towards All Might and Ochako. "That I'm upside down, aren't I?" They both nodded. "That is awesome." Izuku jumped to his feet with a wide smile on his face. "It feels like I'm standing up normally. Did I change how I respond to gravity? I'm not floating and I feel normal, so maybe I changed my center of gravity or something. Can I only invert it, or is it full control? Can I do it to others or just myself?" "Izuku!" Ochako's voice snapped him out of his rant, and he looked back up, technically down, at her. "How do we get you down?" "That I didn't think about that. How can you be so smart yet so dumb? I just discovered this power 20 seconds ago, okay?" "Young Midoriya, just relax," All Might told him. "We don't want any accidents. Now, is One for All still active?" "I've got it on a low percentage, but yeah," Izuku answered. "Good, keep it on. We'll use this as an opportunity to test control. Now, safe to assume you activated this power while falling. Do you remember what you felt?" Like my stomach was doing a twist, like going through a loop on a roller coaster or when you're driving and going down a hill really quick." "Okay," All Might then buffed up. "Chase that feeling again, my boy. I'll be ready to catch you if anything goes wrong." Izuku nodded as he closed his eyes and focused. The first time, the activation must have been purely reactive, but he had no clue how he did it. So he focused on himself, on trying to see if anything was different, either about him or the room itself. He couldn't tell if anything was actually different other than gravity pulling him in the wrong direction. It couldn't be that simple, could it? Izuku focused and willed his gravity to shift, reverting itself to its normal state. He felt his stomach turning again, and he felt his body leave the platform, and he started falling again. Catch me, catch me, catch me." He fell through the air for a moment before All Might jumped up and caught him. "I've got you." The two landed, and All Might set Izuku down, the boy stumbling to the floor. "Well, I think we've figured out your new ability. Let's end the training for today. We've made excellent progress and have learned much," All Might said before deflating and looking at his watch. "And I want to get you two back to Inko before she kills me. I mean, Mom wouldn't kill you. She'd ravage whatever is left of my digestive system with spicy peppers." She gave you that threat?" Izuku nodded calmly as if it wasn't anything surprising. "Yeah, we should probably get home." Ochako rubbed her arm before nervously she asked, "Hey, are you sure it's okay that I'm eating over at your place so much? That's a lot of food you could be having instead." Her orders were specifically to bring you over and make sure you ate, so that's what we're going to do, All Might firmly said, waving them off to change. Izuku patted Ochako on the back as they started making their way to the locker rooms. "We have plenty of food, Ochako, don't worry." Ochako nodded and moved into the locker room. Part of her upset that she was inconveniencing the Midoriyas so much, but a small part of her felt happy about being so easily accepted by them. Woohoo! Ochako cheered as All Might soared through the air with her on his back. This is amazing. No, it's not. Izuku muttered as he hung onto All Might's leg like he did that fateful day. Doesn't this take you back, my boy? All Might, I swear to God, fanboy or not, bond or not, I will put you in the ground next time we spar. I look forward to it. The trio landed on the roof of the apartment complex, Ochako hopping off with a big smile on her face while Izuku let himself fall and hug the ground. Why? He shakily said. Why was I on your leg? The back was taken, Ochako said smugly. Unless you were fine with me holding on to All Might? Izuku blinked and mentally thought he wouldn't mind doing that. It sounded pretty enjoyable, honestly, but he couldn't let her know that. He looked up, and thankfully, the stray thought hadn't reached her. Thank you, one for all, he mentally said, not really expecting a reply back. You're welcome. Izuku blinked and stood. He'd process that later. I'm not answering you, and next time, you can ride on his leg, see how you like it. I'm not a beach, so I'd probably enjoy it a lot. You're literally gonna be able to jump as high as he can. Triple B is scarier than that. Why can you fight him but not deal with flying through the air? I'm at least able to control how I handle myself in a fight or adjust my own movement, Izuku muttered. I can't do that when I'm holding on to someone else for dear life. Before the two could continue, the door to the stairs opened, and Inko poked her head out. I thought you all would be up here. Come on, the food is almost ready, she said as she turned to go down the stairs. You both can tell me all about your day. All Might pointed behind him and said, I should get Dash. Tashinori, deflate now, and I better see you downstairs and ready to eat. I made some foods your stomach can actually handle, she said firmly before disappearing down the stairwell. The three stood there for a moment before Ochako looked back at Tashinori with a smug smile. So, we gonna talk about that or? Tashinori cleared his throat as he deflated. Just go down the stairs, children. Yes, Dad might, Ochako sing-songed as she grabbed Izuku's arm and pulled him along. Izuku blinked in confusion. Dad might. I'll tell you when you're older. I'm older than you, though. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Izu. Tashinori sighed fondly. In hindsight, he should have expected Inko to keep him around for dinner as well. He supposed there was absolutely no reason to complain. He couldn't remember the last time he had a proper dinner with anyone prior to his interaction with the Midoriyas. Maybe David and Melissa? But that was years ago. It felt nice and less lonely. All Might. He turned from his musings to look up, seeing Izuku looking at him with concern. Are you coming? Smiled and walked forward, ruffling his apprentice's hair fondly. Yeah, kid, I'm coming. He sulked as he sat at the bar, all but one of his fingers drumming on the wood. Across from him, a man made of mist, dressed in the normal bartender getup, was keeping busy by cleaning glasses. Kurojairi. The mist man looked up at him with his glowing yellow lights for eyes. Yes, Tamura Shigaraki? Is sensei ready to speak to me yet? Tamura asked. The good doctor should be done with his treatments soon, Kurojairi answered. Right as he had finished saying that, the small TV that sat on the corner of the bar turned itself on. The screen showed nothing but static, with the words, audio only, in the corner. You wish to speak with me, Tamura? A voice asked through the TV. Sensei, Tamura bowed his head in respect. Yes, I did. It's so rare for you to request to speak with me. Normally, I'm the one reaching out to you. The now-named sensei seemed more amused than offended. How may I be of assistance, my boy? Tamura remained silent for a moment before speaking. The plan today failed. I wasn't able to retrieve the class schedule. He showed up before I could. Ah, yes, I witnessed it on the news. Sensei went silent for a moment before speaking. How do you want to proceed after this setback? He decided to question his protege and turn this setback into a lesson. I still want to strike, but I want to alter the plan. Tamura waited for any sort of negative reaction but was genuinely surprised to hear none. "Oh ho!" Sensei said, intrigued. "Tell me more, my boy." "I had him in my grasp. I could have killed him then and there, but then I remembered something you told me once. I remember you said it wasn't worth it just to kill my enemies. You said I had to destroy them in all other ways first. Their image, their ideals, everything they stand for. I want to destroy all might." "And how do you plan to do that, Tamura?" If one paid attention, one could hear the rising, almost childlike glee in Sensei's tone. "I want him to fail in the worst way possible." Tamura idly scratched at his neck. "I want him to break all of his promises. I want the world to know that he can't protect them. And what better way than killing those under his tutelage?" "I must say, Tamura, I'm pleasantly surprised by this new line of thinking." Sensei chuckled. "It seems you are finally beginning to take your lessons to heart, but you still have a long way to go." In the meantime, Tamura could swear he heard his sensei lean forward in whatever seat he was in. "Let's discuss your ideas for this change of plans." "I still want the fodder," Tamura said. "We spent too much time gathering them not to use them." "Of course. But I want to change up our plans for Nomu." "Oh." Tamura's smile was downright feral. "Yeah. I'm gonna need a distraction. I must warn you, Tamura, you are giving up a lot of power in your arsenal by doing this." "I know, which is why I was about to ask. How many Nomu are ready enough for combat? They don't need to be perfect, they just need to be able to follow orders and kill who I need them to kill. That I'll have the good doctor take a look in storage." Sensei paused before asking, "Was there anything specific you had in mind as far as quirks?" "I have some preferences, but I guess I'll have to wait and see what's available." "That's mature of you. But there's still the matter of not possessing the schedule. How will you know where to strike?" Tamura smiled as he picked up his phone. "The doctor should still have some of those little trackers he made for our higher-level mooks, right?" "He does, yes. According to our little rat inside of that disgusting institution, they're supposed to be going to do some rescue training tomorrow, so I just need to bug a few of those hero hopefuls to find out where it is." Tamura scowled before continuing. "I'll ask our rogue to send me a profile of their classmates. That's how I'll know who to target." A chuckle was heard through the TV, followed by clapping. "Well done. I'm looking forward to seeing how your new plan plays out, Tamura." "As am I. I'm very excited. Get some rest. I'll have the doctor give you a call in the morning with a list of Nomu that are combat ready, but I'm curious," Sensei paused, "what do you intend to do with our anti-symbol of peace?" Tamura scratched his neck and smiled. "I was thinking a bit of a more public field test." There was no response from Sensei, until a laughter full of glee and malice echoed throughout the bar, being silenced only once the TV had turned off without another word. Sensei's laughter stayed with Tamura for the rest of the night after the television shut off, and Tamura smiled as he moved to his room. He had to rest up. His first day one raid was going to start in the morning. People were staring at them. Izuku mumbled to himself as his face flushed scarlet. Everyone was looking at him, and worse, he was holding a girl's hand. He stumbled as Ochako yanked him forward, blissfully unaware of the looks the two were getting as they walked toward you. Ochako called it that, but in reality, she was running at least below their top speed. "Come on, Izu. Those civilians won't rescue themselves. There aren't even going to be real civilians." Izuku squeaked. "Can you please let go of my hand? I have feet. I can walk." "Your feet are slow, your constitution is weak, and the civilians are real in my heart. Why are we rushing? We have, like, 20 minutes before class even starts." Ochako didn't even bother answering him. Her excitement had seemingly overrode all her reasoning as she pulled Izuku along even faster. The two almost bumped into people so often that Izuku, at some point, just began apologizing repeatedly. "Ochako, slow down before we dash." He didn't get to finish his sentence before the two took a turn too fast and ran into someone, the three of them all tumbling to the ground. Izuku was the first to recover. He looked over at the man he had bumped into, rubbing the back of his hooded head, and heard him groan, though it sounded more like a growl. "I am so sorry." He quickly stood and reached out to help the person up. "My friend wasn't looking where she was going." Let me help you. He reached his hand out, and Izuku thought the man would swat his hand away. Then he paused and instead accepted the help, grabbing Izuku's hand with his own gloved hand. Thanks, pal, he said, his voice surprisingly raspy. The man looked him up and down, though Izuku could barely tell through his hood. Hey, you guys are UA students, aren't you? Izuku nodded, and the man gave him a friendly pat on the back. Good for you. Keep doing what you're doing. Izuku would have thanked the man or asked him if he was sure he was alright if Ochako hadn't grabbed him by the collar, probably accidentally used her quirk on him to make him weightless, and started pulling him along like an oversized balloon. Sorry for that, but we've gotta go, she quickly said. I'm sorry about her. She's just really excited. Izuku managed to yell out to the man before they disappeared through the crowd. The man watched them leave before he let out a chuckle. No, he said as he pulled out his phone, looking at the GPS as it followed a small blip quickly moving away from his position. I say you've made up for it, little heroes. Ochako put Izuku down this instant. Tenya was already yelling as Ochako pulled Izuku up to the 1A classroom. Tenya and Tsuyu were just about to walk in when they saw the duo fast approaching the door. Make me coward. Ochako barked as she slid to a stop in front of them. Please cease this disruptive behavior immediately before you get yourself and Izuku into trouble. Tenya sighed. It's bad enough that you were running in the halls, but unsanctioned quirk usage in public could get you expelled. Ochako opened her mouth, likely to say that Tenya was wrong, but then she remembered that their teacher was Aizawa. Alright, fine. She let go of her quirk on Izuku, who let out a sigh of relief when his feet hit the floor before he proceeded to fix his uniform. Also, I wasn't running, she claimed as she crossed her arms. I was just walking very effing fast. Tenya gawked at her. You were very clearly sprinting through the hallways. No, I was just taking long and fast strides. It's called extreme speed walking. That is not a thing. Tenya was chopping furiously now. It totally is. Tsu, back me up. Tsu nodded as she put a finger to her chin. I'm pretty sure it's a thing. Speed walking is a thing, but what Ochako did was far beyond what is considered walking. Tenya began chopping his arms faster than Izuku thought possible. Speed walking any % speed run. Ochako proceeded to chop just as fast. Izuku had finished straightening out his uniform and couldn't help but laugh at the back and forth. The fun was ruined when he took an all-too-familiar shoulder to the back as he was pushed past. Out of the Finji way, Deku, Katsuki growled. Bakugu! Tenya refocused his chopping towards Katsuki. That was very rude. Use your words and say, excuse me, next time. Ochako also began chopping at Katsuki angrily. Apologize to Izuku, for I chop your head off with my hands. That's not possible, Tenya informed her. But what you can do is strike a certain part of his neck that will dash. Don't encourage her. Izuku squeaked. Can you fuckers shut the hell up? Katsuki whirled around and yelled. You extras were bad enough on your own, let alone together. And now I've got to listen to you fight Deku's battles for him? He ended that with a vicious glare aimed at Izuku, who flinched. Katsuki scoffed before he turned back to enter the classroom. Useless piece of shit. Katsuki nearly kissed the floor as his foot was yanked back and he almost tripped, having just managed to catch himself on the door. He turned around with a look that promised death at the group of friends. His eyes immediately landed on Ochako, who was his primary suspect, but the surprised yet amused look on her face told him that she wasn't responsible. His eyes then moved to Tenya, who was beside her but looked equally surprised. For a moment, he suspected that Izuku was actually brave enough to mess with him, but he looked scared as he glanced over at effing Frog Beach. Katsuki yelled at Tsuyu, who was looking at what seemed to be an exciting part of the ceiling. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Karo. Tsuyu shook her head. I just saw a fly. You calling me a bug? Katsuki looked like he was about to burst a blood vessel. Tsuyu shrugged. I mean if the shoe fits. Oh shit. Ochako covered her mouth in a poor attempt to hide her laughter. Tenya simply pushed up his glasses and pretended he didn't see or hear what happened. As far as he was concerned, if he didn't see anyone break the rules, then no one broke the rules. Izuku, however, felt uneasy and on edge as he saw Katsuki turn around. He didn't even remember moving, but in an instant, he was in front of Tsuyu as Katsuki stepped towards them. As he got ready, he felt the warmth of one for all beneath his skin begin crackling to life. "That's enough," the tired voice of Aizawa-sensei finally chimed in as he appeared seemingly from nowhere. "Get your buttes in your seats before I start handing out more detentions. Bakugo, you're already in deep shit with all might of all people. Don't dig the hole any deeper." Katsuki hesitated momentarily before letting out a low growl and stalking into the classroom and toward his seat. Aizawa then turned to the group of friends. "You realize that if you had actually started a fight, I would have to punish all of you, right?" They all nodded in understanding. That being said, he was very obviously the aggressor, so I'll let it slide this one time. Ochako blinked. Really? Make me repeat myself, and I'll give you detention." He turned and dragged his feet into the classroom. "It's too early for this horseshit." Ochako's wide grin spread as she held her hand behind her back towards Tsuyu, who didn't even look as she high-fived her. "Nice." Tenya didn't seem to mind being let off the hook for causing trouble. He stayed silent as he and Ochako entered the classroom to take their seats. Izuku took a bit longer to process what had happened. He still wasn't used to teachers stepping in to stop Katsuki from getting physical. When he realized the situation was diffused, he sighed in relief as his shoulders relaxed. "Hey," Izuku blinked and turned to see Tsuyu looking at him. "You didn't have to do that." Izuku looked at her, confused. "Do what?" "Get in front of me," she said. "Bakugo isn't the first bully I've dealt with." Izuku scratched his head as they entered the classroom. "I know, it's just, he can get kind of intense." He then paused when he fully processed what Tsuyu said. "Wait, I mean, Tsu, you've been bullied before?" She turned to face him as she stood next to her seat. "Take a look at me. I'll give you 3 guesses why." Do my answers have to be understandable reasons?" "Because I'm coming up blank," Izuku muttered with a frown. "Damassari is an understandable reason," Ochako said, and Izuku found himself nodding in agreement. "Yeah, but understandable doesn't precisely mean good." Izuku scratched the back of his head. Tsuyu blinked at him slowly. "Where were you during my entire school life up until now?" Izuku squeaked and felt his face heat up while Ochako blinked at her. "I don't share," Ochako deadpanned, causing Izuku's face to turn red as he started stammering. What? What does that mean?" "Don't worry, Karo." Tsuyu shook her head. "I'm not after your best friend status." "I heard those air quotes," Izuku mentioned but was ignored. "I'm just saying that it would have been nice to have someone like Izuku, or you guys in general, around." Tsu." Ochako smiled. "That's both sweet and kinda sad. Story of my life, Karo." Izuku looked at her with concern. "Are you okay?" He couldn't tell, as her face always looked so neutral. "Yeah, I'm okay," she confirmed. "Oh cool." Izuku let out a sigh of relief. "Cool, cool, cool, cool," he said rapidly as he tried to ease his worries. "All right, everyone, sit down and shut up," Aizawa ordered, getting homeroom started. "So, I understand All Might has already told you we're doing rescue training today. First off, Uraraka," he didn't even look in her direction as he said, "if you put another hole in your desk, you are paying for it." Ochako froze before looking at her raised fist, which she didn't even realize she had lifted, and slowly unclenched it before she gently brought it down to her desk and folded it over her other hand. Aizawa hummed in approval, which caused everyone to blink at him before he continued. "Today's training will take up most of the day, so we'll be heading out immediately. The training ground we're using is deeper on campus, so we'll need to take a bus there." Ochako raised an eyebrow before whispering to Izuku, "Deeper in? How big is this place?" He whispered over his shoulder, "Think the size of a large amusement park." When Ochako blinked at him in surprise, he chuckled. "We had whole cities as testing sites during the exam. You budget, remember?" "What the fuck?" she shouted. "Right, everyone out." Aizawa tried to blink the sleep from his eyes as he opened the wall, and their hero costume cases slid out. "Head to the locker rooms and get changed. If you're late to the bus, you're being left behind and will have to run to the facility. He blinked. Oh, and you'll fail even if you make it. Everyone moved to get their cases as Izawa made for the door. None of the students saw the momentary smirk on his face before he casually added, "You have 5 minutes." He slowly walked out, hands in his pockets. And then everyone panicked, DMing near pushing each other out of the way to get their cases and running to the locker rooms. Tenya, in a burst of pure, punctual panic, was the first one out, followed quickly by Izuku and Ochako. "Tenya, what happened to not running in the halls?" Ochako teased as she ran after him. "This isn't running. This is extreme speed walking." Izuku shook his head and smiled over at Ochako. "Your madness is spreading." His smile grew more fond as his friend started cackling like a madwoman. 1A made it to the bus with a minute to spare, causing Izawa to groan. "I wanted you all to fail. You disappoint me by not disappointing me." "You're welcome," Ochako huffed. "Get on the FNG bus, Bakugu, sit up front." Katsuki scowled. "Why the F-dash?" "Because I'm sitting up front, and you have yet to earn back the little trust one give to my classes each year." Izuku was honestly tripping out a bit when he saw how differently UA was handling his childhood bully compared to Aldra. It was strange, and Izuku preferred it, but it took some getting used to. He didn't notice Ochako twitch beside him as they got on the bus. He did, however, notice when she grabbed his hand and pulled him to the back of the bus to put as much distance between them and Katsuki as possible. "Come on, Izu. I call the window seat." Ochako forced out, her tone falsely cheerful, which Izuku didn't notice. "Izuku! Ochako!" Tenya called, holding a piece of paper. "Follow the seating chart. This is anarchy." "Tenya!" Tsuyu grabbed the paper from him. "Hate to burst your bubble because you probably had fun making this, but the seating chart is useless." "Yes," Momo said as she took the paper from Tsuyu and looked it over. "This isn't even the bus layout, so it makes no sense." Kyuka took it and blinked. "Is this based on the class seating chart?" "Dude, that's pretty freaking extra," Denki added from his spot next to Minoru. Tenya frowned and was about to say something before Izawa said from the front of the bus, "I don't care where you sit, but if you aren't sitting within the next 10 seconds, you're getting thrown off the bus and running." Needless to say that everyone's buttes found a seat not too long after. Soon enough, they were on their way to their destination, and the students were conversing casually. Izuku watched in amusement as Ochako practically vibrated in her seat beside him. She stared out the window as if the rescue training site would magically appear out of thin air. "You know we just left the main school building, right?" "Shut up and let me be excited," she said, jumping up and down like a kid in a candy store. "You're really excited for this rescue training class, aren't you?" "Karo?" Tsuyu asked from her spot next to Izuku. Ochako whirled around, away from the window, with stars in her eyes. "Hell yeah. She's always been a huge fan of rescue heroes," Izuku added as he patted his friend on the head, causing her to pout at him. "She wants to be one, so this kind of training is like a Christmas present for her." "Sheet, turn the bus around," Izawa called from the front. "Can't have one of my students be happy about training." "I will effing break your legs if you do that," Ochako shouted as she stood up, causing the students around her, save Izuku, to flinch. "You're 1,000 years too young to follow through on that threat." Izawa shouted to the back of the bus. "Threaten a teacher again outside of a training scenario, and I'll send you to detention." Izuku pulled her back down to the seat. "A robot is driving the bus. I don't think it can actually go off schedule even if Izawa-sensei wanted it to." "He's bullying me, Izu." She pouted, crossing her arms over her chest. Izuku patted her head again. "You poor soul. Put up with it for the rest of class and we'll stop by our spot after school." "That I'd like that," she said with a smile and a dusting of red on her cheeks. "You two have a spot, do you? You work fast, Izuku." Tsuyu teased, causing Izuku to squeak. We're not. The spot is just a place we go to hang out near the station. That's all it is." He stammered out. "Dude," Denki said as he turned around in his seat further up the bus. "How do you have the power to push back an explosion yet still get embarrassed like that?" Well dash. "Oh, yeah, can we talk about that for a minute?" Denki continued before he could answer. What even is your quirk, man? Is it super strength or some Jedi Force sheet? Because I thought it was super strength based on that test we did on day 1. That is a good question. Tenya rubbed his chin. Izuku's quirk is rather confusing. You know, we told you a lot about our quirks yesterday, Momo chimed in with a small smile. Perhaps it's your turn to share, Midoriya? Is it gang up on Izuku Day or something? Izuku thought. He looked to his right at Ochako, who almost immediately turned to look back out the window when he looked at her. However, he couldn't miss the smirk on her face. He sighed and scratched his cheek, remembering the excuse he and All Might had discussed the previous day. Well, my mom's quirk is the ability to pull small objects to her, and well, he shuffled nervously. The simplest way to put it would be that I have a stockpile of energy inside me that I'm using like a battery to empower myself. It would normally just be the super strength, but recently, I think genetics from my mom had an effect on it, and I sort of have an upgraded version of her quirk. He scratched the back of his head and looked down. Sorry, I know that's confusing, but it's my best explanation. Bullshit. Katsuki chimed in from the front of the bus. You and your bullshit quirk. Been pretending to be quirkless just to get an edge on me. Pretending to be quirkless? Tenya asked with a frown, looking at Izuku for elaboration. Izuku fidgeted with his hands. I didn't know I had a quirk until recently. Yeah, FING right, Katsuki scoffed. How the F, did you not know you had a quirk? It makes no effing sense. Izuku withheld his instinctual urge to flinch at Katsuki's voice, but only barely, and Ochako definitely noticed as she turned to glare in Katsuki's general direction. According to the counselor I saw, the quirk had always been there. The energy was waiting to be called upon. I just wasn't in good enough shape to use it, so my body kept me from using the quirk. If I did before I was physically strong enough, I could have seriously hurt myself. Izuku deadpanned, grabbing the top of Ochako's hand and squeezing it to get her to calm down. Energy is still energy, and it heats my body up. Use too much and spontaneously combust, as I was told, would be putting it lightly. So manly! Ijiro shouted. Your quirk is so cool. So much more manly than mine. I can only get hard. Everyone ignored Minoru's snickers. Well, I wouldn't write your quirk off, Kirishima, Izuku said, already writing in his notebook on his lap with a pencil. Where the F, did you even get that? Kyuka asked while Ochako just sighed and shook her head. It's better not to ask. For starters, you made it into UA against thousands of other applicants. That's already a testament to your strength. And quirks that increase your durability like that are really useful, yours being one of the more versatile ones since it alters your body itself and doesn't just make you tougher. Denki pointed at Izuku, who just kept going. Does he need to breathe? Ochako waved off his concern with her free hand, her other hand subconsciously holding Izuku's. He'll remember. Just let him nerd out. You two are such a cute couple. Tsuyu smiled slightly, expecting Ochako to freak out as Izuku did earlier. Ochako, however, played into it, hugging Izuku's arm to her chest with an innocent smile. You think so? Izuku's near exploded, his face burning hotter than he thought possible without overusing one for all. He was tempted to pull his hand away but felt like doing so would upset Ochako. Instead, he chose to ignore the fact that his arm was snuggled between Ochako's arms and a very soft place that shall not be named and focused on his writing. He felt all might in his mom's metaphysical disappointment in him, though he couldn't figure out who was disappointed for what reason. He didn't have much time to think about it before he was distracted by Mina yelling across the bus from the front, I ship it. It was going to be a long bus ride. Izuku glanced at Ochako, who hadn't moved from her comfortable position. She watched the scenery go by out the window as the bus carried them deeper into UA's campus. He was okay with it if the trip took a while. All might. Tashinori hummed as he turned around, looking at the USJ entrance as 13 stepped out from her training facility. Nice for you to show up, she said. Tashinori chuckled. Did you expect me to be a no-show? 13 waved her hands. No, that's not what I meant. Well, I kind of expected you to be out in the city. Everyone knows you have trouble even ignoring a cat stuck in a tree. Toshinori gave a fond sigh. Yes, I suppose that's a fair assumption. Truthfully, I almost did get distracted. There's lots to be done out there. But I have new responsibilities, and I must trust that my fellow heroes can pick up the slack. He looked off down the road, and he could make out the buses approach in the distance. These young heroes depend on us to get them ready to take our place. Ignoring or pushing them to the side would be irresponsible of me as an educator. Let the other heroes earn their pay for a bit. 13 stood next to him and hummed in agreement. You know, you should write that down. Toshinori chuckled as the bus approached, and he began to bulk up. Perhaps I should, but later. Right now. The bus stopped, the doors opened, and the two pros heard the all-too-familiar sounds of excited children eager to see their idols. Class is in session, zygotes? Holy super sheet. Izu, it's 13. 13 jolted at the loud squeal of her name and looked at where it had originated from the side of the crowd. Toshinori chuckled as he also looked over and saw young Ochako shaking Izuku more violently than she had on that first day of heroics class. Izuku, however, was laughing joyfully even as his brain was being rattled within his skull. He was telling her to stop, but Toshinori knew he wasn't actually trying to get her to. Glad to see everyone so eager. 13 let out a laugh. Welcome, everyone, to my training facility. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, the USJ. And no, not to be confused with Universal Studios Japan, she quickly added when multiple hands were raised. They immediately went back down. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that question. All Might stepped forward to continue where she left off. Inside this facility are multiple different environments designed by 13 to simulate all kinds of disasters and rescue scenarios. From citywide fires to landslides, flash floods to collapsed buildings. Today, we'll be doing simple rescue exercises. I say simple, but that doesn't mean this training should be taken lightly. I'm sure you all remember our incident during your battle scenario. He gave them a moment to think about how a building almost collapsed on their classmates and then continued. This is to be taken just as seriously. The USJ simulates incredibly hazardous environments. While we control the testing sites, a lack of caution can still lead to unnecessary injury. That being said, for your safety and the safety of your fellow heroes in training, we ask you to do what we say when we say it. Do not deviate from the instructions you are given. His tone was nothing if not serious, and he sent a pointed look at Katsuki, who grumbled and turned away. Do you all understand? The class acknowledged All Might's warning before being ushered into the giant domed building that was the USJ. The place was absolutely massive, housing several giant sites with environments of all different kinds. Some of them were within their own domes with symbols labeling what lay within them. They all surrounded a plaza with a fountain in the center that acted as a central hub for the facility. If All Might hadn't warned them of how dangerous the USJ could be if not taken seriously, then the students would have assumed they had entered some sort of amusement park. Ochako ran up to the railing at the edge of the entrance, near the giant staircase leading down into the plaza, grabbed the rail, and started jumping up and down in excitement. Izuku knew the railing wouldn't break, but that didn't stop him from standing nearby to catch her in case she accidentally broke it. All Might walked towards the front of the class and turned to face them. Eyes up, zygotes. Rescue training starts now. He groaned in annoyance as he stood in the alley, scratching at his neck. He stared down at his phone as he watched the blip slow down before stopping. Gotcha! He heard the sound of air being displaced behind him and turned to see his misty servant's glowing yellow eyes. Is it ready? On your orders, Shigaraki. Kurojairi gave a slight nod. Tamura hummed in acknowledgement before looking out of the alley at the busy city streets. Time to draw the world boss aggro. Send it in. Immediately, Kurojairi's form began to swirl in on itself before his body expanded and created a wall of shadowy mist. From it emerged a hulking figure, skin black and scarred. Its mouth was that of a bird beak, with rows of sharp teeth giving it a creepy grin. But even with all that, the most disturbing feature was its exposed brain. Your objective is to do as much damage as possible to downtown Mustafu. I don't care how many heroes or civilians you have to kill while doing it, go nuts, but when this man, Tamura flashed his phone to the beast, shows up, I want you to focus only on him. If any heroes get in the way of your fight, you kill them, same with any civilians, but you try your absolute hardest to kill this man. Do not hold back. The creature let out a noise that didn't sound human, but regardless Tamura took that as it recognized his command. Good. He stepped to the side and waved his hand lazily. Hurry up. I want to get this raid started soon. With a growl and a great leap that rumbled the earth nearby, the beast set forth to carry out his master's orders. A few seconds later, the sound of cars crashing and people screaming began to reach Tamura's ears, and he smiled. Kurogyri. Tamura began scratching his neck as he turned towards the mist man. The screams of someone being thrown could be heard before they swiftly ended. Let's get a good view of the pre-game cinematic. Let's wait for the symbol of peace to show up. As you wish. Kurogyri's mist enveloped the two of them before they disappeared from the alley as if they were never there. Izuku waited patiently for the teachers to explain things, letting Ochako jostle him around as she took in all the sights and sounds. Okay. 13 began as they exited the stairs and into the central plaza. So we're going to split all of you into 5 groups of 4. Each group will take on one of the different simulations here within the USJ. Tenya raised his hand, and 13 pointed towards him to speak. Sensei, from what I could see upon entering the facility, there are 6 zones. Will each team be taking on a different zone at least once? Good question. Yes, we'll have each team tackle almost every zone as we rotate you around, but due to its advanced nature, we'll exclude the citywide fire simulation from today's exercise. You kids aren't quite ready to tackle that yet. Tenya gave his signature 90-degree bow. Understood. Thank you. No problem. 13 gestured to All Might, who pulled out the same raffle box he had used during his first class. We'll once again be drawing lots to determine teams. Same as before, grab a marble and squat up. He held the box out, and the students lined up to receive their team assignments. Be quick about it, Izawa groggily said from the side. This class is going to take all day, and we have 5 zones to get all of you through. Everyone expected him to pull out a sleeping bag and start taking a nap, but surprisingly, the man stayed standing. What zone do you think we'll end up in first, Izu? Ochako bounced next to him as it neared their turn to draw a marble. Oh, maybe those mountains over there first. Ochako, there's no guarantee we'll even be on the same team. Izuku chuckled as he pulled out a marble with the number 4 on it. That's heresy. I believe in the gods. Ochako shoved her hand forcefully into the box and yanked out a marble, holding it high for all to see. They wouldn't dare break up the battle buddies. C4. Izuku looked at her marble, then his. He shook his head and pointed at Ochako's marble, still clenched in her fingers. That's a 3, Ochako. Motherfucker, say what now? Ochako brought the marble down and looked at it. A 3 was indeed inscribed on its face, and she began shaking. Izuku sighed. The gods are cruel. Screw the gods. She threw her marble to the ground where it bounced off and flew towards Izawa. The tired pro-hero caught the projectile and then threw it back to its owner. You dropped this. Before the marble managed to hit Ochako, Izuku reached out and caught it inches from her face. Nice reflexes, Midoriya, Izawa said. But next time, let her catch it. She'll never learn if she doesn't try. With all due respect, Sensei, I'm not letting my friend get hit in the face if I can help it, Izuku responded. Izawa just shrugged. Not like I'll stop you. Just group up, and let's get this going. Before Izuku could do anything, Ochako wrapped him in a bone-crushing hug. No, she yelled. My battle buddy. You can't leave me. Izuku actually had to use a small percentage of 1 for all to pry his arms free to where he could slowly pull Ochako off of him. Come on. You're being a little overdramatic. Not to mention drawing attention, Izuku thought as he noticed most of the class watching them. Well. They turned and saw Hugh standing there, holding up a marble with the number 4 on it. This is awkward, Karo. Traitor, Ochako hissed. Hey, it's not like I was trying to get this one. Can I switch with Tsu? Ochako called out to the teachers. I'm sorry, young Uraraka, All Might said, looking at her with an apologetic look. The drawings are final and cannot be changed. You sure about that? All Might turned to see Katsuki standing there, a marble with the number 4 facing him. He turned to his fellow teachers. Perhaps young Uraraka and young Bakudash. No, Aizawa immediately interjected. I understand your concerns with Bakugu and Midoriya being put together after the last incident, but Bakugu needs to learn to SCK it up and work with others. He turned to said students and narrowed his eyes. Consider this a personal test for you. Katsuki scoffed and looked away. Whatever. Idrio, however, ran up and clapped him on the shoulder, causing the explosive quirk user to scowl. Hey, we're all on the same team. He smiled at Izuku and to, that's hella manly. Katsuki growled at him before turning to the teachers. Just put me in the DMN fire zone on my own, I work better solo and I can handle it, unlike these extras. 13 shook her head. No can do. She held up her hand and started counting down. First, because you aren't trained on how to handle the intense heat, you don't know proper rescue procedure when dealing with burning rubble or how to safely extract someone from said rubble and… Katsuki cut her off. Fine. Whatever. He crossed his arms. These extras better not get in my way. 13 blinked but nodded before continuing. The other areas are a bit easier to deal with, especially since we will be rotating through the zones and giving you instruction as we go. The fire zone is a bit much to handle with only a limited amount of instruction. Katsuki begrudgingly walked and stood a good distance from his team but close enough that he could be associated with them. He crossed his arms and ignored Ochako's glare for as long as possible before it ticked him off, and he snapped at her. Don't you have your own FING team to get to? Ochako squeezed onto Izuku protectively, instinctively. A tap on her arm caused her to look at her best friend, who gave her a reassuring smile. A mental signal passed between them, telling her that he would be all right. Hesitantly, she detached herself and walked away, all the while giving an "I'm watching you" gesture to Katsuki, who flipped her off. All right, let's get to it. 13 messed with a tablet, and a holographic number appeared in the distance above each zone. Head towards your designated zone and await further instructions. Each group excitedly began heading towards their assigned zones, and Izuku chuckled with amusement as Ochako ran ahead of her group to reach the mountain zone first. Ochako, slow down. Running ahead is unbecoming. Tenya's voice trailed off as he, Shoto, and Denki followed after their wayward teammate. Izuku walked with his group towards the edge of the first zone they would be tackling. Landslide, huh? He crossed his arms as he looked upon what seemed to be a submerged part of a city, with buildings sticking out of the ground. I wonder what the teachers are going to have us do? Will they just have us practice dealing with hazards, or will we have to rescue something? He muttered, yelping as Idrio wrapped an arm around his shoulder. You're using that big noggin already, huh? I like you, Mito bro, and I've only known you for a few days. Thanks, Izuku chuckled nervously, primarily due to not being used to his peers doing anything other than mocking him. I'm not gonna lie. You seem like the type of person who would try being friends with anyone, Karo. Tsuyu nodded to Ijiro, who grinned at her. Then she pointed over her shoulder at the sulking Katsuki. I mean, you're trying to be friendly with this guy of all people. Katsuki's hands twitched as small pops went off. Oh, you are just trying to piss me off, aren't you? Is it really trying if I'm succeeding? Okay, Ijiro laughed nervously as he stood between the two of them and held his hands out. Let's all take a moment and chill. Yeah, Baku bro dash. Don't if they'd call me that. Has his issues, but I try to see the best in people I don't know much about. That's very optimistic of you, considering we're talking about the same guy who almost brought a building down on Izuku just to kick his butt. I mean, that's pretty manly, you gotta admit. Ijiro rubbed the back of his head. Going all out to defeat a worthy opponent. Worthy? Katsuki laughed. The shitty nerd isn't even worthy to lick my boots. I think you're forgetting that Ochako and Tenyo were also in the building at the time, Karo. That I mean when you put it like that? Hey, Izuku interrupted. Let's just focus on today, please. What happened the other day was already dealt with, and everyone turned out fine. Tsuyu stared at him for an uncomfortably long time before shaking her head. Alright, fine. If there's one thing we can agree on, it's that this isn't worth it. Talking to Bakugo is like talking to a brick wall. The F-dash? A brick wall with a mouth on him, Izuku muttered, causing Tsuyu to croak in surprise and Katsuki to blink at him before his face morphed into an angry scowl. You wanna go, Oh my, Izuku, I didn't know you had it in you. Izuku blinked before realizing he had talked out loud. It's all Ochako's fault, she corrupted me. I used to be innocent and pure before I met her. It's a bit weird to describe yourself as innocent and pure, but I respect your positive image of yourself. Ijiro encouraged him with a thumbs up and a bright smile. He groaned and looked up at the sky as if to ask some all-powerful being, please, can this lesson start already? Alright, let's begin, Aizawa yawned. All teams are in position. We can start to broadcast the site-specific instructions. 13 nodded, then began tapping away at the tablet in her hands. The other teachers were told it controlled the facility. Meanwhile, All Might stood looking at the screens of the large monitoring station that was set up at the plaza. He made a show of looking at every single team on the screens, and discreetly paid just a bit more attention to the mountain and landslide zones. He smiled upon seeing that Ochako was getting along well with her team and was excited to get going. He knew of her passion to become a rescue hero. All was going well there. The same, however, couldn't be said for his young protege. As he had predicted, problems between Izuku and Katsuki began to arise. It didn't help that young Azui threw verbal jabs at the angry boy. He sighed and hoped Katsuki's hostility wouldn't cause another issue. Luckily, the zone wasn't too far, and All Might could get there quickly. Just then, his phone began to ring. His fellow teachers side-eyed him at the sound of his heroic theme music that he had set as his ringtone. Hey, it was catchy. Clearing his throat, he pulled out his phone and answered. I am here. Answering your call. He decided to have a bit of fun. Unfortunately, All Might, this isn't a social call, nor a pleasant one. The man's tone on the other side was enough to set All Might on edge. Add in the fact that he recognized the voice as one of his agency employees responsible for relaying emergency requests for his help, and it was not looking like a nice picture. Regardless, he switched demeanor rather quickly, his tone serious. And all business. Speak. We received an emergency request from the Mustafu Police Department. A rampaging villain downtown. Large, black-purple skin, bird beak, and exposed brain. He could picture the poor man shaking his head to clear the confusion before continuing. It's running rampant across the city, destroying buildings. We're also receiving reports that it's already critically injured multiple people, civilians and heroes alike. All Might had noticed that Aizawa and 13 were listening in, with 13 taking the liberty to open one of the large panels in the USJ's dome ceiling via her tablet. Go, take the skylight. All Might nodded, regretting that he had to leave a lesson so important. Regardless, he was called into action. With that, he crouched and then jumped. He was gone and out of the USJ in an instant, flying through the air and toward where he was being told the carnage was taking place. He had a job to do. Izuku jumped out of the hole in the ceiling of the submerged building, a lifeless mannequin held over his shoulder. Found another one, he said, setting the fake civilian down on the roof. The lesson was simple enough. All they had to do was search the zone for trapped civilians and extract them. Easy. Well, easy when not factoring in Katsuki Bakugo. Hey man, watch the explosions. You're gonna cause a landslide. Ijiro warned Katsuki as he blasted away some debris. Relax, shitty hair, Katsuki calmly said as he entered the now opened-up building across the way from Izuku. I know what I'm doing. Izuku sighed but heard a croak and turned to see Kyu climbing out of a hole with a couple of civilians strapped to her back via her tongue. Well, he hasn't caused another building to collapse yet. Either we're the luckiest group ever, or Bakugo knows what he's doing now. I think last time he was more focused on trying to blow me up to care about where he was aiming, Izuku chuckled nervously. This time, I think his head is clearer. Whatever the case, we should clear this zone soon, Karo. The two jumped down to the ground from the roof and loaded the civilians onto the back of a destroyed pickup that they jury-rigged into a sled. One more trip to the drop-off site and we should be done. Hurry the F up. They looked over and saw Katsuki running out of the building with multiple civilians on his back, Ijiro not far behind with his own handful of civvies. I'll be dead if we fall behind because of you slow fuckers. Pretty sure we're actually ahead. Ijiro laughed as he unloaded his haul. We're speed-running this place. Shitty hair, haul the load back to the drop-off, Katsuki commanded. Deku, Frogger, check the building over there, and I'll take this last one. Hurry up or I'll kill you. He didn't even wait before propelling himself to the top of a nearby building with his explosions. I'm tempted not to listen to him out of pettiness, Tsuyu admitted. Izuku nervously laughed. He's rude, but at least his strategy is viable. I'll be back in a minute. Ijiro called out to them as he began pulling the sled off. Let's go before Bakugo has an aneurysm and self-detonates, Tsuyu said. Izuku nodded and looked at the building they had to search. I'll go high and you go low. He crouched before jumping to the roof, using his new ability to shift his gravity and go higher than the jump usually would have taken him. Once clearing the side of the building, he returned his center of gravity back to normal and landed in a crouch. He reached out to the roof before his and used attraction on it, ripping a hole small enough for him to enter the building out of the floor. Dropping into the building, it was dark, with only the light that poured in through the shattered windows here and there. The lower he went, the darker he knew it would get. He took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and began his search. He swept through the top floor and began working his way down. So far, he hadn't found a single civilian, but that could change at any moment. He sighed as he cleared another floor and again didn't find anything. He stopped next to a blocked door to take a quick breather and wait for his companion. Tsuyu should be on the same floor as him now, he figured. Lifting his hand to his mouth, he called out, Tsuyu, you up here? He nearly jumped out of his skin when Tsuyu's headlights appeared from a hole above the blocked door, revealing her head poking out of it, upside down and above the doorframe. I told you to call me Tsu, Karo. Oh, Sonova Dash. He held his hand to his chest as he jumped back. You almost said a no word. She teased. Don't you start. Hey, at least there's no swear jar, she said as she dropped to the ground and inspected the blocked door. If there were one, Ochako would fill it within an hour, he snarked back. That's why we don't have one. Anyway, help me move this. I've got a civilian on this side, she gestured behind her, and Izuku blinked at a lone dummy lying on the ground. Can't you just go back out the way you came? Tried that. The doll doesn't fit, she said. I basically squeezed my way into here. She poked her cheeks. I'm very squishy, Karo. Right. Izuku tried to move the wood blocking the door with his hands, but it didn't budge. I have to use a bit of juice on it, watch out. Tsuyu croaked in acknowledgement and grabbed the civilian as she moved out of the way. Izuku placed his hands against the wood and activated one for all, directing the energy into his hands where he felt it build up. Using push, he blasted the wood across the room on the other side of the doorway. Before he got a chance to revel in being able to utilize one of his Bond's abilities so easily, he felt the building subtly shake. He and Tsuyu stared at each other for a moment before he began to say, I'm sure that was Noth Dash. His train of thought was cut off as the building shook again. Get the F out? Tsuyu suggested. Get the F out. He grabbed her by the arm and pulled her through the doorway and through the dark halls of the building towards where he remembered seeing some open windows they could exit out of. What is it with you and collapsing buildings? She somehow calmly asked. I swear, this doesn't usually happen. We left Jim. You named it? Izuku asked incredulously as the building shook again and dust fell onto them. He was my friend. We planned on having tea parties. Tsuyu, not the time. Izuku pulled her to the side as a chunk of the ceiling came down near them. Almost there. They turned a corner and spotted a hole in the wall with none other than Katsuki standing in it, his arms crossed. The F, did you two do? We didn't do anything. Izuku shouted. Yeah, it was all Izuku. Can you throw me under the bus later? Jim deserved better. Who the F is Jim? Katsuki asked as he moved to let them through the hole. Look out. Izuku grabbed Tsuyu and jumped back as a large chunk of ceiling crashed down before them, blocking the way to the hole. God damn it, Deku. I didn't do anything. Be faster. Izuku. Tsuyu's slightly concerned voice set off alarm bells in his head, and he turned around to see her looking at the floor beneath them. Doing the same, he saw cracks quickly spreading across the floor, walls, and ceiling. He didn't even think before tackling Tsuyu and holding her close as they fell through the floor and the ceiling came down on top of them. He used his body to shield her from the fall as he raised his hand and used push in a desperate attempt to keep the building from crushing them. He had no idea how long it had been, but when his mind finally caught up to the situation and could think again, he was lying down and covered in dust. His hand was stuck in a raised position as he channeled energy into push, afraid of even attempting to tone it down just a little. His other arm was still wrapped around Tsuyu. He felt his heart pounding in his chest, and his breaths came out quick and heavy. He stayed like that. He didn't dare move. Hell, his breathing had him scared that he might bring the rest of the building down and crush them. When he felt they weren't about to die, he looked at Tsuyu and blinked as her lights hit his eyes. Are you okay? I'm okay. She nodded. Izuku sighed in relief and looked around the cramped space as best he could. Please let there be an airway in here. Tsuyu also looked around. I can feel some cold air on the back of my neck, so we shouldn't have to worry about air for now. Izuku sighed in relief and felt himself relax just a little. Izuku. Yeah. You're squeezing me really tight. He blinked his eyes open and looked down. He felt rather than saw how tightly he was holding her against him. Sorry, he said, loosening his grip as much as he could. He heard him sigh out in relief. I just really wanted to make sure you were safe. Tsuyu was quiet for a second, before bumping his chest with her head lightly. You're a great hero, Karo. She yelped as a static electricity seemed to shock the back of her head, more surprised than hurt. Izuku ignored the shock as his eyes widened at the new fledgling bond that had just formed, but before he could even begin comprehending it, he heard the sound of moving rocks above him. Don't worry, Midobro and Asubro. I'll get you guys out in no time. Sweet, I achieved bro status, Tsuyu joked. Not to assume, but aren't you a girl? Izuku asked, apparently loud enough for Ejiro to chime in. Broness is a state of being, Midobro, regardless of gender. But the F are you doing? They heard Katsuki yell above them. Come a minute. We've got to get them out. Ejiro said. You're more likely to kill them with the way you're moving those rocks. Katsuki yelled. Leave it. This is a job for the teachers. They're alive and can breathe. They're fine for now. Izuku heard some shuffling as Ejiro stepped away from the pile, and Katsuki shouted down at them, make sure you don't FNG die or I'll kill you myself. If we lose points, you just had to get yourself buried under there, didn't you? Ah, he does care, Tsuyu muttered while Izuku exhaled through his nose. I didn't even do it on purpose. He shouted back. Oh my, Izuku, such foul language. What would Ochako think? Meanwhile, Ochako was in heaven. Literally flying on a pink cloud, she was that happy. Her group had just cleared the mountain zone and were heading towards Downpour when she was hit with a sudden burst of feelings. One of them pried, another. Stupid Ifenjijarke, blaming me for something I didn't FNG do. Ochako blinked. Izuku, she was used to hearing his thoughts and feelings, but not this, clearly, and with so many curse words. She felt her cheeks warm as the mental tirade continued before cutting off. She'd have to get him to curse more often. Izuku deadpanned, she's into it. How the hell do you even know that? Tsuyu asked. Magic. Izuku blinked at her and snorted like a pig. Don't ever do that in my presence again. She was tempted to slap him with her tongue, but he hadn't earned that, yet. Is there any way for you to get us out? Izuku cringed as he tried to up the power of push but only felt discomfort as he felt himself heat up, not to mention how none of the rubble moved. I think we should just wait for the teachers to get us out. If I had both of my hands, I might be able to do something, but even then, I don't want to risk hurting you in the attempt. You do know you should probably also worry about your own well-being, right? Izuku blinked at her and she blinked back. They were silent for a moment. Right. She stressed, now worried. I mean? I guess. What's that supposed to mean? Her tone was unchanged, yet Izuku could hear the hidden concern. This is gonna be a long wait. Then you better get talking, she responded. And so it begins. All Might had never been more glad for his students' unorthodox inheritance of one for all than he was now. True, he was down to 3 hours a day, but because of how the bonds worked, All Might found that those 3 hours were much more stable than before he passed on one for all. Before he gave Izuku the quirk, he'd have to worry about how much power he used, with his bigger attacks significantly cutting into his time as a hero. Now, though, it seemed that passing on the quirk had stabilized the embers of his own, almost as if it had been cleansed of something. Perhaps he could exert himself a bit and even then, have enough time left for the lesson back at UA. But first things first, he had to take care of the villain at large first. He landed within what used to be Central Mustafu and found himself thankful that Inko rarely ever came this way because it no longer looked like the calm city it had been. It looked like a war zone. Entire buildings had collapsed, destroyed cars littered the streets, and fires had broken out. There were heroes strewn across the city. All Might recognize Death Arms and Kamui Woods, lying almost motionless a good distance away, but their chests' slow rise and fall meant they were alive. He didn't have time to check on them, though, as he searched for the villain that caused this destruction. Suddenly, further down the street, the side of a building exploded into a shower of debris, and out of the smoke walked what could only be described as a monster. A behemoth of a creature. All Might was not one to judge those with heavy mutations, but this thing, he had a hard time believing it was human. The wholly exposed brain didn't help. The villain had a hero that All Might didn't recognize held by the head, which was small compared to the large hand holding it. The beast turned its head in his direction, and once it saw him, it immediately turned the rest of its body to face him and let out a spine-chilling shriek. All Might was undeterred, though. He had faced much worse. Instead, he stepped forward and demanded, "Let him go." The villain complied, though All Might doubted it was because of his demand, and tossed away the hero like trash. The poor man hit an abandoned car and caved in its roof. The villain once more shrieked as it started lumbering down the street towards the symbol of peace. All Might took a second to look around, considering where everyone was quickly. If this battle got out of hand, the last thing he wanted was for anyone else to get caught in the crossfire. "Heroes, start rescuing the civilians and the injured," he ordered the onlooking heroes. "Don't worry, it's all right now." He stepped forward again to meet the villain. "Because I am here." And with that, hero and beast rushed towards each other. "He's here," Tamura smiled with glee. Usually, seeing All Might acting heroic made Tamura physically ill, but now it filled him with glee. The plan was working. "Kurojairi," he turned to his servant. "Are the grunts ready?" "Teams are on standby, Tamura. They await your orders," Kurojairi said as Tamura walked past him. "Good, and my elite mobs?" "The doctor has finished their preparations. I will have them delivered alongside you." Tamura couldn't stop the laugh that escaped him. This was too perfect. Kurojairi needed no instruction as his body swelled around the young villain. Then let the raid begin. Something was wrong, Ochako could feel it. The day had been going so very well so far. And yeah, she may have gotten a little too excited, but rescue training was one of the biggest things she was looking forward to in the hero course. It only would have been better if Izuku had been in her group, but the hand she was dealt wasn't terrible. Yeah, Shoto could have worked with them a bit more instead of going lone wolf, and Denki didn't have to be so flirty with her, but Tenya wasn't so bad. "Kaminari, you have to lift with your back." "Todoroki, ice slide to the foot of the mountain." "Ochako, clear the way." He was surprisingly competent with rescue procedures, and due to his teamwork and leadership, they could clear their zone efficiently and quickly. With one last slide down to the bottom of the mountain zone, Ochako landed in a safe bed of snow courtesy of Shoto with the last of the survivors. She was, theoretically, having a blast. So why was she so uneasy? She felt this weird sense that something was wrong. She was familiar enough with the sensation to know that it was likely being caused by One for All, but she was getting nothing specific from Izuku. She couldn't tell if he was in trouble or if Katsuki was just making him nervous. She considered the high probability that it was just the latter, but still. She'll just have to trust that her battle buddy was all right. They were in a controlled environment. The teachers would step in if anything happened. She felt a little better when she saw Aizawa and 13 at the fountain, where they were observing the zones. Their presence there meant nothing was wrong elsewhere. And then she saw the confused or annoyed more than usual look on Aizawa's face and the unsure noises coming from 13 as she messed with the setup of monitors, which were all showing static. This isn't supposed to. 13 trailed off as her focus was on trying to fix the monitors. Aizawa-sensei. 13-sensei. All civilians safely retrieved and secured in the designated zone. Tenya reported as he marched up and stood at attention in front of the teachers. Yeah, a good job, Aizawa said, but he was also distracted. 13, get the feedback up. Because I wasn't trying to do that before, 13 groaned. Sorry, it's just that this has never happened before. We might have to get Majima down here. Aizawa hummed suspiciously, then turned to the team of students. You're going to wait to move on to the next zone until we can get our eyes back. He then grabbed a tablet and began messing with it. Meanwhile, going to put a stop to the lesson since we can't keep watch on any of you. Ochako and her group stood around awkwardly as they waited. Well, more so she and Denki, Tenya, and Shoto looked like drones waiting to be given their next orders. So, Denki attempted to break the silence by talking to her. That's a no on lunch, huh? Ochako gave him a kind smile. Sorry, Kaminari, but I have plans with someone else. Let me guess, Midoriya? Yep. Demon, he works fast, doesn't he? He crossed his arms with a thoughtful look. Maybe I should ask him for advice. Ochako couldn't help but let out a sputtering laugh at that. I'm sorry, but I don't think Izuku would be the best person to ask for romantic advice. Why not? He's a sweetheart, but his expertise is on heroes and hero-related things. Social interaction isn't usually his strong suit. Hell, our friendship was less on purpose and more like we tripped and rolled down a windy road and bumped into each other head first, at which point I claimed him as my best friend, and he had no choice. If only it were that easy for me. Ochako patted him on the back. Hey, chin up. You just gotta know what you're looking for. You just gotta find someone who actually clicks with you instead of asking out every girl you meet and just hoping one says yes to a date. Though I did know some classmates in junior high who didn't mind when boys just asked them, so who knows? I see. I feel like I should be writing this down. Denki patted himself down as if looking to see if he had a pen and paper. I swear, if you pull a notebook out of your butt, I'm going to start calling you Izuku too. Izuku or something like that. She and Denki shared a laugh before Ochako's mood soured slightly at the sight of Katsuki and Eijiro. She didn't mind Eijiro, but Katsuki put her on edge, coming up to the fountain from the landslide zone. Oi! The rotten blonde yelled out, looking really annoyed. We've got a problem. Bokugu, Kirishima, Aizawa acknowledged them as they approached. Where are Midoriya and Azui? If you had cleared your zone, then you're all supposed to come back together. Eijiro nervously chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. Yeah, about them, that's what we wanted to talk about. Ochako huffed. What? Did another building fall on him? That you've got to be FNG kidding me. Ochako whirled on the one she figured to be responsible, being Katsuki, and pointed a finger at him. Again? Hey! Katsuki snapped back. It wasn't Ifujimi this time. It was shitty Deku who caused it. Besides, they're fine, just stuck. He finished, crossing his arms and looking away. That sheet ain't crushing them as long as they don't F with it. Aizawa rubbed his temple as he let out a heavy sigh. This is a FNG disaster, he said under his breath. Alright, 13, keep trying to get the system back online. I'm going to go dig Midoriya and Azui out if I can. Bakugu and Kirishima, come with me and show me where they are. Aizawa then turned to Ochako and her team. The rest of you dash. Eraser. 13 cut Aizawa off as she pointed to the middle of the plaza, her normally cheery voice becoming unsure. What is that? Aizawa turned around and looked in the direction she was pointing, and his eyes narrowed. In the middle of the plaza, a dark vortex began to manifest, and out from it stepped a man covered in what looked to be dismembered hands. "So, this is where the class is being held," the man said as he scratched at his neck. "This looks like a pretty cool boss arena." Sensei," Denki asked. "Who's that?" "Is this part of the test?" Ochako asked with a frown. "That's what I'm wondering," Aizawa said in a low voice. He then called out to the man, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" The man glanced at them and gasped, acting as if he had just now noticed the group. "Oh, sorry, am I tardy? I would have been here sooner, but I was busy causing chaos downtown." "Chaos downtown," Aizawa repeated, and his hand tightened around his capture weapon. "The emergency call All Might got. It was you." The man held up his hand. "Guilty as charged." "Wait." Ochako's eyes widened as realization dawned on her. "That would mean this guy is—" Katsuki let out a growl, but couldn't help the beginning of a feral smile on his face. "A real villain." The man held up a finger. "Correction?" He held his hands out to his side, and the vortex behind him rapidly expanded, becoming larger and larger. Out from the mist came more people, all of them wearing costumes and gear that made it very clear what they were. From around the first man, calling them people seemed a stretch. They were more akin to some kind of monsters, all with their brains exposed. They stalked and lumbered their way out of the mist before taking guard around the man. One of them was a large, stocky one with some sort of metal plate on its forehead. It looked like it could take a punch from All Might himself. Its muscles flexed as it moved, and veins protruded in a way that made Ochako uncomfortable. Jumping onto its back was a much smaller creature. Its back was hunched and see-through, with a glowing liquid sloshing around for all to see. Its nails were long and thin, like needles, and it had them injected into the big creature's back as it stayed in place with its mouth, biting into the other creature's neck and clamping down to keep from moving. The other two were smaller, but no less monstrous or unnerving. The first one had leathery wings on its back, obviously used for flight, but it crawled on all fours as it glanced around the plaza. Ochako noticed a current of electricity coursing through its body as it twitched and let out inhuman squawks and screeches. The other creature was lizard-like, with scales coating its body, and a long tongue thrashing around from its unhinged maw as it hissed. Flecks of green goo dripped from its tongue and onto the floor, causing the dirt to hiss where the substance touched. "Villains, plural. I introduce to you the League of Villains." The man began laughing as he crossed his arms. "My name is Tamura Shigaraki. I want you to know the name of the man who is going to kill all of you." Ochako felt her blood run cold as the reality of the situation dawned on her. They were no longer just in class. This was no longer a simulation. Real villains were attacking them. People who had every intention of killing them, even though they were kids. Their place of learning was under siege. And two of her best friends were trapped and defenseless, and she wasn't there to help them. "Everyone stay behind us," Aizawa ordered, more severe than Ochako had ever thought him capable of being. She saw him reach beneath his scarf and pull out a pair of weird yellow goggles, putting them on over his eyes. "Do exactly as we say when we say it. This isn't a game. This is now life or death." "Wait," Denki started to shake next to her as fear took hold. "Are we actually being attacked right now? It's only the first week." "Everyone, you heard the teachers." Tenya quickly worked to group the class together, even a stubborn Katsuki. "Senseis, what should we do?" "Eraser, those villains are between us and the exit," 13 pointed out, keeping her voice down so the villains wouldn't be able to hear them converse, though Ochako was close enough to listen to them. "We still have 14 more students scattered around the facility." "Gotta get the others first," Aizawa murmured, not taking his eyes off the group of villains who just stood there, as if waiting for him to make a move. Going for the exit now might be too risky with this horde. "Senseis, I can help get Izuku and Tiu out," Ochako said as she retracted her gloves and presented her hands. "I can do it quickly." "You are not going off alone in the middle of a villain attack," Aizawa hissed back to her. Ochako quickly grew frustrated and was about to protest when she felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked back to see Tenya looking down at her, And while, at first, she thought he was going to agree with Aizawa, she was surprised when he gave her a determined nod and looked toward their teacher. "Sensei," he said, "I can go with her. My speed will have us there and back quickly before anything can happen." "Ida," Aizawa said in warning, but when he looked back he saw Ijiro standing with them too. "I know where they are, I can show them the fastest way there and back. If anything happens, I can take a mean hit, so we should be fine. Please, Sensei, trust us. Our friends are in danger." "Eraser," 13 said, "there's not much we can do." "Damn it," Aizawa let out an annoyed huff before saying, "You three go and help Midoriya and Azui. They're in back, that's it. I'll keep their attention off you." "Wait, you're not gonna fight him alone, are ya?" Tako asked, concerned. "Sensei, there's, like, a ton of villains." "I can see that, Uraraka." Ochako flinched when Aizawa's hair started to float, almost as if defying gravity. She didn't accidentally touch him, did she? She guessed not, since his feet were still firmly planted on the ground. "Let me worry about how many villains I'm fighting. You just need to help the others." "Oh." Shigaraki chuckled in amusement as he saw Aizawa take a step forward. "Looks like the first encounter is about to begin." From beside him, the strange creatures twitched and snarled, like dogs antsy and eager for their master to give them the order to attack. "Easy, Nomus," Shigaraki said to them, loud enough for even the students to hear. "You'll have your blood soon enough. First, we have to deal with the pros, then you can wipe the lower-level mobs. 13, stay with the students. Protect them no matter what," was all he said before dashing forward, towards the horde. "All right, fellas." One villain with what seemed to be gun barrels for fingers called out from the front of the pack. "Light the beastie up." What Ochako could only assume was some sort of firing squad took their positions and aimed at Aizawa, ready to unleash their quirks on him. Their enthusiasm was replaced with confusion as nothing happened. The finger gun villain shook his hands in frustration. "What the foodich?" He was cut off as Aizawa's scarf thingy wrapped around his torso and pulled him towards the hero, who delivered a devastating knee to the skull. The villain drooped, unconscious, and Aizawa didn't spare a second thought as he continued forward and began to engage the crowd. Ochako knew she should have been going to Izuku's rescue by now, but she couldn't help but pause as she took in what she was seeing, specifically the details surrounding their teacher, a hero she didn't recognize. Something was familiar about him, his goggles, scarf weapon, and fighting style. She felt like she had heard about him from somewhere. Then, almost like she could hear the hero nerdgasm happening all over again, she remembered one of the many heroes Izuku talked to her about during one of the times they were just hanging out. "Wait a DMN minute," she paused. "Is that Dash?" Unfortunately, she couldn't ask her question before Tenya grabbed her and threw her over his shoulder. "No time to lollygag. We must save our comrades." Ijiro also jumped onto Tenya's back and smacked his hand against his armor. "Let's move it." To the landslide zone. The roar of engines filled her ears as Tenya took off, and Ochako was left with the view of Aizawa holding his own as if he were a one-man army. "Whoa! Whoa! What the dash?" Ochako turned her head to see what was happening. All she managed to see was Tenya trying to stop before they hit a wall of mist similar to the one the villains had emerged from. Suddenly her world twisted, her center of gravity seemed to change, and she felt cold as her vision went dark. The next thing she knew, she was hit with a blast of heat, and fire engulfed her vision as she fell. Straight into hell. "No!" Aizawa heard 13 yell, and he dispatched the current villain he was dealing with before risking a glance back at the students. His eyes widened as he saw the three he had sent to save Midoriya and Azui had disappeared into a misty vortex. He turned his attention to the leader, Shigaraki. "What the hell did you do with them?" Shigaraki shrugged. "You didn't think I'd let them just go do whatever you planned, did you? Don't worry, they're not dead yet. I just sent them to keep a few more of my compatriots company." Aizawa tightened his hold on his capture weapon. "There's more of you. You didn't think these were the only summons I brought, did you?" Shigaraki let out a low chuckle. "No. It's a bit sad, isn't it? You thought you were making some heroic sacrifice, keeping us busy with you." Izawa nearly got clocked in the face by a villain made of stone. He quickly retaliated, knocking him out with a kick to the head and using his body to take out a few more villains by throwing him into them. But in reality, I had my units dropped all over this pretty cool facility. I'm not going to lie, they all were way too eager to take part in killing a bunch of kids. It's kinda effed up, and I'd be concerned if it wasn't pretty funny how it works out well for me. He let out a round of laughter that Izawa knew was to mock him. Your struggle here is pointless. Shigaraki yelled. Your students are fighting for their lives anyway. Hell, some of them are probably already dead. Guess we'll see tonight on the news, or rather, I will. You'll probably be dead with them. Erase her head. Izawa took out another 2 villains by hitting their heads together before he looked at Shigaraki. Beneath the severed hand, he could see the smug smile on the villain's face. Yeah, he was mocking Izawa, and he hated to admit it was starting to work. Kids, he said under his breath as more villains rushed him. Stay alive. So, your quirk is called One for All. Izuku nodded his head into the back of Tsu's hair. Yup. It used to be All Might's quirk. Correct. Tsu croaked. Something went haywire and caused it to digivolve when you got it. I did not say digivolve. Izuku began, but Tsuyu cut him off. And now it's bonding with people and copying their quirks. Pretty much. Izuku sighed, once again leaning his head back against their rocky prison. I call bullshit. See, this is why I told you the original version about me having a bonding quirk. But no, you just had to sense that I was lying through the bond. It's not my fault you're a sheet liar, Karo. I am not. Izuku, if what you're saying about the telepathy part is true, then I can literally feel when you're lying. F dash dot. Language. Oh, sorry, hey wait, you just cursed a second ago. Yeah, but I'm older. Not by much. Don't talk back to me, young man Karo. Izuku groaned. Why are all the girls in my life like this? Tsu was about to answer when the sound of feet on mud caught her ears. Izuku noticed as well and was about to shout to get who they assumed was their teacher's attention when the bond twinged. Danger. He quickly put a hand around Tsu's mouth, causing her to croak quietly in surprise before he quickly shushed her. Are you sure there are any kids in this rundown dump? A voice neither of the 1A students recognized groaned, dulled by the layers of mud and rock that held the 2 in place. We wouldn't be here if they weren't. You heard the Ennead, we gotta kill all of them, so that means scouring the whole area. I don't think you should call him a. We don't even know if he can hear us from here, and you saw what he did to the last dude who insulted him. Oh yeah, the way his face was kinda stuck like that before crumbling dash. Don't remind me. It would have been better if it had been bashed in or something, the way he screamed and his face crumbling, it just looked disturbing. We're about to kill a bunch of teenagers, and that's what grosses you out? Yeah. FNG weirdo. Villains, Izuku mumbled in concern. What gave it away? Tsu whispered, and Izuku didn't need the bond to tell that her deadpan tone was sarcasm and not her normal way of speaking. How did they even get into the school? He questioned, while Tsu shook her head. That's something we don't need to worry about right now. She nudged him. I think we're gonna need you to break us out of here. Izuku looked at her as if she asked him to do something impossible, like knock over All Might. Tsu, I'm barely keeping what's above us now from moving. How am I supposed to push it off? She shrugged. You're the one with the super strength. And you say it used to be All Might's, that means you can punch holes through steel. Use it. Izuku wanted to argue but knew they were running out of time before they were either found by villains or his quirk gave out and the building crushed them. He sighed as he prepared himself to push One for All. Okay, here goes nothing. Or everything, Karo. Give me positive thoughts here, Tsu. I'm positive this is either going to be really cool or really bad. That I'll take it. He took a deep breath and pumped more power into his arms as well as push, and tried to lift what was no doubt several tons of concrete off of them. He felt himself already begin to sweat as his body began to heat up from how much he was pushing One for All, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Come on, move, he quietly groaned. The energy from his quirk began to glow brighter as more and more of it emitted from beneath his skin, lighting up their concrete prison. Tsuyu looked around them, blinking in concern as their prison started to shake, and she felt Izuku heating up against her. Izuku, maybe you should stop." "No." He growled as he felt his nose begin to bleed. "I can do this." "Hey!" A voice from beyond was heard. "One of the villains. Looks like we've got some rats hiding over here." "Sheet!" Izuku cursed as a sudden impact pushed against One for All. One of the villains must have hit the ruins of the building in an attempt to crush them. Another impact and Izuku felt his hold against the concrete shake as he almost dropped it. "You boys think All Might likes pancakes?" A villain taunted before another strike on the concrete almost crushed them again, and the two students were so cramped that they could barely breathe. Izuku had closed his eyes, his head throbbing in pain and his body feeling so unnaturally and uncomfortably hot as he fought to keep push active. "Izuku!" His eyes opened as much they could, stinging as dirt and sweat got into them. He looked at Tsuyu as best he could, and though he could barely see, the expression on her usually blank face was as clear as day. She didn't need to say it, yet she did. "I'm scared," Tsuyu told him with a noticeable quake in her voice, one he only noticed due to being used to hearing her normal tone regularly for the past few days. And if that wasn't enough, he felt it, through their new bond. A sense of fear and dread. He felt that she was scared for her life and that she wanted to see her family again, her parents and little siblings. She didn't want to die here. For a moment Izuku felt his own fear start to overcome him, fear that he'd never see his mom and that he'd let All Might down. Fear that he'd never see Ochako again. Then as quickly as those thoughts came, the fear turned into anger, hot, fierce, and hateful anger. Anger at himself for getting into this situation. Anger at the villains for endangering his friends. Anger at his limits for holding him back. Limits. Ignoring his body screaming at him to stop, he pushed like he never had before. His body began to glow so bright with energy that for a moment he was nothing but a bright light as he screamed. The next thing anyone knew, the rubble was blasted up into the air. Tsuyu found herself thrown onto her back and was looking up as Izuku jumped up and brought his arms in before launching them out to his sides. The rubble closest was blasted into dust, and the larger chunks broke apart against the invisible force as they were launched away, no longer at risk of falling down and crushing Tsuyu or Izuku. The villains were blasted away too. Tsuyu saw some of them crash into buildings and others go flying out of sight, but they were an afterthought compared to Izuku, who at that moment looked like some sort of demon or vengeful angel, depending on how one looked at it. His eyes were completely glowing with energy, his hair standing straight up and glowing as power surged through it and his whole body. It only lasted a moment though before he fell to the floor and landed on shaky legs, the energy dissipating instantly. He immediately took a knee and started breathing heavily, steam wafting off his body as his sweat evaporated. Tsuyu got up and quickly moved to him as he fell onto his side. "Izuku, what's dash?" "Water," he weakly said, barely able to look up at her. "You need water?" Izuku nodded and gestured weakly with his hand to one of the pouches on his utility belt. She went to grab the small canteen of water and flinched at just how hot it felt to be near Izuku, let alone touch him. Her gear was meant to resist heat and cold, and she could still tell how hot he was. She quickly unscrewed the lid and lifted the water canteen to his lips, which he immediately started gulping down. Tsuyu stood on guard while he did so, letting him recover as she glanced around at where the villains had landed. "I want to know what the hell that was, but right now we need to move." She glanced at him. "Can you move?" Izuku held up a shaky finger as he stood, wobbling a little as he did so. He dug into his utility belt. "You didn't have any more water in there, at least none that I could tell," Tsuyu said as she glanced around for villains. She blinked as Izuku pulled out what looked like an EpiPen. "What the foo?" She didn't get to finish as Izuku slammed the injector into his leg. After a second he stood up straight and threw the pen away. "It's an epinephrine injector. I managed to get it approved since I have a very bad allergy to bees." He motioned for Tsuyu to follow him. "It's adrenaline. I'm going to crash in about 20 minutes, but right now that isn't my main concern. My body is on fire, I need to cool down." "Aren't you still in pain?" Tsuyu asked as they started moving. "Oh, definitely, but I can ignore it for now. I'm definitely suffering from heat exhaustion right now. We need to cool you off, Tsuyu told him. She looked over at a large patch of mud in the road and dragged him towards it. Shirt. Now. Huh. Izuku tilted his head, too exhausted to be embarrassed by the request. You're wearing a long-sleeve shirt, you need to get rid of it. He looked down at his costume before looking up at her. This is a jumpsuit. Just rip the top off, Karo. We don't have time. Izuku shrugged, and with a little effort he pulled at the top half of his jumpsuit piece by piece until it was off. Okay, he looked at Tsuyu, who stood so that Izuku was between her and the mud. Now what? This was all she said as she pushed him, easily knocking him back and into the lukewarm mud. Izuku immediately felt relief as his body began to cool down in the mud. He let out a sigh of relief and relaxed into the cold embrace of Mother Earth. Nice mud bath should cool you down without sending you into shock, Karo. She frowned, would have checked to make sure it wasn't cold, but we're short on time and can't be picky. Oh, that feels nice, Izuku said. Tsuyu chuckled as she sat down on her knees near him. My family tends to overheat pretty easily, especially since warmth feels nice for us since we're kind of like frogs. She shook her head. Luckily though, our backyard has plenty of dirt for us to turn into a mud hole. I'll add that to my notes, he tiredly. Tsuyu let him relax in the mud for a while, constantly looking around and watching for any more villains approaching. Villains on UA grounds? What the hell was happening? Where were the heroes? The alarms? Where was All Might? All Might grit his teeth as he blocked another blow from the monster he had been fighting. He had been leading it on a merry chase across town, getting it away from any civilians, wounded, or buildings that would surely be collateral damage if he were to go all out against the monster. That thought scared All Might more than anything else, though, the idea that he'd have to go all out against this thing. It was becoming more and more likely to be true with each blow he blocked or deflected away. If it were any other villain, he wouldn't be entertaining the idea, he'd be laughing and doing his normal routine, boisterous personality and all. But he wasn't laughing or smiling right now. He wasn't dumb, regardless of what some people would like to believe, he was incredibly intelligent when he needed to be, and right now, the monster was sending alarm bells through his veteran brain that he couldn't ignore. It had multiple quirks, something All Might noticed right away. At the start of the fight, he had assumed that the beast, because this thing was definitely not human, had a super strength quirk, so he matched its strength for strength. When he did so, he noticed his blows weren't doing as much damage as they should be, so he ramped up his embers of one for all and punched it so hard that one of its arms snapped like a twig. The beast didn't even pay attention to the damage, it backhanded All Might away from it and snapped the arm back into place, before charging the number 1 hero again, arm seemingly okay. So that made 3 quirks that All Might could confirm. Super strength, super regeneration, and some form of shock absorption. That shook All Might to his core, because there was only one BSD that could have given this thing so many quirks, and his head should have been a smear on the pavement. Thoughts for later, All Might decided as he refocused on the present, and weaved past a right hook aimed at his head. He got behind the beast and grabbed it around its torso before jumping high into the air. He had to isolate the fight to somewhere he could really let loose and put this thing down. He had barely managed to spot a forested area in a nearby park and figured it was as good a place as any when the beast grabbed his arms and forced itself loose before turning and pulling All Might in by one of his arms to deliver a blow to his wound. He coughed up blood, and, for a moment, was glad that no one could see the damage the punch had actually caused. He forced the offending fist out of his side before bringing his own fist back and striking the beast with a full-powered punch right to its head. He broke through the shock absorption and sent the creature flying into the forest. He didn't waste a second, not wanting the beast to recover and leave their new arena, and so gave chase. He landed in a small clearing that was made by the beast's impact, bits of trees scattered about from it crashing through them. He stood up and winced from the pain, grabbing at his injury as he coughed a little blood from his mouth. He sighed, knowing he would get an earful from Recovery Girl later about this. All right, tough guy, he said mainly to himself, as he doubted the beast even cared, let alone understood what he was saying. Let's see how well those quirks of yours can keep up. The beast pulled itself out of the ground where it had been punched into and gave a challenging roar as he charged. All Might also charged forward, but the entire time he couldn't ignore the telltale feeling of dread in the back of his mind. Something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on what, and he definitely couldn't dwell on it. He had a monster to put down. Fire. It had to be fire. Of all the places she could have been dropped, it was the fire dome. Ochako swore right then and there, as she fell into the depths of hell, that if she ever got her hands on that misty villain, she would strangle him. She didn't care that it was likely impossible, she'd find a way. As she quickly approached the ground, she slapped her hand to her chest and halted her descent, then putting her grand total of maybe 2 hours of training to use, she adjusted the effect her quirk was having on her center of gravity to allow herself to float safely the rest of the way. However, she still didn't know how to change her direction mid-air, so she had no choice but to release her quirk when she was from a safe height and fell flat on her back. Still better than being a concrete pancake. She quickly got up and looked around for her friends, but noticed she was alone. Alone and surrounded by burning buildings. Tenya? Kirishima? She shouted over the roar of the flames, looking around and squinting. The heat was intense. She was incredibly thankful that her costume was heat-resistant, and that her helmet sort of shielded her eyes, but her protection was being pushed to its limit. She jumped as a simulated explosion went off in a building nearby. 13 had said the fire dome was too dangerous for their class, and it quickly became clear why. Ochako had to find her classmates and get the hell out of Dodge before anything worse happened. She picked a direction and began to make her way through the city, steering clear of buildings that had been completely consumed by the flames. The streets were barely any better, with chunks of debris and sprouts of fire making it seem more like some sort of video game dungeon than a city street. Tenya! She called out again. Kirishima! Where are you? Almost immediately, her call was answered in the form of Ijiro crashing through a nearby building, his quirk activated as he was launched out of the flames and into a ruined car next to her. Kirishima! She ran over to him worriedly and watched as he pulled himself free, seemingly unharmed. I'm all right, he told her, dusting himself off. I'm pretty much fireproof, but that's not important. We're not alone. You're one hell of a punching bag, kid, a voice said from the flames, and Ochako looked over to see a tank of a man made of hardened magma walking out of the fire. Oh well, that's just great, Ochako muttered. Of course, he has to be made of lava. Dude hits like a truck, Ijiro said as he took up a stance in front of Ochako, putting himself between the villain and his much squishier classmate. Would be super manly if he wasn't a villain. The villain didn't give them any further time to talk, and no time to plan as he rushed them. He was slow, but Ochako knew that getting hit by his fists would still hurt like hell. But that wasn't all. Bits of lava kept flying off of him as he moved around, threatening to burn Ochako if she wasn't careful. She moved out of the way while Ijiro put his arms up and focused his quirk, hardening his body as much as his quirk allowed so that he could tank another punch. As the attack connected, a large splash of lava erupted from the villain's fist, which would have hit Ochako if she hadn't taken cover behind a car. She saw Ijiro fly back into a wall, and the villain was almost upon him. Ochako acted quickly, using her quirk on the car and negating its gravity, hissing as the heated metal slightly burned her hand. She then activated her gloves for protection and grabbed the now weightless car. Hey, a-hole! She caught the villain's attention before chucking the car at him. Heads up! The villain quickly caught the car, and even laughed at the attempt, but he didn't understand that hitting him with the car wasn't Ochako's plan, not entirely anyway. The point was to establish a point of contact Ochako could touch without losing her hand to bullshit lava. So, in reality, he only needed to touch the DMN thing. Running forward as fast as she could, she retracted her gloves and slammed her hand against the vehicle again, focusing on spreading her quirk past the car and toward the villain, like how she had done with the building and the people inside during battle trials. It worked like a charm, and the villain yelled in confusion, spitting out profanities as his feet left the ground and he was left immobilized. Kirishima! Ochako yelled. Her classmate quickly caught on to what she did and grinned as he rushed forward and jumped at the villain, tackling him into the car and continuing like an unstoppable force until he slammed both villain and vehicle into a building, clear through the wall and all. The villain groaned, but before he even had the chance to try and recover, Ijiro grabbed him around the waist and suplexed him into the floor. Ijiro quickly let him go, shaking the excess lava off of his hardened skin and then checking on the bad guy. The man was out cold. The red glow of his magma body dimmed as his body cooled, but he didn't completely lose his obsidian body. Ijiro mentally shrugged. That just meant they didn't have to lug the guy out of the zone. He could stay put and wait for a bit. He was fireproof, after all. Ijiro moved to the totaled car and squeezed the damaged frame onto the villain like some kind of strange sandwich. It'd hold, and from what Ijiro knew about cars, it shouldn't melt unless the villain burned hotter than his body could handle. Magma only got so hot after all. Are you okay? He turned around and saw Ochako come through the hole he had made into the empty building to check on him. Yep. He gave her a thumbs up and a smile. Bad guy's down too. Nice. Ochako raised her hand for a high five, which he enthusiastically delivered. Now where's Tenya? Did you see him? Ijiro shook his head. That weird portal spat us out in different places. I was lucky to run into you but didn't see Ida. Ochako cursed under her breath as she began to think. Okay, first, find Tenya. Second, get out of this hellhole. Thirdly, strangle the portal guy, in that order. What about Midoriya? Kirishima asked curiously. Ochako waved him off. At this point, Izuku will have to get himself out. But it's fine, Izu is super strong, I'll know he'll find a way, because if he dies, then I'll kill him. Wouldn't he already be dead? I'll drag his soul back kicking and screaming. He doesn't get to die on me today. She turned and marched out of the building. Now come on. We've got to find Tenya. In truth, Ochako was still worried, even if she believed what she said about Izuku managing to find a way out of his and Tsuyu's situation. She knew him, her best friend had a tendency to act before thinking. He was literally given one for all for acting instead of thinking after all, and they met because he had saved her without questioning the danger he was putting himself in. It was something she loved about him, but she knew that quality would get him in trouble one of these days like it already had with the sludge monster he had tried to fight without a quirk or any real training. She brushed aside those thoughts for now as she and Ijiro made their way through the streets, checking around corners for signs of villains before continuing. However, when they were making their way down one street, the fires around a nearby building suddenly grew more intense before a ball of fire began to rain down on them. Look out! Ijiro rushed forward and used his hardened body to shield Ochako from the barrage. The barrage ended, and with no villains in sight, Ochako figured it was most likely just one of the simulated environmental hazards of the dome. Almost as if to prove her point, the upper floors of the building next to them began to explode in flames, and glass and debris came falling down toward them. Ijiro was about to try and shield Ochako again, but before the debris could reach them, they were suddenly grabbed by a blue blur and carried out of harm's way. The two students almost attacked, thinking momentarily it was a villain until they recognized the familiar armor. Tenya! Ochako cheered in surprise and relief. We were looking all over for you. Apologies. Tenya bowed in apology. I would have looked for you sooner, but I was assaulted by hooligans and who else? I saw it appropriate to dispatch them first, rather than leave them be to cause more havoc. Wow, you dealt with all of them, and you still don't even look like you've broken a sweat. Ijiro praised, Ochako nodding along with him. Astute observation, Kirishima. Tenya chopped his arm before jogging in place. My suit has built-in liquid cooling. My heat-resistant armor protects it from the outside hot air, and the coolant keeps the suit cool so that my engines don't overheat as easily. You requested that off the bat? Ochako tilted her head. She didn't know the first thing about costume design or support tech, and wouldn't even have considered requesting any specialized gear for her initial costume, especially to such an extent. Why, of course. It was something my brother recommended. He explained that he had issues with overheating during his time at UA and that it hampered his early development to spend so much time in the infirmary while his arms healed, so with his advice, I took the initiative to prevent such a thing from happening to me. Your brother? Ijiro asked with a frown. Ochako squinted at Tenya and pointed at him, her eyes twinkling. Ingenium. Tenya straightened up in surprise. You are familiar with my brother? Ochako raised an eyebrow. You know who I always hang out with, right? Izuku, of course. Tenya held his chin in his hand and nodded. So studious when it comes to matters of heroics, it is no surprise he is familiar with my family's legacy. I don't want to interrupt. Ijiro looked around as a distant building exploded, but we should probably get out of here. Of course. Tenya turned and began to walk. This way. We'll make for the dome's wall and follow it until we find an exit. Sounds like a plan. Ijiro smiled as he followed. Ochako was not far behind, and as they made their way through the burning cityscape, she kept her eye out for any more threats. It was due to her paying such close attention to her surroundings that she noticed the large, claw-like gashes trailing up one of the buildings they were passing. What the? She looked to see that her friends weren't too far ahead and took a moment to inspect the marks. Ochako! Tenya called. Stay close. Yeah, sorry, she said as she backed away from the marks. It's just what made this? Probably one of the villains Ida took out, Ijiro suggested. Curiosity infected Tenya as he investigated the marks. I don't recall any villains with claws like this. And there are no burn marks. All the villains I encountered had some form of fire quirk. Ochako felt a shiver run down her spine, and she spun around as if expecting to see someone looking at them, but there was no one there. Anyone else feel like we're being watched? She asked with growing uneasiness. Tenya scanned their surroundings but saw nothing. We should keep moving. He turned to walk away, but something fell onto his armor from above. He paused as he saw some sort of green liquid fall onto his armor, and the metal began to hiss. What is that? Ijiro asked. They all looked up, and Ochako admittedly thought she was about to see some sort of monster looming over them like one of those pre-Quirk horror movies. But when they looked up, they saw nothing. Weird. Ijiro sighed in relief after noticing that nothing was there. All right, enough lollygagging, Tenya said as he turned again. Let us dash. Whatever he was about to say was cut off as something struck him in the face. The blow was so powerful he was knocked off his feet and onto his back. Tenya! Ochako yelled out, rushing over to her downed friend while Ijiro took up a defensive position in front of them. What was that? Ijiro asked as he looked around for their assailant. Tenya scrambled to get his helmet off, and Ochako noticed the deep gash that was now there. Not deep enough to have reached his face, but the fact it was so easily made, and that within the gash was the same green liquid as before, seemingly dissolving the metal, was cause enough to get the thing off Tenya's head. Helping him, Ochako pulled the helmet off and tossed it away as a bit of the green substance almost fell on her. Tenya quickly got his feet and looked behind her before his eyes widened. Duck! He pulled her down to the ground just as she heard a snapping sound right where her head used to be. She got splashed on her left arm with the green substance that she quickly realized was some sort of acid. It burned through the material of her bodysuit and burned her skin, causing her to hiss in pain. She looked back just in time to see something on the wall of a nearby building move. It was almost invisible, but she could barely make out a shimmer in the air if she focused. The thing climbed the building at incredible speed, leaving deep claw-like gashes in the metal as it moved. As it reached the top, whatever invisibility it had deactivated, and Ochako saw precisely what had attacked them. A monstrous, inhuman body, black skin, and an exposed brain. Its unhinged jaw allowed her to see the long spiked tongue that thrashed around, flicking acid here and there. She recognized it quickly. It was hard to forget the beasts that came out of the portal alongside Tamura Shigaraki in the plaza. She remembered what he called them. No. That's one of those weird brain villains, Ijiro pointed out as he got ready to fight. That's not a villain. Ochako felt herself tremble as the Nomu's almost dead-looking eyes focused on her. That's a monster. The creature let out an ear-piercing screech that Ochako was sure could have been heard throughout the entire dome before its scales shimmered and it vanished. The trio formed up, back to back as they scanned for any sign that it was going to strike. One thing was clear to the three hero students. This was a hunt, and they were the prey.